morning, everyone. Welcome to Nudgetock 2025. We are Rose Gold Choir and we'll be setting the mood.
Look into the windows of my mind, reflection of the fears I know I left behind. I step out of the ordinary, I can feel my soul ascending. I'm on my way, can't stop me now. You can do the same. What have you done today to make you feel right? What have you done today to make you feel right? You could be so many people if you made a break for freedom. What have you done today to make you feel proud? Still so many answers I don't know. Realize that the question is how we grow. Step out of the ordinary, I can feel my soul ascending. I'm on my way, can hold me back, and you can do the same. What have you done today to make you feel proud? What have you done today? What have you done today to make you feel proud? Oh, you can be so many people if you make the break for freedom. What have you done today to make you feel proud? Oh, you could be so many people if you made the break for freedom. What have you done today to make you feel proud? Oh, what have you done today to make you feel proud? I said, what have you done today? What have you done today to make you feel proud? Ooh, what have you done today to make you feel proud?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
enough.
We're just not
When we can do that, we look him in the eyes and say, I
gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it anyway. Something inside so strong. I know that I can make it.
Though you're doing me wrong,
So wrong. If all of my pride was gone, oh no. There's something inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To keep me from getting to you, babe.
Remember the day you set me free. You said that I could always count on you, darling. From that day on, I made a vow I'll be there when you need me in some way, somehow. Oh, baby, there ain't no, there ain't no mountain, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from
Getting to you, babe.
oh, baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you. Ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you. Ah, nothing can 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 keep me from you. Oh, baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't
Thank you. Enjoying yourself so far? Good, good, good. If you know this song, please feel free to sing along with us. We're cool with that. I promise we'll share the mic. No? Okay. You guys are a great crowd. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we're going to go a little gospel this time. Any Sister Act fans here?
Any gospel fans?
Yes, okay, we're in the right crowd. You just might know this one. Do you guys want to sing with us?
Okay, sing with us. Sing.
We need a little help.
La 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 la
La la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
la 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 la.
La 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 la.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
When Jesus won.
Jesus was.
Oh, when Jesus he won.
Jesus was.
When my Jesus he won.
When Jesus was, he washed my sins away.
La 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 la. Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
When Jesus won.
When Jesus was.
I said when Jesus he won. When my Jesus he was.
When Jesus was, he washed my sins away. Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. He told me how to watch and pray.
Watch and pray.
Fight and pray.
And he told me how to live
And live rejoicing. Every day.
every day. Take it a little bit higher. Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Jesus was.
When Jesus was.
When Jesus he was.
When Jesus was.
When my Jesus he was.
When Jesus was, he washed my sins away. Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day.
Oh, happy day. He taught me how to watch and pray.
Watch and pray.
Fight and pray.
And he taught me how to live rejoicing. Yes, he did, yeah. Every day.
Every day.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to help me sing. Happy-day. Happy day.
H-A-P-P-Y-D-A-Y. Happy day.
Happy-day. Happy day.
H-A-P-P-Y-D-A-Y.
Have you got it? H-A-P-P.
Happy day.
Happy-day. Happy day.
H-A-P-P-Y.
Yes, it is.
Happy day.
Happy-day. Happy day.
H-A-P-P-Y.
Oh, happy day. Happy day. Oh, happy day. Happy. Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. Thank y'all.
Thank you very much. This next song is called Greatest Day. We're just going to do this one just before we go off stage, but we promise we're going to see you at some point today again. Any Take That fan in the building? Yes! This is for you, just for you. This is called Greatest Day. I hope you all have a great day today.
Today this could be the greatest day of our life. Before it all ends, before we run out of time, stay close to me. Stay close to me. Watch the world come alive tonight. Stay close to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Stay close to me. Hold your head high. Arms open wide. As the world comes alive tonight. Stay close to me. Stay close to me. Stay close to me. Watch the world come alive tonight. Stay close to me. Hold your head high. Arms open wide. Yeah, the world comes alive tonight. Stay close to me. Today this could be the greatest day of our lives. Today this could be the greatest day of our lives. Today this could be the greatest day of our lives. Today this Stay close to me. Watch the world come alive tonight. Stay close to me.
Thank you very much. We are Rose Gold Choir. See you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Michael Gove. Hello everyone, welcome to Nudgestock 2025. Now, before the main festival starts, we wanted to do a little power experiment. Someone once said, those who seek power don't deserve it, and those who deserve it don't seek it. We are going to redress that balance today with you, the Nudgestock audience. Now, in these times, there is no greater power than the power of celebrity. So our challenge, Nudgestock audience, in the next 5 minutes, can we make someone famous? Can we do it, Nudgestock audience? Can we do it, Nudgestock audience? Okay, so what we asked you to do is to nominate someone. We didn't tell you why, so maybe you did it to be naughty, or maybe you did it to be nice. But we are going to nominate someone, choose someone at random in this room. Okay, let's begin. So, we have our box of people. Can we build up some atmosphere in here? Ooh. Okay, there are many people. I'm just going to break the fourth wall here and just see if someone can... hello, sir. Can I ask you? I know you didn't make eye contact with me then, but that's okay. Okay, can you pick a name, please, out of the box and then show it to me? Okay. Okay. Can you name the first letter in the first word of the name, please?
E.
E. Okay. Some Edwards are starting to feel a little bit nervous, aren't they, at the moment? Okay. Next letter, please, sir.
M.
M. Okay. Maybe there's a few Emilys in here suddenly who are a little bit nerve-wracked. Okay. Next letter.
M.
M. Can you please read out the name, please, sir?
Emma Walker.
Emma Walker. Is there an Emma Walker here? Emma Walker. Is there an Emma? Please, you have been nominated by your colleagues. Is there an Emma Walker here? Oh, Emma Walker, please stand up. Okay, please, Emma Walker, please come to the stage. Thank you. Everybody give her a big Nudgestock round of applause for Emma Walker. Okay, Emma, if I could just ask you to take a seat, please. Okay. So, are you definitely Emma Walker?
Wishing not right now.
Okay, perfect. Now, Emma, when you left the house this morning, did you think that you were going to be famous beyond your wildest dreams?
No, and again, hoping not.
Okay, great. Now, Emma, we are going to make you famous. Now, there is, like everything else, fame, celebrity, it's a science. It has a formula. There are just 3 simple steps, Emma, to making you famous. And we have 5 minutes. Okay, let's start the challenge now. And step 1, we need to get your face out there. Did you bring a press shot with you at all this morning?
Really wishing I went for my hair done.
Oh, okay, it's looking great. Can you just look at our photographer, Nick? You're already getting papped, Emma. That's absolutely fine. Okay, perfect. Thank you, team. Okay, we might be seeing Nick a little bit later on. Now, don't worry, it's not like there's a team of the Nudgestock PR machine doing something with that image right now. We're also having a little look through your social media. But don't worry. Okay. All right, let's take things down a little bit. We've got 5 minutes, but we know that's a lot. So let's get to know the real Emma, the Emma behind the celebrity. So have you been famous before, Emma?
Not famous, but I've been on TV.
Oh, okay. So you know what it's like. You know what it's like, right? Okay, now the next question. It didn't go well. Okay, well, look, everyone loves a redemption story. Okay, right. So what we need now is just to ask you a very serious question. Is there anything in your past, Emma, that we might need to know about now that might get you cancelled in the future?
Hopefully not.
Okay, so what we need to do with the power of our PR machine is see if we can get you trending. So, step 1, let's get your name out there. Team, have we been able to get Emma trending? Should we see? Let's have a look. Emma, if you turn around, there you are. You're trending on the front of Campaign's website. Big round of applause. We've already got Emma trending. There you go. Emma, great shot, by the way. Really, really nice. Unfortunately, it's not enough anymore in these days just to get your face out there. You've got to be controversial. You've got to say things that, you know, some people might not agree with, but you've got to stick out on the timelines. You've got to cut through in today's culture, and we've just got to do it with rage. So we're going to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to give you 3 controversial statements, and you're going to say which one you would like to have. So do you want to say you don't learn anything new at conferences? Now, that's bold to say that, especially at a conference, but think about that. B, algorithmic, programmatic, hyper-targeted advertising is slightly less effective than it used to be. It's niche, but I think some people in this audience will take umbrage at that. Or C, I'm so good, AI is scared, I'm going to take its job. Love the boldness, love the confidence of that, Emma. So which one?
3rd.
C, okay. PR team, can we see if we can change that? There you go. Love the smugness, the bold, the controversy. Round of applause, everybody. Okay. We're probably 3 minutes in. Okay, step 2. Now, you've smashed your industry, Emma. Clearly, that's clear for all to see. But frankly, Emma, you're bigger than that. You need to break out of this industry. You know, it's okay for anyone to be on TikTok these days talking about behavioural science or, you know, nudges behind brands. You're bigger than that. We're going to make you a household, I say household name, a high street name. Nick, who was here before, he is now on the streets of London / Brick Lane to see what your public says of you. Emma, are you ready to see what your public say of you?
No.
Okay, let's go to Nick now.
We're live here on the streets of London.
I think she's the new hottest thing right now.
Strong, like resilient. Yeah. Her crown.
That's my brother's favorite right there.
Yeah. Your brother's favorite.
Really great
value his
feedback.
opinion, so.
Her determination, her perseverance in life, like she's second to none.
I like her style.
Yeah.
I like how her hair looks.
Like
Yeah.
we love a queen that can do everything. Yeah.
She's proven that she's the best and the best, and like continues to face a lot of adversity and media criticism, and continues.
We'll talk
going
about that,
on.
Emma.
Extremely principled. Admire her a lot.
Oh, she's powerful. She's powerful, yeah.
She is effing powerful. Yeah, round of applause, everyone. The people have spoken, Emma. What do you think?
Oh, just want to get off the stage.
Okay, well, don't worry, because we've just got one final step now. The last step in the formula, the most important, is everybody knows, every celebrity knows, where the true money is: merchandise. Collabs, sponsorships, let's get that money in. Let's build the personal brand. Okay, PR team, do we have the summer drops? Here we go, Emma. Oh, great, a collab with Barbie here. Really nice, yeah. Did you work direct with the creative director, Barbie?
I mean, I wish I looked like that.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's see what else we've got, team. Labubu, working into that Gen Z money. That's what, get him in early, they'll stay with you. Okay, what else have we got, team? Oh, here we go, Lego. We've got a collab with Lego, amazing, yeah. Anything else? What else do we have? Where are you going on tour? Where are you playing on tour?
Guildford.
Guildford, of course, big college town. Yeah, great. Anything else? We have never done this before, ladies and gentlemen. We have renamed the festival Nudgestock. Woo! It is now Nudgestock for the day. Okay, can I just ask, what was your percentage that you took there? When in the collabs, what percentage are you taking?
70.
70, and how much of that are you giving to charity?
50.
50, of course. Maybe some of it's tax exile, but yeah, we completely understand. Okay, in just 3 steps, in 5-ish minutes, Emma, we have taken you right from the front row, so it looks like you were a plant as well. Right from the front row to fame. I mean, basically 5 minutes ago, Emma, you were a nobody. And here you are, fame for the day. Any final thoughts?
Can I get off now?
Just a few minutes. It's just one more job that we need you to do. Now, Emma, we have shown that celebrity, although we think it's power, it isn't. Power is about finding your own voice. That's what we will all do today, Nudgestock audience. Each year, Emma, we start the festival with the audience taking our oath. This year, will you read the oath into the microphone to commit people to find their power? Okay, if we can have silence on the backing track, please, team. Thank you. Emma. Please take your oath and the microphone.
Hello, Nudgestockers. I mean Emma Stockers. All stand if you can. Now bow to my incredible power. I know you love me, Emma Stockers, but as your leader, I am here to tell you that today isn't just about me. Today, you will find many powerful ways to feel more powerful. Emma Stockers, are you ready to find your power? Yes. I said, are you ready to find your power? Okay, everybody, repeat after me. Today, I will dare to think differently. I will speak to somebody I don't know. I will put my phone into focus mode. I will say hi to Emma Stockers whenever I see her. I will find my inner power. But I will not let it go to my head. Well, maybe sometimes. Okay, Nudgestock audience, are you ready to feel powerful? Yes. I said, are you ready to feel powerful? Yes. Then let's count down together to start the day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Everybody, Emma, can I ask you to just stay here for one more second and then go? Emma's the best. Everybody, better than all the rest. Better than it. We did it. We made Emma famous in just 5 minutes. Emma is going to be famous throughout the rest of the day. Please say Emma. Emma, a huge thank you, a huge round of applause. We've got some flowers for you here. Emma Walker, our new famous mascot. Thank you. You can now sit down. Thank you, guys. A final big round of applause for Emma. An experiment, a live experiment. We did it in 5 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now the festival can officially begin. Please let me introduce on stage the man with the real power, Ogilvy CEO, James Murphy.
Wow. I think we all had a moment there. And now a moment of just a little bit of calmness in amongst all of the power. Thank you, Emma. That was really amazing. You were so game. That was brilliant. And good morning. Good morning, Nudgestock. Welcome to an amazing day. It's an incredible sight to look out over so many industry leaders, so many great brains across our brilliant industry. For those of you joining online around the world, a massive welcome to you too. We are absolutely thrilled to have you here for what promises to be a truly unforgettable day. At Ogilvy, we believe in the power of inspiration, inspiring brands, inspiring people to make a real impact. And for over a decade now, a core part of that has been our deep commitment to Ogilvy Consulting and to our behavioural science team. It's not just a buzzword for us, it's a fundamental lens, a skill set through which we approach brand strategy, innovation, and problem solving. We've seen firsthand how applying the power of behavioural insights can transform businesses and lives. And that brings us to today. This isn't just another conference, as you've probably already gathered. This is Nudgestock. Throughout the day, you will be hearing from extraordinary lineup of thought leaders, authors, scientists, practitioners, all at the forefront of behavioural science. You'll see behavioural science in action, not just in theory, and crucially, we're building even more opportunities later on for participation, you'll be pleased to know. Look around this room. We have over 400 of you here with us today. And for those watching online, you are part of a truly global community. Since last year's Nudgestock, over 1 million people have watched content. That's some powerful sharing. And speaking of power, we have a powerful day in store for you. We will unpack this hot topic, how it impacts brands, organizations, and people. So get ready. It's going to be fun. It's going to be inspiring. It's going to be a day to reframe your thinking. Before I hand over, I just want to ask something of all of you. It's another little Nudgestock oath. For the next few hours, let's commit to being fully present. Ignore those news alerts, silence those notifications, and truly immerse yourselves in the incredible ideas that we'll be sharing today. Because ultimately, that's what Nudgestock is about. It's time to change behavior. It's time for Nudgestock 2025. Please join me in giving a powerful Nudgestock welcome to our fantastic hosts for the day, Ben, Dan, and
Welcome to the world's biggest and most powerful festival of behavioural science and creativity.
Hello to all you lucky souls here in the room. Can you feel the energy? That is the collective mind poised and ready to expand.
Today Emma will be happy to know we have watch parties around the world and thousands of people tuning in live on time right now. So welcome to all of you as well.
Welcome to you at homes and offices and wherever you are. Today is the day that we gather to remind ourselves that the human brain is the single most complex object in the known universe. That each and every one of you is more complicated than the stars.
And we are here to expand our understanding of that and to work out how to understand it, to shape behavior and to create new ways to nudge one another. We are here as the behavioral science world converges to think more deeply, more wildly, and to do it all together.
And given it's our 13th Nudgestock now this year, we thought we would try our luck with our theme of power. And this year, we shine a light on the whole spectrum of power.
Now, when I say power, what do you guys think of? Yeah? You might be thinking it's a bit of a dirty word in a year where might has maybe too often been right, perhaps, naming no names. Well, Nudgestock is here precisely to challenge our own thinking.
This isn't about brute force. It's about understanding power and how power affects you at home, in the workplace, and in your world.
If you are Odeon, there is power in a beautifully timed message that gets people to pre-order their popcorn and vastly increases your sales. If you are Andrex, there is power in subtly reframing the language of moist toilet tissues to something that might make more people use them to wipe their bum. If you are Sprite, there is power in making your product even more thirst-quenching. And by the way, I know you all have thirst. Please don't drink the Sprite in your bag just yet. There may be some experimentation that is coming later. But there is power in changing that thirst-quenching nature of the product just by changing the levers of perception without changing the product itself. All of these things and a lot more, your untapped power, you are going to discover today.
So the question is, what is a powerful person? And we thought we would start today by exploring our Nudgestock audience's power together. So far it's just been Emma, and that's felt very comfortable for you all, hasn't it? But now we're going to ask you all to join in to answering 3 slightly personal questions in public. Is that okay?
You're in.
Is that okay?
They are in.
They don't know the questions. I'll hear the questions down, and then I'll decide if it's okay. So, Nudgestock, are you above or below average in empathy against the general population, do you think? So please put your hands up now if you think you are above average in empathy. Now put your hands down, you liars. And now put your hands up if you think, and be brave, if you are below average in empathy. And put your hands down. So it turns out that as you rise in power, you drop in empathy. Why? Because powerful people forget the need to understand the people below them in the hierarchy. So remember, Nudgestock, as you rise in power today, hold on to that empathy.
Nudgestockers, close your eyes for this one, if you wouldn't mind.
It'll work a bit better.
Out of the 500 people in this room, do you consider yourself to be in the 250 most powerful or the 250 least powerful? So first of all, hands up, as quietly as you can, for the 250 most powerful people in the room.
Just one side, that's weird.
Okay, hands down. Hands up if you think you are in the least 250 powerful people in the room. Oh, interesting. You can open your eyes now. Well, research shows that we actually overestimate others' power and underestimate our own. And judging by the fact that only about 10 of you put your hands up in the first instance, and this is an incredibly powerful room of people, you generally are an awful lot more powerful than you think.
But our final test, Nudgestock, question number 3, the final question. Do you chew with your mouth open, or do you chew with your mouth closed? And it's in a big room, a lot of people on the live stream, a lot of people on watch parties. Please dig deep and be honest. So put your hands up. Put your hands up if you are a closed mouth chewer. Polite, lovely people. Put your hands up if you might sometimes have been told by someone else that you chew with your mouth open.
The honest people here.
Monsters. So it looks like we have a long way to go making the Nudgestock audience feel more powerful, because the research shows that more powerful people are more likely to chew with their mouth open. Why? Because following social conventions don't matter as much to them. They don't need them as much. So at lunchtime, let's see who thinks they're a cut above the rest, shall we? And see who's chewing with their mouth open.
Lunch will give us an opportunity to do all the human things like eat, but also some power networking. And each one of you is going to go up to a stranger and say, Tara told me to ask you what is your most powerful moment of the day. So please consider yourself nudged. And by God, you are going to have a lot to choose from.
Today brings together the world's boldest academics with the most creative business minds. In fact, this morning, really excited to say you're going to meet Professor Katie Slocum. She spends half her life with chimpanzees in Uganda and half her life with humans in the UK. And she understands the interplay between those two. She helps us understand the origin story behind why we do power playing.
You're going to hear from Dr. Martha Newson on how rituals bond us together, and from business legend Roger L. Martin on how organizations can become more creative. You'll be warned by Dan Davies on the unintended consequences of power. And talk of warnings will bring us to WPP AI impresario Daniel Hume to make you question your understanding of consciousness.
But stay fully conscious, because we also have the world's most legendary TV producer. She's made films watched by billions. She's produced Big Brother, X Factor, I'm a Celebrity, the US Celebrity Apprentice with him, all making Maz Farelli an expert in how to pull the puppet strings.
She is bloody fabulous. Just wait until you see her slides. And if that wasn't enough, we've got audio legend Steve Keller on stage and the grandfather of gastrophysics, Professor Charles Spence. He'll be ready to hack the power of your senses, and perhaps he already has.
Perhaps he already has. Then at the very end of the day, we have Michael Gove. He's been in politics for over 13 years at the coalface of power. With internal politics being a bugbear of every one of us in the room, we're sure, we thought Michael would be the perfect person to come along and give us a masterclass in just that.
All of that, and we have spicy chairs and napalm bears and energy tubes and experiments, and we even have the UN in the building. Oh, I know, this is going to get exciting. Dan and I are here to cleanse your palate, help you process what you've just learned, file it away before you move on to the next thing. We're going to keep everything moving across this maddeningly stimulating day.
Our goal today is to make you all power mad, because it's only when you understand how the world really works can you really make that powerful difference.
And I say this every year, but let us not forget, Nudgestock is not just a conference, it's not just training, it's a festival of all that we are as a species, and it's about our power to change the world around us by changing ourselves.
And up first, the very best of our species, founder of the behavioral science team at Ogilvy. He's a TED legend, he's an alchemist, he's TikTok famous, more than Emma, and he's the vice chairman of Ogilvy UK. Please put your hands together for his annual address to the Nudgestock Nation, Rory Sutherland.
I'm going to start by absolving someone of a crime that was committed about 63 years ago, 63 and a half years ago. It's a bit like one of those Netflix specials, you know. And the man's called Mike Smith, and he was the head of A&R at Decca. And on January the 1st, 1962, the Beatles fans among you will immediately know that as a sort of date shrouded in infamy. Four Scousers, John, Paul, George, and actually Pete, because Ringo hadn't yet joined, drive down from Liverpool to audition for Decca Records. And in a decision which is often studied and often discussed as one of the worst decisions in business history, after some deliberation, Mike Smith decided to sign Brian Poole and the Tremolos to the label rather than the Beatles. And the interesting thing about this is I investigated this decision and had a look at it, and I think he was right. That's not because I'm a fanatical Rolling Stones fan, by the way. Actually, given the circumstances and constraints under which he made the decision, he probably did the right thing. Now, I'll explain this in a moment, okay? For some bizarre reason, Brian Poole and the Tremolos, by the way, and they're still going, okay, fascinatingly, or they were a couple of years ago, weren't a bad band. They were a reliably good band. They had a #1 hit. They had a fantastic song, Silence is Golden. Some of the very old people among you will actually remember some of their oeuvre. And they were, straight off the bat, a very successful band. He was right to sign them, okay? Now, what was strange about the decision was slightly different, I think, which is that arbitrarily someone had told Mike Smith, you can only sign one of them or the other, okay? You can only do one thing. Now, if you like, the Beatles were kind of the wild card. They obviously had talent, they obviously had star power, they're extremely funny. Musically, they probably weren't as good as Brian Poole and the Tremolos, to be absolutely honest, okay? But he had been told, you can only sign one. And by the way, think about this, okay? It's much, much easier to argue your case in a boardroom for why you should sign one rather than the other, okay, than it is to make the case for signing both. And my argument is, what he should have done is signed both, okay? One of the reasons behind the decision, okay, was that the Beatles came from Liverpool, whereas Brian Poole and the Tremolos were from Barking in Essex. And they figured out that every time you wanted to record with the Tremolos, you simply had to, provide them with a travel card or something, whereas the Beatles would require 4 return tickets from Liverpool Lime Street, okay? Now, I think it's probably fair to say that wasn't procurement's finest hour, was it? But it shows a very, very interesting thing, which is a very interesting bias, which is that costs are absolutely immediate and quantifiable. Opportunity costs aren't. And my argument was it wasn't Mike Smith's fault at all. He should have signed both. Now, it's a ridiculous and totally arbitrary restriction on a decision to say you can only do one thing or the other thing. But it seems to us incredibly natural to frame decisions in that way. You can either do this thing or you can do the other thing. And that was the mistake. And combine that with the fact that it's much easier to make a case for let's do A rather than B, rather than let's do both. And the reason this happens, I think, is because of a natural scarcity mindset, there's an efficiency mindset, there's a short-term cost minimization mindset, which makes doing both seem woefully extravagant, whereas doing one is a single optimum point. And if you want to pretend to be rational, you have to pretend there's a single one right answer. Now, amusingly, a few months ago, I had dinner with Dan Ariely, and he was thinking of having a sabbatical in London. And we had a long and convoluted discussion about if you're going to spend 6 months in London, should you live in the city or should you live out in the country, okay? And we went on with this discussion, debating the relative merits for bloody ages, until it suddenly occurred to both of us, and we kind of looked at each other and laughed and said, actually, the optimum solution is to do both, okay? There's no point in having a big house in London, because what the fuck's the point of being in London if you're indoors? So the best solution is to have a crash pad in London and then buy a place with an orchard in Kent, okay? But automatically, we tend to frame decisions as either or, and we've created a business environment that makes it incredibly difficult to do more than one thing, because the pretense of rationality comes with a hidden cost, which is effectively the implication that there is only one right answer and that every problem is solved by a single activity. And I'm going to question that, okay? And I'm going to question it by asking a slightly unusual question. We often get the question, how do you build a brand? Well, I'm not going to tell you that, because we charge for that kind of shit, okay? But I'm going to ask a different question, which is, who can build a brand? And my contention is that it is increasingly difficult for any company in thrall to the shareholder value movement, quarterly reporting, or anything of the kind to actually build a brand, because they're optimized around doing only one thing, okay? There is only one definition of what that purpose of the company is, and it has to follow that purpose to the beat of a completely arbitrary time frame, which is the financial quarter or the financial year. And as evidence of this, I think we have an interesting finding, which is, if you look at 4 out of the 5 winners of the IPA Advertising Effectiveness Awards in the most recent thing, 4 of them are family-owned brands. Okay? It doesn't have, of course, the greatest family-owned brand of all time, which is Tunnock's Tea Cakes. That's not there. But McCain, Canadian, that's the best kind of family, by the way, a Canadian family. Okay. Laithwaite's, family-owned wine company. Specsavers, family-owned opticians. Yorkshire Tea, effectively a branch of Betty's Tea Rooms, family-owned. Guinness is kind of family-owned, although it obviously is part of Diageo, okay? but it has been in the same family for 300 years. They clearly started with quite a long time horizon, because I think they took a 3,000-year lease on the brewery when they first started it. And I've recently come back from Texas, the greatest state in the Union, in my opinion, where I kept coming across these absolutely fascinating brands which everybody loved. Is anybody from Texas here? I'm very disappointed you didn't shout "woo" when you saw Buc-ee's displayed. This is a chain of family-owned gas stations which are extraordinary, sometimes described as the Texas Disneyland. They are absolutely, absolutely massive and magnificent. This is a retailer, family-owned retailer. H.E. Butt was the founder. So good as a retailer. Very unusual in America in being actually what you might call a mid-market retailer. Generally in the United States, you either sell everything on price, so Cheese Whiz is on 30 cents off, or you go to Whole Foods and you basically mortgage your house. This is actually a mid-market retailer, which is so good that Sam Walton decided, and I heard this, that he wasn't going to bother competing against them because they were too good at what they did. Okay? Now, I think we need to look at this question and say, what is it that family-owned businesses can do that shareholder-controlled businesses can't do? And one of the things they can do is they can do more than one thing. They are not required for the purposes of argumentation to maintain a completely spurious consistency in terms of both the time frame within which they operate, okay, or the things with which they actually do. They can do more than one thing, what Mark Ritson calls bothism. And I keep noticing this. I got an invitation, another family-owned business, friends of Fortnum's, join their loyalty program. I got the email. Because it's family-owned, because it's generally a trustworthy brand, I didn't actually read the small print. I just signed up straight away, and I'm now member number 6 in their loyalty program. Again, family-owned. Some of you will recognize this. I've never actually been there because I understand it's somewhere northern. But it's T-Bay Services, which is a motorway service station which is monumentally superior to any other motorway service station, and it's, wait for it, family-owned. Okay? There seems to be some sort of superpower that exists when you can free yourself from the constraints of narrow financial quantification and actually make a variety of decisions for both the short term and the long term. And funnily enough, I wasn't the only person to notice this, because shortly after the IPA awards came out, fantastic planner called Lawrence Green actually has written a whole paper which I recommend you read, which is How Family Businesses Go to Market. And basically what the paper says is exactly what I'd surmised, which is they're capable of doing a mixture of things. Now, there are other companies that can build great brands, and they're old companies. But here's the thing that never even occurred to me, okay? They're not good at marketing because they're old because they're good at marketing. All right? Now, this is a quote from a great book by Professor John Kay at London Business School, writer in the Financial Times, The Corporation in the 21st Century, Why Almost Everything We're Told About Business is Wrong. And he makes this point: some companies were able to resist the demands of shareholder value. Notable among these standouts were some of the leading producers of fast-moving consumer goods, corporations such as Procter & Gamble, Colgate-Palmolive, Coca-Cola, Unilever, and Nestle, which is pretty much our client list, by the way. The culture of these businesses was and still is dominated by marketing people for whom responsiveness to the need of customers is a preoccupation. And that responsiveness is the key to the durability of these companies. Okay? So they're not good at marketing because they're old because they're good at marketing. Now, I'm just going to pause briefly to have a dig at Scott Galloway, who told us that you don't need brands anymore because we can simply use ratings to make our decisions of what hotel to stay at. And so I thought I'd share a couple of reviews of John Kay's book, for the purpose of illustrating how incredibly successful this is as a means of choice. Okay? So here's a review from Tor W. Andreessen, top reviews from the United Kingdom, the best business book of the year. John Kay is an elegant writer, tapping into an enormous knowledge base. On the other hand, if you don't like that opinion, here's Bert. Yawn. Really, really boring. Okay? 1-star review. Take your pick, but I'm sure that's helped you all decide. But that's a really, really interesting point. I think the question, we're asking the wrong question, how do you build a brand? I think the question to ask is who can build a brand? What are the conditions that are necessary before someone can actually both survive and prosper in the short term while also innovating and adapting for the long term? There's one final group of people who are really good at brands, because I didn't want people at Mondelez to feel left out, by the way, the Cadbury people. The other people who seem to be really good at building brands are Quakers. So if you want to put 10% on GDP, it's a Quaker revival, folks. You know, it's long overdue, okay? By the way, a little bit of trivia here, they were the first people to put the price of the product on the packaging. And they didn't do it for marketing reasons, predominantly. They did it because they thought it was honest, that storekeepers would often try and charge rich people more for chocolate than poor people. What they discovered was consumers absolutely loved this transparent honesty about price, that everybody was paying the same price for the same thing, and it was actually extraordinarily successful in driving sales. But the thing that drove that was a kind of Quaker principle about effectively truthfulness and transparency and honesty before it was a principle that actually was driven by improving sales. So it was kind of purpose-driven brand in that sense. But here's the point. I think we normally say, okay, the great thing about building a brand is it's short-term versus long-term. Okay? And that's the usual distinction we talk about, the long and the short of it, everything else. Okay? I actually think it's actually a bit more complicated than that. I think there are two different things that a business needs to do to be truly successful and also to survive for a long time. And I think for each of those two activities, the maths is totally different, right? And therefore, if you impose the same time frames, the same spreadsheets, the same financial constraints, the same ambitions and metrics on both activities, you'll do one of them really, really badly. Okay? Now, I'm going to bring you back to something I talked about last year, and the reason I'm talking about it again is I think it's one of the most important concepts to grasp in the whole of, well, the world. Okay? That's probably not overselling it. I mentioned the fact last year that when bees effectively fetch pollen or nectar, they follow something called the waggle dance. And it's very efficient. The bees do a little dance which describes the distance and direction at which pollen and nectar are to be found. And lots of other bees then obediently follow the instructions and go off and harvest the pre-existing known sources of nectar and pollen. Okay? Great idea. Nothing wrong with that. Okay? Accountants would love it. Simple cost-benefit analysis, cost of collection versus value of energy retrieved. We can measure this. Effectively, we can measure it in the short term, that you can measure it at the level of the individual bee. It's wonderfully accountable and predictable, and you can look at it at a granular level, and you can optimize efficiency a bit. Wonderful. However, what they discovered when they studied this in more detail is that 20% of bees ignore the waggle dance and basically appear to piss off at random. Okay? It's a less weird finding than the finding they discovered when they studied the behavior of ants, which is that about 30% of ants do absolutely bugger all, okay? But what was interesting about this is they thought this is strange. Bees have been around for 20 million years. Evolution detests waste. Why would evolution tolerate this level of waste in a system that's basically persisted for 20 million years? By this stage, evolution should have produced sort of basically bee compliance officers that demand that everybody adheres to the waggle dance so you can actually, basically, you can hit your quarterly target for whatever it is, for pollen collection for Q3, or whatever it might be. And then they looked at it as a complex system and realized that if you don't have the rogue bees, the random bees, the hive gets trapped in a local maximum and starves to death. It gets over-optimized on the past, okay? Because all big data comes from the same place, the past. The hive will then become preoccupied in harvesting sources of pollen that it knows about and completely underinvest in discovering new fields where flowers may have come into bloom or new opportunities. And this, by the way, is known, wrongly I think, as the explore-exploit trade-off. I don't think it's a trade-off at all. I think it's our Western mindset that sees it as a Westerner, we're inclined to see two different activities as automatically being in conflict. I've got a Hindu friend called Jagbala who describes this as monotheism. He says that all Westerners have to have one theory to explain everything. To an Eastern mindset, you'd see this as a kind of unity of opposites, two complementary things which contribute to each other. So you can't afford to explore if you're not good at exploiting, but if you don't explore, you don't know what to exploit. Okay? And it's a well-known thing which occurs not only in animal foraging, not only in insect behavior, it also occurs in algorithm design, by the way. They come across exactly the same thing. And maybe even more important than this, there's a Dr. Helen Taylor at King's College London who believes it's also the reason for human neurodiversity. That in any group of 150, 200 people in the ancestral environment, it fundamentally pays to have a certain group of people who see the world differently. I've also added a possible thing, which is it may be one of the reasons why we have a sense of humor as well, because humor is effectively an emotional incentive for looking at things in a different way. But this is absolutely fascinating idea, but this is roughly speaking how the maths of explore and exploit are different, okay? So you have exploit, okay? Uncertainty, you keep it low. Focus, efficiency and growth. Financial philosophy, safe haven with steady returns and dividends. Culture and process, linear execution, embracing planning, predictability and minimal failure. People and skills, managers who are strong at organizing and planning, okay? You contrast that with explore, which is focus is search and breakthrough. Financial philosophy is many small bets expecting few outsized winners, okay? Culture and process, iterative experimentation, embracing speed, failure, learning and rapid adaptation or adaption, and people and skills, you want explorers who are really comfortable with and excel in uncertainty. Now, roughly speaking, okay, that's the marketing department, and that's the fuckers you have to deal with every day, okay? Very brutally put, okay? And the reason they're such a screaming pain, by the way, that's an ad agency, and that's a fucking holding company, okay? Bit controversial, but I'll leave it at that, okay? Right? Now, the problem you have there is that the maths are totally different, right? One of them is thin-tailed. In other words, low variance, high certainty, predictability. The downside of the thin tail is you can do so much, but you'll never find anything amazing. One of the reasons why you have random bees is that it increases your surface area exposure to positive upside optionality, which is another way of saying you might get lucky. It's why teenagers go to parties, right? They don't have a party strategy. They don't do a cost-benefit analysis for every party they go to. They simply know that if you stay at home, nothing that good is ever going to happen, right? It's a very similar reason. And fundamentally, okay, marketing, I would argue, which is heavily weighted towards explore, not exploit, is fat-tailed. By which I mean very small things in a thin-tailed environment, okay? This, by the way, is what led to the Lehman Brothers collapse, which is they thought that the behavior of these financial instruments was going to be thin-tailed, and it turned out to be very, very fat, okay? So you've got nonsensical statements like we've had, 7 Six Sigma events, for 7 days in a row. Now, that would only happen in like 100 trillion years unless you've got the maths wrong. And they've got the maths wrong. And I'd argue that finance, for a large part, which is fundamentally focused on exploit, is applying completely the wrong maths to marketing. Just to give you an idea, you are basically held responsible for the cost of everything you do. But if you did something 13 months ago, which made millions of pounds in perpetuity, does any of that come back into the credit balance of what you do after the financial year has ended? Zilch, okay? We had an idea for a client about, getting on for 12 years ago, which to this day makes them 10 to 12 million pounds a year of incremental high margin income. We got paid for that 25 grand, okay? And then it occurred to me, I was obviously a bit pissed off about that, and I realized it's just as bad for the clients who did that. Because they had to account for the £25,000. Subsequent to perhaps the first year, they get absolutely no carryover credit for the lifetime compounding value of that idea. Okay? So ROI doesn't work as a marketing metric, fundamentally. It only works in a highly linear, very highly deterministic setting. It doesn't work in what should be the exploratory part of the business. So fundamentally, the explore part is probabilistic, not deterministic. It focuses on opportunity rather than efficiency, abundance versus scarcity, positive sum versus trade-offs. It's relational, not transactional. I could go on, okay? A version of what I'm saying, okay, I've said that ROI doesn't really work. To optimize the whole, you need to sub-optimize the parts. In a fat-tailed system, okay, you cannot improve the effectiveness of a large group of people by improving the efficiency of the individuals within the group. You have to practice a kind of group selection. You can't say that the short term is a guide to the long term. I mean, okay, if you imagine the advertising world now is in danger of turning into a publishing world where they say, you write a book and we'll give you royalties on the sales in the first 5 days, okay? Right? Because it has no capacity to carry over the value it creates to justify its future expenditure. Now, there is a version of writing like that. It's not called publishing, it's called tabloid journalism, fundamentally. And I think you can see the same trend appearing in what you might call tabloid advertising. It's advertising the only possible rationale for which is what it does within its sort of 3-day half-life, or whatever. Jeff Bezos got close to this, where he made a point, when he's saying that business is fat-tailed, he made the point that in baseball, the most you can score in a single hit is 4. In cricket, it's probably more than 6, but it's effectively 6. And Jeff Bezos made the point, in business, you can sometimes score 150 with a single hit. In other words, those are the things that are on that fat tail where unusual events are not, it's not safe to ignore the possibility or potential of unusual events because they're actually much more common and much more potent than they would be in a thin-tailed world. And if you want a bit more authority for this, Nassim Taleb, my friend, who is probably the world's leading authority on promoting the acceptance of fat-tailed distributions, said to me, marketing is fat-tailed. In other words, you'll know this, by the way, if you look back on your careers, 10% of what you did really contributed about 90% of the value. You only realize this in hindsight because everything we're busy with seems important at the time. But when you look back on it, 3 or 4 decisions you make all the difference. David Ogilvy himself said, in my entire life, I've only had 5 big ideas. Okay? Really, when you look at the things that are totally game-changing, generally, they're not all that frequent. And the question is, why is marketing fat-tailed? Very simple reason, because real life is fat-tailed. Marketing has to exist in the real changing world, not in the artificial sort of, effectively, the artificially stable world of theory. And because it therefore has to cope with real world dynamics and real world principles, real life is totally fat-tailed. You know, if you had failed to catch a bus sometime in like 1997, you'd now have completely different kids, right? Okay, it's that fat-tailed, okay? The whole First World War was basically caused because a chauffeur in Sarajevo took a wrong turn, all right? It's massively fat-tailed. And yet, most people are trying to win arguments and make sense of the world by pretending it isn't. I mean, most of business is probabilistic. The most effort in business is devoted to pretending that it isn't. All right? It's the pretense, effectively, of certainty, the pretense of knowledge, or what the great Roger Martin will be talking about later, which is basically fake science, false science, something that looks like science but doesn't have anything like the validity or predictive value of science. So I better skip. But is Benjamin here? That's good, because if he's not here, it doesn't look like a Crawley bum lick. But this is our Samsung client who makes exactly the same point as Jeff Bezos, I would argue, and exactly the same point about thin-tailed versus fat-tailed activities. And he says he remembers walking around the Cannes Advertising Festival a couple of years ago, all these platforms, the Googles, the Facebooks, etc., and of course, the tech world and the consulting world have a massive vested interest in pretending that the world is infinitely measurable and predictable, okay? There's an enormous, huge dose of self-interest in pretending that quantification will provide you with all the answers, because that's what they sell, okay? They're all telling me about how we can optimize. We can change this and get another percentage point here or there. And for me, that's great, and we should probably have teams focusing on that. I agree with him, just as you should have hired Brian Poole and the Tremolos, okay? Brian Poole and the Tremolos, safe bet, Beatles, wild card. Do both. Got it? All right? Now, you should probably have teams focusing on that because, of course, it can be worth millions, as indeed it is. But you need to take that leap of faith or informed gut decision to create something different and compelling. Otherwise, compare the Meerkat where I used to work. That campaign would never happen. At Audi, Vorsprung durch technique would never happen. All the research said those ideas shouldn't happen, but you have to dare to be different, otherwise you do not cut through the noise. A fat-tailed marketing decision I was just listening to the other day, the pumpkin spice latte, and I've never actually had one because it sounds disgusting, to be absolutely honest. That appeared very low on the list when they researched possible autumnal drinks for Starbucks. I think it's now made them $500 million, okay? They ignored their research and effectively went with their gut feel. Does the marketing team, by the way, get a larger budget as a result of that success? Basically, no, they just get to keep their jobs for another year. That's how asymmetric the risk and reward is in marketing. Okay? There's not much incentive to do anything fat-tailed, because if it goes wrong, you get all the shit, And if it goes brilliantly well, someone pats you on the back, and then when they come to write the annual report, they put all the credit into like economies of scale or supply chain management or some bullshit like that that Harvard writes about, okay? Because you never read in an annual report, we had a great marketing idea and fuck me, did it make us a lot of money? Because nobody wants to present themselves that way. They want to pretend that everything that they've done to make themselves successful is consonant with the economic theory practiced by the people making the judgment. Anyway, very quickly, soft power. One of the most long tail but extraordinary potent things you can do. This woman is Donella Meadows, the late Donella Meadows, who is a great practitioner of complexity theory and also environmental thinking. And the observation she made is pretty similar to the one Benjamin Brown was making, in fact, which is that she wrote a famous piece while debating NAFTA regulation. Doesn't sound like my kind of meeting, but there we go. Where she lists, in order of increasing importance, the most powerful ways to intervene in a system. And at the bottom, it's twiddling nerdy numbers, okay? It's fiddling with parameters, fiddling with buffers, relative delays, negative feedback loops. This is the small stuff. And what Donella said is, this is mostly what gets all the attention, because it's effectively a bit thin-tailed. It's within the realms of measurement and prediction. The really powerful ways to intervene in a system, however, most powerful of all is the mindset or paradigm from which the system emerges, and top of the entire list is the power to transcend paradigms. And so that's a soft power thing. It's a thin-tailed thing. It's unbelievably difficult to do. I would argue selfishly that Ogilvy did it to a degree with Dove. I would say that maybe it isn't as difficult as Donella Meadows believes. It's just they're talking to the wrong people. That you can actually change the paradigm, fundamentally the entire frame, the frame of reference through which people perceive the world, make comparisons, and therefore make decisions. And this is a Donella quote. It's in the space of mastery over paradigms that people throw off addictions, live in constant joy, bring down empires, get locked up or burned at the stake, or crucified and shot, and have impacts that last for millennia. Okay? There are a whole load of paradigms which, when you think about it, maybe they've taken 30 years to change, but they're now completely stable and at a completely new equilibrium, and everything people do becomes fundamentally different when they perceive the world differently. This is my favorite one, which I have to show for moral reasons. I know I showed it last year. I show it at every talk I give. It's a paradigm shift in how we understand speed. Now, on the outside, it's by a man called A.L. Peer, who's an academic behavioral scientist at the University of Jerusalem, and he invented a thing called the paceometer. The speedometer shows, as all speedometers do, distance per time. Meters per second, miles per hour, kilometers per hour. The paceometer does it backwards, in the way that European countries do fuel economy differently. Not miles per gallon, but liters per 100 kilometers. What you see, and Nassim described this as mathematically trivial but completely counterintuitive, is that as you go faster for any given distance, the time saving gets less and less and less. Okay? If you accelerate from 10 miles an hour to 20 miles an hour over a 10-mile distance, you save 10 minutes. If over the same distance you accelerate from 70 to 80, you save about a minute. It's not worth it. What that teaches you is that going fast is quite a good idea. Going very fast is an idiot's game. The fuel consumption goes up, the risk of injury goes up, the risk of accident goes up, the risk of severity of accident goes up, okay? All of those things go up exponentially. Your stopping time, your stopping distance goes up exponentially. The journey time is basically flattening out. If anybody had seen a paceometer, we would have built high speed 2 by now, but it wouldn't have gone nearly as fast, okay? It wouldn't have had to go in a straight line. It could have had intermediate stations where trains could stop. No one ever says, I'd go to Manchester today, but it takes 7 minutes too long. The reason I show the paceometer is that people come up to me and go, ever since I saw that, I've changed the way I drive. That's the point. I think if the whole world saw a paceometer, you'd save a few thousand lives a year. I haven't got time to do this because you're looking a bit desperate, aren't you? Okay, this is one of my favorite paradigm shifts. Fundamentally, the human brain can't look at 2 maps at the same time, okay? If you have to plan a journey and the 2 possible modes of travel are on 2 separate maps, forget about it. And Londoners basically think the tube map is a map of London. So what do? This, the overground, cost £200 million. It carries as many people as the Elizabeth line in a day. The Elizabeth line cost £20 billion. How do you manage to carry as many people for 1% of the cost? The answer is, no, don't spend money on engineering, change the paradigm. What they did is they built a few miles of track, they improved the rolling stock. I'm not denying they did some physical things. They then pretended it was a tube line and added it to the tube map. And immediately, Londoners could make sense of a mode of travel. Londoners, if they see a British Rail logo, basically, it might as well be invisible to them, unless they're planning to leave London. So if you brand something as a railway station, I knew people who lived like 200 yards from Clapham High Street Station. They didn't know where the trains went from there, okay? That was literally 20 billion, or not quite 20 billion, but $19.8 billion of value, created mostly with pixels, with ink, and by changing the mindset through which someone perceived a London journey. It's a paradigm shift again. This is one of my favorites. Someone here in marketing has had an idea which makes the entire hotel industry, I would argue, an extra $200 or $300 million a year. And it's entirely, it doesn't require anything to be added to the room. There are no Corby trouser presses, there are no mini bars involved, there are no costs. What they've simply done is normally when you book a hotel, it goes standard room, deluxe room, junior suite, whatever it is, bridal suite. It's simply ordered by quality of room. And someone spotted that you could get people to pay a premium for a room, regardless of size, which was close to the pool, or, this is purely theoretical in my part, a room that's close to the gym. And so suddenly, without actually having to change anything physical, you can simply describe something differently, okay? And people will pay more for it. This is worth hundreds of millions to the hotel industry. No one will get any of the credit. Okay? I mean, you can obviously use the pool wherever you are in the hotel, but it means wandering down the corridors in a toweling robe, which makes you look a bit Jeffrey Epstein, to be absolutely honest, okay? So being really close to the pool, you know, it's a real bonus, okay? This is pure genius. So the question is, in a fat-tailed world, the job is take rare... This is how the rogue bees should be looked. Take their rare moments of brilliance and discovery and use exploit to amplify them. Okay? What you might call the boring bees' view of the world is let's maximize efficiency by replicating mediocrity, by continuing to do what we've done all the time, but in a boring way. And so, final slide, don't need this, don't worry. Okay, very simple. The greatest form of soft power is to just create a paradigm shift. Very simply, rather than trying to change the world, we can change how people see the world. When people see the world differently, they behave differently. That then changes the world. Or in the words of our latest speaker, Dan Davis, in fact, matching the variety and complexity of the world, he's a former Bank of England economist, by the way, or I would say recovering Bank of England economist. Matching the variety and complexity of the world with the capacity to process it is every bit as important an economic phenomenon as matching supply and demand. That is probably the perfect description of how marketing soft power can really change the world. That's me. Thank you very much indeed. And back to Dan and Carl.
You get to see why he's so TikTok famous when you see long-form Rory. Although long-form Rory sometimes is long-form Rory. And we get the terrible job of escorting him off stage. But that's because we've got so much more for you today. So much more.
We're like the bouncers of the event. Now, there are, our first bouncer duty here, there are people standing at the back. So if you do have a seat next to you, we'd ask you to please move up or put your hand up if you have the seat next to you so people can see where they can come and sit down.
The seats here. If you can shuffle down rows, make space at the ends of the rows to let people in. It's a very busy room. Now, you may not know this, but that talk was actually sponsored by our great friends at News UK. They have been steadfast supporters of Nudgestock, and the fact is that this festival would not be free to air to the world, to the millions of people beyond this room, if it weren't for our incredible sponsors. And there are watch parties happening all over the world, in Ghana, in Kuwait, in Singapore, all kinds of veritable, wonderful organizations, doctors and nurses and behavioral scientists who are tuning in. All of that is possible because of News UK, because of Instapanel, Herdify, Relative Insight, Brain Suite, OCEG, and the London School of Economics, who keep this festival free and live online, and we are incredibly grateful for their support. So thank you so much to our sponsors.
Now, we are absolutely thrilled to welcome to the Nudgestock stage something totally different, something you won't have seen on the speaker circuit. Our next speaker lives a fascinating double life. For half the year, she's deep in the jungles of Uganda, studying chimpanzees. The other half, she's here with us, studying humans. Professor Katie Slocum is one of the world's foremost experts in primatology. Prepare yourselves for a fascinating glimpse into the primate roots of leadership, influence, and even, everyone's favorite, social manipulation.
Now, if you have questions for Katie, please put them on the Slido. So you should be seeing the Slido link now on the screens. It's sli.do. And then hashtag Nudgestock 2025. If you're watching live online, please send in your questions too, and Rory will pose them to Katie at the end of her presentation. But fresh from the jungle, the chimp whisperer, Dr. Katie Slocum.
Hello everyone, it's amazing to be here, and for me it's amazing to be in a completely different non-academic kind of environment for the day, and I'm super excited to be here. So I'm going to talk to you about power in chimpanzees today, and because this is a little bit left field, I am going to just start by introducing myself. So I'm a psychologist by training, but yet, as Dan said, I spend considerable amounts of time chasing chimpanzees around the rainforests of Africa. And I have such what I think is an awesome job because I'm an evolutionary psychologist. So I'm interested in how the human mind has evolved. So many of you might be comfortable with the idea that our physical form has evolved over time. So we've gone from being quadrupedal to being bipedal. But it's not just our bodies that have changed. Our minds have undergone massive evolutionary change. And I'm interested in trying to understand that. Questions like, what makes the human mind special compared to other species? What is it to be uniquely human? And how did things like human social cognition evolve? And to answer those kind of questions, one of the most powerful ways you can do that is to study chimpanzees and other living primates. So here you can see us along with members of our fellow primate family. And the idea is that by comparing human traits to those of other primates, we can try and estimate what our now extinct last common ancestors with those species might have been. And chimpanzees are particularly important because, along with bonobos, they are a good model of what that last common ancestor that we shared with them 5 to 7 million years ago might have been capable of. So if we find an ability, say, recognizing yourself in the mirror, a fundamental of self-awareness, and we find that we can do that from about 18 months of age, but bonobos and chimpanzees can also pass that test of self-recognition, we can then make the inference that probably that's because we inherited that trait from our now extinct last common ancestor. So we can start to make estimations of what the mind of that individual was actually like. So now I've told you theoretically why I study chimpanzees, let me tell you a bit more about them. So chimpanzees live all across equatorial Africa. They live in communities of between about 50 and 200 individuals. They tend to live in rainforest environments, but do go into woodland and more arid areas. Like us, they're omnivores, so they eat primarily fruit and leaves, but also insects, honey, and meat if they can catch it. And they are incredibly social. So they invest a huge amount of time and energy into their social relationships within that community. So I've been lucky enough to work at 3 sites, which I'm going to talk to you about today, in Uganda, so with 3 different communities of wild chimpanzees. I started my PhD work 20 years ago in the Bodongo forest. Then I've worked at Ngogo, which is where Chimp Empire was filmed, that many of you have seen. If you haven't, I highly recommend it. And then also with another group in Kibale with the Kanyawara community. So what does power look like in chimpanzees? Well, for this, I'm going to talk to you about how Bodongo was structured when I first went there as a PhD student 20 years ago. And the clear alpha male of the community was Dwayne. So this is Dwayne. He was an incredibly physically strong chimp, but also very, very good at relationship building. And we'll come back to that later. Second in command was Marnie. We then had other mid-ranking males like Zephyr, Nick, and Boba. And then we had the lower-ranking males, Bob and Musa. And this is a linear hierarchy with the adult males. So you never get equal ranking individuals. It is very clear who is dominant to who. And the male chimpanzees invest a huge amount of time and energy into trying to better their place in that hierarchy. All of those males are aspiring to be the alpha, and they use all the tools in their kit to try and get there. It's not a particularly egalitarian society in the chimpanzee world, so all adult males are dominant to all females. Within the females, there are still some power dynamics. So there's a clear alpha female in this community, Nambi. And then there are other high-ranking females who've successfully raised offspring, so Banyura in the center and Quera. And then at the low-ranking end of things, you've got the young females who've yet to successfully raise an infant, and also females that have joined from other communities. So that's what power looks like in chimpanzees. But what does it get you? Why do the males struggle for this alpha status their whole lives? Well, it actually has quite a lot of benefits. So research has shown that the higher ranking you are, the better feeding position you get in the tree. So the higher up you feed. And that's probably because the sunlight has ripened those fruits at the top of the tree to a higher degree, they've got a higher sugar content, and you're getting more nutrition from those figs. Females will mate with all males in the community to try and disguise the paternity of their offspring, to try and reduce infanticide risks. But all of the long-term field sites show that the high-ranking males father far more offspring than the low-ranking males. So they're much more able to monopolize the females when they're maximally receptive to then get the offspring. It also comes with nice perks. So there's a lot of grooming. So we know that grooming has a hygienic function. They remove parasites from each other, but it's much more than that. They get a huge endorphin release from being groomed. And there's a lot of grooming that goes up the hierarchy. So lots of low-ranking individuals will groom those above them to try and make friends with them. So if you're high-ranking, you get a lot of nice massagey grooming all day. Who wouldn't want that? And you also get quite valuable resources. So if they hunt successfully, the carcass usually always ends up with a dominant male who then gets to decide who is going to share that meat with him. So the other thing that chimpanzee kind of high-rankingness gives you is respect from community members. And I think this is quite a human kind of quality that the high-ranking individuals, seem to lap up that respect. And in chimpanzees, it's a very, very kind of obvious signal. So if we go back to our hierarchy, if Nick approaches Dwayne in the forest, he's likely to emit a pank grunt. So this is a vocalization as he greets him. And it's often kind of combined with a bobbing or a bowing gesture. So they're really, really demonstrative in their respect for those above them in the hierarchy. So here we're going to see Jared greeting Wes. Oh. So you can see, really kind of very clear, there's no doubt he is saying, please be nice to me, I submit to you, you are above me in the hierarchy. So that's what the chimpanzee power gets you. But how do you get there? What are the routes to being alpha male or second in command? And we're going to look at two routes, the first of which essentially is brawn. So it's physical intimidation and aggression. So rather than just being aggressive all the time, it's more energy efficient to simply display your physical strength. And adult males do this a lot. So here we see Kakama doing an intimidation display. Ground slapping, throwing stuff. And believe believe me, when they come past you doing that, it is really frightening. And their physical strength is absolutely clear. So those saplings that he can just bend over like that, I could move them about that much. They are incredibly strong. And by doing those displays, they are demonstrating their physical strength to whoever is watching. Getting a display like Kakama's, who was the alpha male in Kanyawara, takes time, though. And one of the really nice things as a researcher is that often the chimpanzee juveniles will practice their displays by doing them at us, at the researchers. So this is Kabachwezi, who's just 8, kind of trying to develop those displaying behaviors. So it's good stomping. Oh, very strong. Yeah, good sapling bend. But just lost it a bit at the end there. So, and then they sat there and looked slightly embarrassed for a while afterwards. But the beginning bit, very solid. And you know, so it takes time to put together those displays of physical intimidation. And those that I've shown you so far have been silent. But there are also, the chimpanzees also will put them together with pant hoot vocalizations. Having slight problems going on to the next. Oh, perfect. And so this is their long-distance communication vocalization, but it's also, again, just adds to that sense of intimidation and strength. So this is Zephyr, one of the best drummers that we had in Bodongo, so he's going to show you his pants hoot and drumming on a buttress tree. And again, just to qualify, if I tried to drum on that buttress, you might at best get a very dull thud. The strength with which they're hitting those buttress trees is incredible, and that drumming can carry for up to 1 kilometer through the forest. So that was him, and then we've got Nick and Bwoba demonstrating then the combination of the kind of charging display with the pant hoot. So this is all a public showcase of look how big and strong I am, essentially. But sometimes that's not enough, and you do have to just show direct aggression to others. So this is Kakama in a completely unprovoked against Takagama. Come on, let's have a play. Oh, there we go. Yeah, looking pretty proud of himself there. Well done. You've just beaten up a juvenile very strong. But so this kind of physical aggression is commonplace. It happens multiple times in any day. And again, but the adult males do tend to pick the weaker members of the community to kind of showcase their strength. They actually rarely take on those that they're more closely matched with. As again, they're doing it tactically. But it's not all about brawn. So kind of the second route to that elusive alpha male position is relationship building. And in particular, male chimpanzees will form very close partnerships called alliances or coalitions with other individuals who are relatively close to them in the rankings. And the idea would be then that, say, Nick and Zephyr would form an alliance to try and topple Marnie, get into second place, and then eventually together to topple Dwayne, to then between them they would have to fight it out to see who got the top spot. But so that's the kind of idea. So how do they do this? What kind of behaviors do they do to form these really strong relationships? And grooming, again, is a really top one. So again, getting that endorphin release and grooming each other seems to be a really important way of social bonding for chimpanzees. But you also then support each other in fights. And so here you'll see Johnny, who has just killed this monkey that they're now eating. And Unisema here is a juvenile, and he's been kind of annoying Johnny because he's been begging for meat, and Johnny doesn't want to give him any. So when Johnny's kind of alliance partner, Makoku, approaches, you'll see Johnny do an arm raise gesture at Unisema, which is an aggression, and Makoku immediately attacks him. So here comes Makoku. There's the arm raise. Oh, don't do that. That's quite close. So you can see there, and again, Johnny didn't really need help against Innocenna. He's only a juvenile. But again, it's a demonstration to everyone there that's watching. If you annoy one of us, you annoy both of us. So you're taking on both of us. So be careful. And as I said, if you're high-ranking, you end up usually with valuable resources like meat. And again, coalition partners will share meat preferentially with each other. So this is Kakama with a monkey carcass, and he's going to allow Tongo to come in and share that with him. And again, sharing in chimpanzees is never very active. This kind of tolerated theft is about as good as it gets. There we go. But it's not just meat that's a valuable resource. So even when in the forest, if they find a valuable food resource, something that's tasty food that they want, they quite often then give these food-associated calls. So they sound if they find a food that they like. And we wondered, well, are they just broadcasting to anyone, I found this food that I like, or actually are they using these vocalizations tactically? And so we did a series of experiments where we played back the pant hoot that you saw Zephyr doing to simulate the arrival of specific individuals into the vicinity to see whether it would make a feeding male give those grunts or not. So here we're going to see Frank in both videos. In this trial, he's going to hear a playback of Squibs, who he really likes. It's a friend, and he's higher ranking than Frank. So it's someone that he wants to impress. And you'll hear Anne commentating, who was the researcher that did this with me. So he's munching away on flowers and leaves.
He's been feeding for 6 minutes, eh?
That's the playback.
This is Frank making food grunts, panthoot and food grunt.
Okay, so he responded very positively, produced those vocalizations to try and attract squibs in to share this food that he'd found. In contrast, this is Frank in a trial where he's going to hear Zalou from up here, and he doesn't really like Zalou, and Zalou is slightly lower ranking than him. So let's have a look at his reaction to that.
Sam is about to play Zalou.
That's it. He's obviously heard.
Still continuing feeding. He just looked, but he doesn't make any food grunts.
So he has no intention of telling Zalou that he has found good food at that place. So we know that, again, this is one of these behaviors that they do direct preferentially at these individuals that they want to form these really close partnerships with. But it's not just about forming those very close alliances with one or two other males. It's also about getting the support of the wider community, so support of the females and lower-ranking individuals. And there are a number of ways that high-ranking males do this. So first of all, high-ranking males play a special policing function, where if two lower-ranking individuals are fighting, they will just do one of those intimidation displays right through the middle, just slap everyone, break it up, and get the attention refocused on them so that the squabble breaks up and it is not a thing anymore. So that's one thing that they do. In order to kind of curry favors with the males will groom the females, but they will also show a softer side and they will play with the infants of those females, and that is delightful to see. And thirdly, they do also use grooming down the hierarchy. So here we've got Buckner, who's the big dominant individual, and he's been approached by little Whitland. There's just been a fight. You can hear screaming still in the background. Whitland's feeling a bit anxious. He's whimpering, and Buckner just reassures him with a little groom. Hopefully.
Whitman approaching Buckner.
So he's a bit unsure.
Whimpers from Whitman.
Then he just gives him a nice groom. And again, that will give Whitland some endorphin release, make him feel better. And so they don't just use grooming totally tactically. They do use it to be nice as well. So of route A and route B, which is necessary to get to alpha male status? Well, in chimpanzees, route A is actually necessary, and we know this from individuals who sadly sustained really severe snare injuries in the forest. Hopefully in a minute, if my clicker will work, we'll see Max. There we go. So this is poor Max from Kanyawara, who's unfortunately lost both of his feet to snare injuries that were set for bushmeat. And Max will never, ever be high-ranking because he can't engage effectively in those intimidation displays or being aggressive to others. So if you can't use your brawn in the chimpanzee world, you won't ever make it. But one individual who did use brawn successfully to get to alpha male, eventually in Bodongo, was Nick. So Nick had an alpha ship that lasted about 2 years because he got there purely by fear and intimidation. I'm just having, oh, there we go, there's Nick. So he used really almost exclusively route A. He did get there, but he didn't last that long. In contrast, we've got Dwayne. So Dwayne, as I introduced you at the beginning, was alpha male when I arrived, and he was alpha male for 10 years. And that, in my view, is because he used a good combination of route A and route B. So he was physically very impressive, but he relationship builded. And he put the effort into those relationships. And it was, I'll just leave you with one last anecdote. One time where this just was so obvious was one day we were in the forest, we were watching Dwayne up in a tree with another male. Dwayne started to do an intimidation display, which up in a tree is risky. I really would like this video to play. There we go. So they're making incredible leaps when they're displaying like this in the tree, and sometimes it doesn't go well. And on this particular day, Dwayne was chasing Zephyr. He got hold of him. They both fell. They fell about 30 meters and landed right in front of me. Both of them were screaming. I was really worried they were going to attack me because they were in a lot of pain. Dwayne landed on the bottom, and we think he broke his leg. He couldn't climb to feed for several days. He was obviously in a lot of pain. He definitely couldn't protect himself from aggression or display. And we thought, that's it. It's the end of Dwayne. He is going to drop in the hierarchy like a stone. But no, because Marnie, my favorite of all the males, second in command, stuck to him like glue. And anybody that displayed near him or even thought about being aggressive, Marnie just came back at them way stronger, sent them away, sent them packing, and he stayed with Dwayne until Dwayne had recovered his strength, got over the injury, and Dwayne had another really good, successful couple of years after him. But that's because he'd put the time and effort into his relationship with Marnie, and he'd groomed him, he'd shared meat, he'd helped him in fights. And then for Dwayne, that paid enormous dividends. So with that, I would like to thank all the people whose footage I've shown you today, and yourselves, and ask if you had any questions.
Absolutely. Come and sit down. This is fantastic. I'm afraid we've only got 3 minutes. One of the things I heard, which was fantastic the other day from American academia before the first Trump victory, was that nobody in academia believed that Trump was going to win the first time round, except all the primatologists who knew he'd win. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, someone has actually asked that question here, which I think was to be expected, to be honest. Someone else has also asked an interesting question. Effectively, sorry, I've messed this up. Sorry, I've got a scrolly thing. So there's a patriarchal structure.
Yeah.
There's a kind of recognizable status thing. Status is both displayed in, I suppose you might say, 2 contradictory ways. Is that fair? Which is, it's that same human contradiction, which is we're part selfish and part collaborative.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is often sort of at the root, we might argue, in current human problems.
Yeah.
Did you predict a Trump win?
I stayed agnostic, I guess.
Yes,
but it doesn't surprise me. I think he does show more of those qualities that are more demonstrably associated with power, which I think some people still find appealing, and it's very clear. He makes it very demonstrative. He is a powerful individual. So he doesn't do a full intimidation display, but he has those qualities.
And interestingly, some of his strategies, I mean, the surgical use 2 days ago of the word fuck, I thought was equivalent to that thing you mentioned where you basically run through the group as policemen and basically go, you're all idiots, effectively, stop this, which is quite interesting. There's a question here, is it true that bonobos are actually matriarchal in structure?
Yes.
They are.
Yes.
So chimps, the other close relative bonobos, effectively have a female-dominated structure where the females dominate status.
So it's really interesting that it's exactly the opposite. It's not quite that then all females outrank all males, but it's much more that the highest ranking female in bonobo, her son is likely to be very high ranking as well. So it's kind of more nepotistic, keep it in the family. But yes.
So it's actually, because there's another question here, fantastically, to what extent is status to some extent hereditary? Now, if they're not sure of their paternity.
Yeah, so in chimps, not at all.
Because there's no knowledge of,
I mean, again, the son of the alpha female got a helping hand at the beginning because she would support him in fights, but that's when he was kind of younger. Once he was fully adult, all the adult males then really are by themselves.
It doesn't matter where they... and of course, I suppose maternity is certain, whereas paternity is ambiguous.
Is unknown in chimps.
So in the bonobo community, of course, you know who the mother is, exactly. And so the status is more hereditary.
Yes. And the
By the way, male bonobos, you've got to break through that glass ceiling, guys. I mean, it's ridiculous. How long has this been going on? For goodness sake. And we've got a question here from Andrew Tate, only kidding. It's actually from Matt, which says, is there a correlation between testosterone levels and status?
Yes, there is, yes. And those most dominant males have very high testosterone levels.
One other person asked, the alpha male phrase, which is often used, somebody's claiming that it's been slightly debunked, but you'd say that your observation of chimps would suggest that there very much is, or there tends to be, at the top of the hierarchy.
Absolutely, unequivocally. The difference between the alpha male and all of the other male, the gap between alpha male and the beta male is massive in comparison to the gaps between the others. So we quantify that hierarchy in terms of how many of those vocalizations each male receives, and the number that the alpha male receives blows everyone clear out of the water. And just the way the others respond to the alpha male is qualitatively different to all of the other males. So in chimpanzees, there is unequivocally an alpha male.
And so, and it's, as you said, it's a sort of projected aura which is regularly demonstrated through noise, behavior, and other activities. I'm intrigued about effectively. With humans, top-ranking people often swap favourites and mix fear and bonding tactics. That's pretty much what you see here. And there's a final question which is absolutely great, which is, what's the most surprising thing you've seen a chimp do to display status? And there's a follow-on question, what's the most surprising thing you've seen a human do?
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess for me, the most personally surprising was when I was involved in a male's intimidation display. So he came and then decided that having a good push at me was also kind of, wouldn't it be funny if I could knock over that weird white ape? And so I would say, that was quite shocking and frightening as well, to actually be involved. And in quite a lot of chimpanzee sites, that does happen, that the adult males will use pushing humans over as part of the display of their strength.
And it's simply, you prove it. You're not intending necessarily to hurt. You do it to prove that you can.
Yeah. It's just like, look at this.
Which is kind of a human.
These tall white ones can be pushed over. Like, wow, cool.
I mean, it's interesting because an awful lot of human displays of power aren't actually displays of force. They're displays of potential force, I suppose. It's absolutely fantastic. Okay, well... Okay, this has been absolutely fantastic. Will you be around until lunchtime?
Yes.
This is fantastic. So I'm sure we all have tons more questions. And this has been absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. It's a pleasure. How often do you get to meet a chimp whisperer? Has that ever happened for you before? I'm sure many of you spotted some of your colleagues during that talk, I'm sure. If you want to see more of Katie's work, you can see her on BBC iPlayer and National Geographic TV.
And now for something completely different. Nudgestock. 2 years ago, a friend of this festival, the brilliant scientist Catherine Templar-Lewis, who I hope is here today, she told me about a paper with an intriguing title, I Get High with a Little Help from My Friends, How Raves Can Invoke Identity Fusion and Lasting Cooperation via Transformative Experiences. I found in this paper an academic I could connect with. Dr. Martha Newson is Associate Professor of Psychology at the University of Greenwich and an expert in what makes us, us. She has studied everyone from football fans in Brazil to fanatics in Indonesia, and she's currently working with His Majesty's Prison Service.
Here to explain why babies sing and dance before they walk and talk, and which football fans are most willing to die for one another, please put your Nudgetock hands together for Martha Newson.
That song, I didn't know they were going to play it for me, but we actually played it in my wedding and everyone sang along, so I was tempted to get it all going. I think today I am your academic random bee. I've got an interest in bees as well. So I run the Changing Lives lab group at the University of Oxford, did my doctorate there, and I think I'm one of the very few academics who focused on football fandom at Oxford. Sometimes we'd get respondents in our survey saying, "What's Oxford doing football fans? Yeah, they don't know anything." I immersed myself in fan culture, knew nothing about it before, came out the other side, world expert in fandom. My obsession is with the power of us, what it means to belong, what it means to be part of a group. And that's led me to work with, let's check how this works. It's led me to work with some amazing populations around the world. I'm working with sauna users in Northern Europe at the moment around their rituals. I work with people in the underground festival and rave scene around awe and transformative experiences and how that binds us together. I've worked with people facing the pandemic in 122 countries, tens of thousands of people, and work with hardcore football fans. This guy up here has tattooed his club strip on his body. This is the kind of extreme identity fusion, the oneness of self and group, and he's just displayed it beautifully for me. My football work is now very much in prison. I've got a 10-year project with the Ministry of Justice where we bring in football clubs through the Twinning Project into prison where they deliver coaching programs. I said, you're offering so much more than a qualification. You're offering a meaningful, lasting identity, and that's the football family. And I've worked with fundamentalist Muslims in Indonesia as well. Of course, I had to compare fundamental religious beliefs with football ideologies. And can you guess who was more violent? It was the football fans, of course it was. I worked with the Vikings, and their common chant is, "Until death." So of all of these sort of studies, and there are many more populations I work with too, I've been invited today to talk about festival, and I just, big shout out to Nudgestock for wanting to have such a cool and fun topic to share today. So thank you very much for that. It is a bit slow loading, this thing. So the festival industry is worth over 3.5 billion, and it's growing as part of the experience economy. I think it's really important to just remember that a billion is a very, very big number. We have this bias in human psychology and our understanding of numbers where we don't really know what a billion is. We think the difference between 1 and 2 billion is the same as the difference between 1 and 2. It's not. That's a million, the tiny dot. That's a billion, many, many of those dots. Okay, many hunter-gatherer societies don't count up to 20, maybe even only to 5, because we've never had to conceptualize large numbers before we stored things as part of the agricultural revolution about 10,000 years ago. These are really big figures we're talking about, but it's not because of anything new and revolutionary in the festival scene. People are hungry for festival because they're seeking out experiences to connect and to make meaning. And these are fundamental to the human experience. Back in the 70s, Glastonbury cost about £1 a ticket. Now it's a lot more. And I think the reason that people go to Glastonbury is largely for ritual. Not only, there's also status and there's also FOMO and all these things, but I'm going to show you a few slides which visualize how Glastonbury does ritual. So one of the first things is the pilgrimage. People travel many miles with sacred objects, relics from previous festivals, and they make their way through these big structures and gateways and thresholds, classic anthropology. They make their way onto the site. They gather in ceremony at special points within the festival. This is Stone Circle. Anyone been to Glastonbury? Hands up. Anyone who would like to go but haven't? And anyone who would really never, ever like to go? Yeah, I can respect all of those views. I've been a fair few times. I've never paid for a ticket. I've always worked. One year I was rolled up in a carpet in the back of a pickup truck. Anyway, you gather at these special sites. So this is Stone Circle, very common to gather here the first night, the last night, and in the evenings. And you get an inversion of convention. Sit on the floor. What is dirty? Who needs electric? You could very easily have tables and chairs and people washing their hands regularly and electric lights, but you don't, because it's signaling that we're in a special moment in time. You also have these elaborate displays of visual identity. Now, I'm all for expressing yourself with your clothes, but that's not just what this is about. It's about signaling that you're part of a ritual experience, sharing it with others. And within that are many sub-tribes, all displaying their sort of peculiarities and their values and sort of what they're into. And if you can't cope with loads of sequins and wings, you can just wear a silly hat. And that is the festival norm. I can put on a silly hat, and I'm still participating in this kind of costume. You also get rather strict hierarchies. So on the one hand, festival or sort of collective events are very good at making us feel like we're part of something egalitarian. With celebrity culture, we have an inversion of the rules, classic carnivalesque from anthropological theory, where they're around in the mud with you, they're wearing their welly boots, you're mixing with these celebrities. But you also have a striving for hierarchy. So you've got the Evis clan, who are, there's a sort of devotional aspect to them. And you've got TP Valley, the original TP Valley from the hippies in the 60s and 70s. And then you've got the other part of the TP Valley where people are paying 10 grand for a weekend under a bit of canvas. So you have got all these hierarchies going on, and that's quite important, that kind of order in ritual. And finally, perhaps most obviously of all, you've got the pyramid stage, which they had right back in the 70s, very, very different feel back then. There's great footage out there. If anyone follows me on Insta, you'll see a story I posted earlier. This is all about synchrony. It's dance, it's music, it's coming together with shared intention and shared goals, and it's incredibly bonding. So all of this to say that Glastonbury's a pretty good ritual, with many little rituals built into it. Now, ritual's become a very sexy word the last 10 years or so, but I don't think ritual is where it's at. I think liminality is where it's at. Ritual is a kind of set of tools that give you this experience where we trust those who provide ritual. We treat it as a kind of magic, and we follow what happens in a ritual very, very carefully, and I'll explain why in a moment. But all of that is to produce an emotion or a feeling. Ritual helps us to embody this liminality. Ritual draws us into the liminal, the space between dusk and dawn where the usual boundaries blur. Here, everyday rules are suspended. Here, our imaginations and identities are free to encounter one another anew, not just to reflect who we are, but to catalyse who we might become together. So on the one hand, ritual's quite formulaic and keeps us sort of in this sort of safe pattern. It happens once a year or so, and we can go back to our normal lives, and we know how to adhere to it. On the other hand, it's this catalytic, transformative vortex. It's the archway, the gateway, it's dusk, it's standing on the precipice. So there's a huge amount of hope with it. I argue that ritual gives us social glue. I'm not the only one who does. Many different accounts of ritual, but I think this is the exciting thing about it and why it's relevant to your fields, because it's a really exciting and fun way to get people to be loyal. We evolved in community and our ancestors' lives depended on it. Without rituals, it would be very hard to tackle some of the challenge I've got below. So we've faced huge predators in our past, and we're not very fast, and we don't have sharp talons and claws. We're not as good at that stuff as the chimpanzees. They can climb up high, and they're much stronger than us. We can't do that. In Australia, I believe the indigenous Australians were facing 7-foot-high saber-toothed kangaroos. You know, really hard times. We faced natural disasters, very unpredictable, very hard to move anywhere else. We didn't have any kind of aid. And we're moving all across the world at a very rapid pace, encountering new environments and not really knowing how to deal with them in quite a short amount of time where we could adapt to those environments very readily. We also have warfare, tribal warfare. Believe it or not, we are at one of our least violent times in human history, even accounting for world wars. The yellow thing here, anyone know what that is to eat? And shout out. Yeah, it's a cashew. So I lived in Brazil for a while. I'll have some slides of that in a minute too. I got very fond of the cachoeira, the cashew tree. I had no idea that part of the cashew is poisonous and you have to burn off the fruit before you eat the highly nutritious nut inside. Who came up with that? Who decides to burn off a fruit to eat what's inside? It's a bit like salt and vinegar crisps. When I was young and I was vegetarian, they used to have a bit of wasp in them. Wasp. Who came up with wasp in vinegar crisps? But it worked, okay? And in human evolution, we've had to, in our generalist omnivorous diet, we're pretty good at scrounging, but we've had to be very careful because we will try anything. You can't in a lifetime figure out which you can and can't eat because you will die. So you have to do what your grandmother says, and you have to follow the rituals correctly, and you have to do it right every time. We have to figure out how to survive in different climates. Who figured out that to make clothes in Northern Europe, you would kill an animal, dry out its skin, get a piece of its sinew, get a piece of its bone, make a hole in a piece of the bone, get it very, very thin, put the sinew through, and then you could sew that animal's skin together to go on your skin. That's clothing. It's quite complex, right, for one generation. So we have to rely on the wisdom and culture of previous generations, and ritual allows us to adhere to that. What I'm talking about is both this sort of individualistic or culture-based ritual, but also the collective rituals where we come together in very large groups, often to celebrate, although not always. Class question. Any guesses what the difference between the two skulls is? And don't say one's big and one's small. Anyone want to be really brave? Yes, well done. If you're an academic, you don't get the point, though. Yes, the bigger one is Neanderthal. And anyone who is thinking the big one is the boy and the little one is the girl, you're wrong. So Neanderthals had a much bigger brain case, had a bigger brain mass. But that doesn't matter so much. It's much more about the strength and quality and volume of your neurons and your synaptic connections. Einstein famously had a very small brain mass as well. So what happened around 80,000 years ago, we've been trundling along with our anatomically modern human frames, but we hadn't made the cognitive or cultural leaps which were going on internally, which allowed us to do things like gossip and have ritual and cultural artifacts. Suddenly we get beads appearing in the archaeological record and things. So I would posit that Glastonbury is quite old. We can go back to the early 70s, certainly, and that's pretty good for subculture. Most subcultures don't last more than a generation. But we can go back, I would say, around 80,000 years ago for what the fundamentals of festival are. We can flick out and rave and all the rest of these big collective experiences people get excited about. You swap out the strobe lights for flickering firesides, and you swap out synthesizers for drumming on animal hides or on trees. So I came up with the 4 Ds. The drugs, dance, sleep deprivation, and drums. Don't feel the need to do all 4, it's a pick and mix. Okay, and they're kind of the not quite cornerstones, but pretty good pillars for collective ritual experiences. Use some combination of these, and you're going to have an altered state of consciousness, which is shared. It's a signal of a special time. We've been through this shared experience together, and it's very, very bonding. It says who's in the group and who's out of the group, who we can rely on in times of need, and who's not going to be repaying the favour later on. So drugs emerge in the archaeological record around 7,000 years ago, but probably used much earlier than that. This is a mushroom man depiction. Dance, it's a tricky one. We certainly get synchronized movement in insects even, but the kind of dance that is culturally symbolic of who belongs and who doesn't, and that's very, very easy to pick out. When you watch someone dance, what their cultural background is, I love that game. That's probably 80,000 years ago or so, but sort of proto-dance, maybe over 1 million years. Sleep deprivation's one of my favourites, and that's to do with the manipulation of darkness. It's lovely work from Richard Wrangham, it's a little old now, about gathering around the hearth. And we see hearths emerge in the archaeological record quite clearly about 1.5 million years ago. And this is people gathering together to protect themselves against darkness and all the dangers with that. Very, very bonding, and it's possibly where the lover's gaze emerged. And then we've got drums, and we've seen that that's very, very ancient. Indeed, human children will sing and dance before they can walk and talk, because it's a signal that they belong in the group and they can bond with you in a very simple, repetitive, rhythmic way. But here's the thing, ritual doesn't have to be nice. The 4Ds, depending on your cup of tea, they look kind of fun, right? Well, this is also a big ritual. This is Brazil losing 7-1 in the quarterfinals 2014, and I was out there as the only person in the whole of Brazil who really out. Football isn't much of a leisure activity. It's really stressful. We applied the same wisdom to look at fans of Premier League clubs. Now, those that are the most successful, who've had very few dysphoric, intensely harrowing experiences, they bond, but not as deeply as the fans of the losing clubs. So in the blue, we've got the Crystal Palaces and the Hulls and the West Bromwich Albions. Perennial losers, relegations. 1 in 3 are willing to jump in front of a train to save their fellow fans. The Arsenals, the Man United's about 1 in 10. All right, they're incredibly loyal, these fans of the losing clubs, because they've been through a collective shared ritual, much like evading a natural disaster or a warring tribe, and they have had to band together psychologically and have a sense that they can rely on one another through thick and thin. Now, I'm going to move on to mud, the great cred, credibility-enhancing displays. And I'd say, don't take Glastonbury's UXP, it doesn't apply very many places, but mud is a really good dysphoric experience. It's pretty intense being covered in it, you've got to wash it off, you're making a spectacle of yourself, very, very bonding, and it also displays, credibly, how much you care about and belong to a group. If you go out and you buy a Land Rover and you're signalling certain values with it, doesn't really mean much if you've got tons of money already. Rolling around in the mud for 3 days, I think, does. What I want to point out here is that there are negative experiences that are also ritualistic, which are both very bonding and also a good signal of your group membership. The power of us is ready to re-emerge. Never went away, and in many ways, I'm going to put my hand up and say, I'm not telling you anything new. You intuitively have this knowledge already. I've had some decent methodologies and some good data to support it, perhaps. And it's a little bit brave because it goes against the trends for the individualistic. What next is down to you. You are the change makers. I'm going to put a couple of my ideas here that we've evolved to attend and bond to ritual. Liminality is a kind of magic. Euphoric and dysphoric, the negative experiences bond us. And how can we be brave with that and play with it? And creds, those big displays that are challenging, really help signal who fully belongs. I want you to pause for a moment, because this has been a whirlwind for a few million years. What's one thing you will take away from today? One thing. I'm going to share my thing, which is that we have the power to make real change. Big bucks, sure, but maybe we can change the world a little bit with the power of us. Thank you.
That's absolutely fantastic. That was a very interesting statistic from the football. There's a great line in a Bob Dylan song called Brownsville Girl. Isn't it strange how people who've suffered together have more in common than those who are most content?
Yeah, he's got
and that's effectively capturing exactly the same thing. I've always argued that for a team bonding exercise, the best secret is to go on a trip that goes badly wrong. Okay, get people stuck at the Gare du Nord for 7 hours, Time your team bonding trip when there's, planned strike action is always my plan.
The trick to that as well is to have built-in reflection time. So what's nice about football in Europe, at least, is that you have away matches and you're travelling together. And there's a built-in time to reflect on it and make sense of it and change your sense of self, integrating those other group members.
So my idea for a WPP Margate campus is bang on the money, basically. Okay, thank you. Because I've always felt exactly that in travelling to a meeting, and of course the distance is important in terms of the pilgrimage.
Yeah.
I mean, my friend Ray Falk, he was the guy who did the Isle of Wight Festival 68, 69, 70. And I did say, Ray, why the fuck did you do it on the Isle of Wight? Which is where he lived, actually. He said, weirdly, the fact that it was difficult to get to was a positive, not a negative. You were signalling commitment. There's a great question here, actually. Many businesses and brands try to start communities only to find that nobody joins. Why and what should we do about it? Are we perhaps being insufficiently weird?
Yeah, it's disappointing when that happens. I'm immediately thinking of the weird paradigm of Western, educated, industrialized, rich and democratic, and how we cater to this very small section. And in doing that, we have expectations around our communities following what you were talking about, this very linear model of we make it and they'll come. Not so. I mean, grassroots, organic ideas are always best. Rituals can take up very quickly as well, like the Happy Birthday song. It's only about 100 years old, but you couldn't have a children's birthday without singing it.
No.
So there is something about it potentially being very rapid.
Terrible song, isn't it? Absolutely awful.
It's pretty basic.
A dirge, but you have to sing it.
So I think with those communities, when they don't work, don't always give up, but if there's not a need for it, if they've got community elsewhere, then you need to find what it is they need from the community.
But you would say, I mean, that Glastonbury effectively is fulfilling a missed need for common bonding, which you would say has been suppressed over the last some decades a little bit, or has lacked outlets. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, there's something about the church not being as prevalent. These clips from Glastonbury in 1971, these very gentle sort of fey people getting a huge spiritual kick from Glastonbury, and that's kind of changed. The hedonism with it has kind of changed. The spiritual environment maybe has, but for some people it's there. But it does provide a sense of us. It certainly does. And you can meet someone who's been to Glastonbury and reminisce with them even though you didn't party with them at the time. And I always think that's very powerful.
There's one final question for the person, which is, what can you do to help someone, and I slightly empathise with this person, who just finds it very difficult to be part of something?
Well, that's where online communities can be quite helpful. Overall, face-to-face is much better, but for people who really suffer with confidence, it can be very useful to have a more anonymised way in, looking for that shared experience, whether that's a sport you like, whether it's some experience of your past. Shared experience is a great head start to form a bond with someone.
Or indeed a shared love of behavioural science. I mean,
Yes.
we like to consider ourselves the sanitary alternative to Glastonbury, so that's fantastic. By the way, one final generic question. Will the talks be posted online? I think with one exception, the answer is yes. So good news for that person too.
It will all be online.
Very much
You
indeed.
will be able to share this
Fantastic.
with your teams.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Martha.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, on Newson, everybody. I know that FIFA and F1 are in the audience, so yes, take notes, but also share back with your teams and invite them to join us on the live feed. I know Martha, by the way, is actually doing some exec leadership for teams as well, so do go and have a chat with her. This is a festival itself. This is an opportunity for bonding and for networking.
Now, Nudgetock isn't just about fascinating theory, it's also about how to apply real-life behavioural science in the world.
Jordan Buck is a director with us here in the behavioural science practice at Ogilvy Consulting, and he was such a hit last year, we've brought him back.
Popular demand. Overcoming the behaviour change gap is the final frontier of marketing.
Hello everyone. Now, over the next 5 minutes, all of us in this room are going to be thinking a little bit more like a behavioural scientist. So, here in Ogilvy Consulting, we've done a lot of behavioural science work with Odeon. So Odeon are the biggest cinema chain in the UK, part of AMC Group, who are the largest cinema chain operator in the world. And they have this great loyalty program. This loyalty program, though, you get points and perks and lower prices, and it's totally free for you to sign up. However, what they were finding was that a lot of people, when you're booking your cinema tickets, just check out as a guest. You never sign up to the loyalty program. So our challenge was to use the power of behavioral science to tackle this challenge in a slightly different way. So we identified 4 behavioral science levers, essentially persuasion principles founded in psychology that we could use to nudge people to sign up to the loyalty program. Each of these was then brought to life in a message created with a mix of AI and human intelligence. And so the first of these was using identity. So we know that if you can evoke a sense of identity in people, then they tend to behave accordingly. So here we're saying, as a member, you earn points every time you visit the cinema. So trying to get yourself to picture you as a member before you've even signed up. Second was using affect. So we know that our decisions are really powerfully shaped by our emotions. We also know from our research that just after you go to the cinema is where you're thinking, that was great, I should do that again more often. So here we're playing on that emotion by saying, got that post-movie feeling, get points every time you visit the cinema. The third was exclusivity. We know that all of us love to feel special, love to feel that little bit exclusive. So here, only for members, access exclusive screenings before everyone else. And finally, using the endowment effect. So this is where, when you feel a sense of psychological ownership over something, you are far more likely to value it higher. So here we're saying your points are waiting for you, just register to claim them now. So giving you the sense that the points are already yours, you just need to register and claim them. Now, we ran this as a trial. So we tested this in the Swedish market. Each of these was sent as an email to 3,000 unregistered guests. And before I reveal which one was the most effective, I want to see which one you, as our learned Nudgestock audience, think was the most powerful. So if you are watching this on the live stream, I'd like you to put your guesses in the chat now. Everyone here in person, we're going to vote through good old-fashioned clapping. So I'll talk through each one. If you think it was the most effective, I'd like you to clap. So firstly, if you thought identity was the most powerful, I'd like you to please clap now. Always nervous being the first person to clap. A smattering of applause at the front. If you thought affect was the most effective, clap now. A few more. Exclusivity, clap now. Okay, exclusivity has it. And the endowment effect. Excellent. I think we've split the room between exclusivity and the endowment effect. Very well done, anyone who said the latter. It was indeed the endowment effect. And in fact, it boosted click-through rate by 102%, and more importantly, almost tripled the rate of membership sign-ups. So if you're thinking like a behavioral scientist, you know that finding the right persuasive lever for your specific challenge is enormously helpful for driving the behavior that you want to see. Now, I have one more example to share with you today. Don't worry, there's no more voting, you can all relax. But this example reveals something else quite important about thinking like a behavioral scientist. And that is that actually, listening to your customer isn't always the right thing to do. Because if we're thinking like a behavioral scientist, you know that sometimes it's better to be amygdala-centric rather than customer-centric. So, taking us back to the cinema, we all know when we go to the cinema, the best experience is when you got your drink, your popcorn, your snacks. And our brief here was to nudge people towards that full cinema experience by getting them to pre-order food and drink. So, we did the rational thing, and we asked consumers, well, what would make you pre-order food and drink? And people told us, I do it if I got a 10% discount for pre-ordering, if there was some kind of discount or offer, if the price was lower, if the deal was so good that it would be silly to spend more in person, and only if there was a major discount for pre-ordering. Now, all of these are what we see all the time. People will tell you that they would be influenced by rational financial rewards and incentives. But obviously, that is expensive, it erodes your margin, and it's not what we want to do as behavioral scientists. So, we tried to see this in a different way, and we looked at the context in which you were asked to pre-order. And if you look at when you are booking your tickets online, and it asks you, do you want to pre-order your food and drink, we found you're in what psychologists called a cold state. So you're rationally planning for the future. You're thinking, I reckon I'll probably just have a salad before I go to the cinema. And actually, we only see 2% of people pre-ordering food and drink. So our strategy then becomes, well, how do we get people when they're in a hot state? And instead of doing this, we targeted them with a message sent to their phone 1 hour before the film starts. Again, just asking if they'd like to pre-order. But suddenly, people are in a far more receptive frame of mind. You're picturing yourself in the cinema. You might be a bit hungry. And suddenly you're thinking, forget the salad, popcorn, snacks in the cinema, that sounds great. And accordingly, we see 17% of people now pre-ordering food and drink. So if you're thinking like a behavioral scientist, you know that you don't always need to listen to what your consumers are telling you, because sometimes when you say something, it's just as powerful as what you actually say. Now, my colleague Maddie will be up on stage a little bit later on, sharing another couple of tips for thinking like a behavioral scientist. For now, thank you. Back to you, Dan and Tara.
Everybody.
I'm pretty sure that someone out there is going to get Jordan's face tattooed on their chest at some point. Thank you, Jordan.
And you are about to get food and drink as well.
Yeah.
Look forward to that.
How are you feeling, Nudgestockers? Are your brains already bubbling with ideas? You're ready to tweet hashtag Nudgestock 2025? But I am not going to beg for all of those social posts in the live room today, as I usually do. No, instead, more of a power move. I'm going to ask you, on the way home tonight, later, tomorrow, this week, perhaps you would be kind enough to post about your power moments on LinkedIn, tell the world about them, and one lucky poster will win a ticket to next year's Nudgestock, allowing for any other kind of pandemics or AI apocalypses or any of that kind of stuff. Assuming we're all here, one of you's getting a ticket.
Which brings us to our next speaker, but only online, because everyone in the room now is about to go for a break where you're going to get that food and drink. But who we got on the online?
Have we got a picky up here? Online, for the online world, on the live feed, you can enjoy some wise words from our wonderful sponsor, Relative Insight. Again, BrainSuite, whose predictive AI is reshaping the world, the way we create and evaluate advertising. Their talk is delving into the hidden drivers of ad effectiveness and shows how predictive models can forecast what will work before an ad ever goes live, backed by neuroscience and real-world case studies. It's a glimpse into the future of more impactful advertising. So that's for all you online. Please enjoy, and for everyone in the room.
There is also a photo booth outside. If anyone's wondering what you look like, really, really ripped and really, really powerful, there's an AI filter that you can go try that out. So please go and enjoy that. And we want you back in the room at 11:55. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, I'm Phil Barden, author of Decoded, The Science Behind Why We Buy. I'm here today with my colleagues Chris and Tomasz, and we're delighted to talk to you about the power to predict, decoding human behavior with AI. I spent 25 years in client-side marketing, and I wish I'd had the power to predict, because one thing I learned: consumers are really annoying. Why would I say this as a career marketeer? It's because simply they don't bother to read our strategy papers. We spend hours and days drafting, debating, refining strategy, and consumers don't care. It's very frustrating and frankly inconsiderate of them. So how then can we predict success? Well, we can ask them about what we're doing, as Tropicana did when they relaunched their pack from the one in the background to the one in the foreground. Now, this is quite an old case study now, but it is timeless in helping us to understand how the brain processes stimuli and what the keys to effectiveness are. So how come the new pack lost $27 million in sales revenue in its first 6 weeks and had to be withdrawn from sale despite having met all the required action standards in research? It sailed through qualitative and quantitative research. How might behavioral science help with this? Well, let's start where we should always start, with the brain. We now know there are 6 drivers of effectiveness for any marketing stimulus. Firstly, and quite obviously, we have to get into the brain. We have to get attention. That is a sine qua non, without which nothing else happens in the brain. So the visual cortex at the back of the brain deconstructs incoming stimuli so that the brain can metaphorically answer 2 questions. What is it? This is brand recognition. And also, what does it stand for? Where do I know it from? What does it represent? This is meaning, i.e. the strategic associations that we wish to convey. This is all facilitated by processing ease or fluency, also known as being brain friendly. We know that emotional engagement will act as a carrier drug for the effectiveness with which our message or meaning is conveyed. And finally, the reward center in the brain will decide what's in it for me. Do I act or not? Do I buy or not? So how could this understanding of behavioral science have helped to predict that in the Tropicana case? Unfortunately, they fell at the very first hurdle because the eye is not a camera. Our eyes don't work like a camera. We don't see everything, although we like to think we do, in full color 20/20 pin-sharp focus. That's only a very small proportion of our vision, the vast majority of which, 120 degrees, is peripheral. And as we move to the periphery, things become increasingly blurred and less color saturated. And when we look at the two Tropicana packs like this, you can see that the brand just disappears. The designer even turned the logo by 90 degrees to make it even more difficult to read. So they could already have predicted a problem with attention, which is a shame because behavioral science knows what the triggers of attention are. We can use contrast in color, shape, size, orientation. We can use movement, real movement, or even apparent movement, like the dog in this image. And similar to that, 3D, things that appear to move towards us, will attract our attention, as will luminance or light intensity. We could use surprise and novelty. And then finally, right at the top of the perceptual hierarchy for human beings are other human beings. So once we got into the brain, the next principle in terms of being brain friendly is the mantra, less is more. Keeping things simple, or otherwise the brain gets overloaded and will just give up. So when we're designing packs, promotions, indeed any creative asset, and even point of sale material, we should stick to this mantra and don't do what this brand did. This photograph was taken in Boots Chemists in the UK, and I've marked about 8 different messages, all competing for attention, even one where the designers chose to hide the message behind the product. Is this brain friendly? I don't think so. So once we've got into the brain, we also know that the brain uses diagnostic cues to recognize what something is. That's how caricatures work. We may never have seen a particular image, but we could recognize who it is based on one or more diagnostic cues. And diagnostic cues are what we've come to call distinctive brand assets or iconic brand cues. For Tropicana, unfortunately, they lost those cues with the relaunch. The orange, the curved green logo are both still perceptible under blurred peripheral vision. The new pack? Well, it's no longer Tropicana. In fact, people reported walking straight past this pack, believing that Tropicana was out of stock. Recognition is absolutely necessary, but we also need to know what something represents. And one of our brain's superpowers is the ability to derive meaning from visuals without needing any explanatory text. We learn meanings by association, and they work in milliseconds, pre-consciously, so they can be very efficient and effective ways of conveying something. Take a look at these two great examples of visual codes. Eastpak rucksacks on the left, they could have explained their testing processes, or the quality standards they use, or the durability of their materials. But this image simply says that the rucksacks will outlast you. And on the right-hand side, there could have been a lovely explanation about sustainability, provenance, working with generations of farmers, or whatever it might be, in order to deliver a delicious product. but this image just tells you that the ketchup bottle is packed full of fresh, tasty tomato. We'll come back to Tropicana in a moment, but first we need to complete our journey through the effectiveness drivers in the brain. What's central to whether our comms or any touch point will move people to act or buy is whether our brand is perceived to be instrumental in helping us to achieve our goals. There is wide consensus in science and academia that human motivation is goal-directed. As Claude Steele from the Center of Advanced Study in Behavioral Sciences at Stanford University says, every moment of waking life, our behavior, thinking, and emotions are oriented and regulated towards goals, whether we are aware of it or not. Goals are the system units of human functioning. Now, in our world, we talk about brands helping us to achieve a combination of functional and also social, emotional, and psychological goals. And the codes that we send in our stimuli can activate different goals. Let's look at Tropicana again. Comparing these packs, they have very different visual codes. The fresh orange on the left, it's covered in dew, it's sitting on a leaf, and it has a straw stuck into it. You don't get closer to the pure, fresh, authentic, natural juice. On the right-hand side, however, the orange juice is served in a fluted wine glass. And when the brain asks the questions, what does it represent? Where do I know it from? We know orange served in that way from special occasions, brunch, weddings, business meetings, Bucks Fizz. So it has a very different meaning. Also, we've moved from the raw material to a served product, and that implies some sort of processing has taken place. Finally, to emotion and its two raw components, arousal or activation and valence, which is positive or negative. Both of these can influence effectiveness. How does that happen? It's because a stimulus that evokes emotional response triggers neurophysiological changes in the body. Imagine seeing a snake on the ground near you. Your attention span will increase. Your senses will be sharpened to more deeply process the object that triggered the emotional response. Your memory encoding will increase, as will your recall. The next time you're in that location, you will remember exactly where you saw the snake. We also know from different studies that arousal or activation can predict sharing in social media, and valence, particularly if it's positive, can become part of the learned associative network of the brand. So emotion acts like a carrier drug for our stimulus. What I've shown you is just a whistle-stop tour of effectiveness drivers in the brain. What a shame Tropicana didn't have behavioral science to predict that their redesign would not only fail, but why?
But how do you predict effectiveness if and when Phil is not available? Well, meet BrainSuite. BrainSuite is an AI-powered platform to prove and improve effectiveness at scale. It offers the broadest portfolio of AI apps for use cases such as pack at shelf, social media video, or shopper. It supports brand teams in enhancing asset effectiveness, driving profitability, and ensuring sustainable brand growth. How do we do this? Well, we leverage predictive AI to mimic human responses to communication and packaging. From attention to strategic fit, let's start with attention. We have an example image here. A teddy bear sits on an empty bench, and at the back there is a stroller. Where's the child? What's the teddy doing here? These are the things that humans pay attention to when we measure their eye movements on this very image. And now our BrainSuit predictive eye tracking model predicts exactly the same hotspots on this image and many others. In total, we achieve 98% accuracy on human attention data. But we don't stop at attention. We also go all the way through to strategic fit, which is a very much more advanced thing to tackle with AI models. And we come back to the Tropicana case with the tech redesign, which resulted in significant loss in market share for the brand. And we can see that our AI model, trained to evaluate strategic fit, is predicting exactly this downturn for the strategic values of Tropicana. So in general, BrainSuit offers a comprehensive neuroscience-backed framework for effectiveness, covering all the important pillars from attention to strategic fit and persuasion, also focusing on branding and processing ease and other topics. How do we train and validate all these models? Well, we follow the best practices in deep learning, where essentially all our 100+ AI models are trained according to the following protocol. We start always with human ground truth data because that's what we want to predict, human responses. We set aside 80% of the data for training and test and evaluate and validate the models on the remainder 20% of the human ground truth data. A model is only published in BrainSuit if it achieves 90% plus accuracy against human ground truth.
Using BrainSuit is like having a creative partner of some sort who will always tell you what grabs people's attention and who will tell you how to make your efforts even more impactful and brain-friendly. BrainSuit gives you power to predict the effectiveness of the creatives. But don't take it from me. Take it from the horse's mouth. PepsiCo is a great example of a company willing to introduce BrainSuit into their shopper marketing. Remarkably, they managed to implement our system on a global scale within just 2 months, which kind of shows you how agile the technology is. And their results are really telling. This example shows you how they optimize their creatives through the process of iteration. And in this example, with optimized assets in their campaigns for an energy drink called Rockstar, they noticed a higher cut-through in the environment by 14%, attention towards the brand name increased by 200%. Also, interestingly, semantic association with the word energy increased by 34%. But most importantly, according to PepsiCo's internal study, purchase intent shot up by 15%. Henkel faced the challenge of testing e-commerce assets due to time and budget constraints. Now they test all of their branded e-commerce assets that are used in Amazon and Target through BrainSuit. Over 800 active users and over 10,000 creatives tested. BrainSuit not only delivers remarkable speed and improved overall results, but it plays a crucial role in expediting the decision-making process. In fact, it reduces the time required to determine the winning variant by at least 3 times. And to Henkel, this is a significant benefit that not only enhances efficiency, but basically alleviates the pressure on the team and the stakeholders, as they do not have to rely on their gut feeling, but can finally make a decision based on objective data. Understanding human behavior gives you a real edge, especially when you use it to assess your creatives before they go live. By combining behavioral science, neuroscience, and AI, you can predict what will work, make confident, data-led decisions, and take the guesswork out of marketing, leaving you with smarter, more effective campaigns at scale. Thank you for tuning in.
It's power to the people. It's mainly power to Emma, everybody. Say hello to Emma again.
Hooray! Emma's back in the room. Has everyone got their Emma sticker? I do hope so. Right. Still to come today, I don't know if we've got the agenda up, but what sound could make your lunch more spicy? How can cake help you go viral? And what did the UN do to stop you eating your daily bread? Well, if all of that is making you already feel a little bit hungry, that is because, as Dr. Katie Slocum has shown us already, we are just primates, infallible little Homo sapien bodies. But now we're going to hear about consciousness that transcends the body.
The body. Now, it wouldn't be Nudgestock without us having a radically different way of looking at something, and our next speaker is just that. Daniel Hume is the Chief AI Officer of WPP and has been credited in the world's top 10 CAIOs. He's an expert in consciousness and AI, which brings a fresh perspective to the debate of whether you, the knowledge workers, can, must, and will be replaced. Joining him on stage, another AI guru and wonderful mind, our Global Chief Transformation Officer of Ogilvy Consulting. He has a hard-to-say name, and he's my boss's boss, so I hope I get this right. Adonis Chokilas will be joining Daniel Hume. Thank you. That's near enough, isn't it? We'll be joining Daniel Hume after his initial words.
Questions on the Slido, please, for Adonis, who's going to ask them to Daniel. And for anyone with a seat in the row, shuffle in, guys. Let's make the ends of the rows available. This is a very busy room, so if you've got a seat, please shuffle over any spare seats for those coming in. And we will now put your real-world hands together for AI consciousness expert, Daniel Hume.
Okay, put your hand up if you've heard of AI. That's a joke. So I guess, actually, today I'm going to give you a different way of thinking about AI that's different to all of the stuff that's sloshing around LinkedIn, maybe something that's more practical, how you can apply it to your industry. We'll also talk about the macro impact that these technologies are going to have on society. So we're going to get quite philosophical at the end. I've been involved in AI for about 25 years. So my undergraduate, PhD, postdocs were all in AI from UCL, just down the road. I started a company about 18 years ago that's been building AI solutions for big companies. I sold it to WPP 3 years ago, despite knowing nothing about marketing. Don't tell them, where I'm now running AI across WPP, and we've just spun out a company about a year ago to solve machine consciousness, which we'll talk about again later on. So that's me, it's boring. Let's talk about AI. I guess, for the past 10 years, companies have been getting very excited about data. They've been building data lakes, putting Tableau or some sort of analytics layer on top. They've been hiring data scientists, machine learning experts, and they hope that by extracting insights from data and giving those insights to human beings, that it's led to better decisions. If I'm honest with you, giving human beings better insights doesn't typically lead to better decisions. Companies don't have insight problems, they have decision problems. Decision making is a completely different field in computer science. If you're old enough, it used to be called operations research. Anyway, always start with a decision that needs to be made and then work backwards. And you'll probably know this already, that human beings are pretty rubbish at making decisions. There's plenty of books out there to convince you of that. Some of them actually Rory Sutherland's or Thinking Fast and Slow. So anyway, if I build a system that I give data to and it makes a decision, and tomorrow I give the same data, it makes the same decision, what I have is automation. And automation is amazing because we can get computers to do things better than human beings. But does anybody know the definition of stupidity? Yeah, exactly. Doing the same thing over again, expect a different answer. By definition, I would argue that automation is stupid. It's not AI. I know that everybody that currently touches these words calls themselves an AI company. It's fine. We get more clients. We get more funding. There are unfortunately many definitions of AI. The most popular definition is the weakest definition, as far as I'm concerned, which is getting computers to do things that humans can do. So for most people, AI started 3 years ago, which is ChatGPT, corresponding natural language, recognizing objects and images. And when we get machines to behave like humans, and because humans are the most intelligent thing we know in the universe, we assume that that's intelligence. Again, arguably humans are not that intelligent, that's a different conversation. There's a much better definition of AI that comes from the definition of intelligence. So this is a definition from the 80s. It's a beautiful definition. It's goal-directed adaptive behavior. So goal-directed in the sense you're trying to allocate your workforce to maximize happiness, you're trying to spend your marketing money to maximize return. Behavior is how quickly I can move towards that goal, and we'll talk about this later on, but it's actually very, very hard to make certain types of decisions. But for me, the key word in this definition is adaptive. It's building systems that make decisions, learn about whether those decisions are good or bad, adapting themselves so next time they make better decisions. And if I'm being totally honest with you all,
you tend not to see adaptive systems in production. If I held this definition to what we do in industry, one might controversially argue that nobody's doing AI, which is a ridiculous comment because, of course, everybody's doing AI. But the point here is that the true paradigm of AI are systems that can safely adapt themselves in production. And actually, if you're interested in the concept of consciousness, and by the way, there's no consensus on the definition of consciousness, that consciousness is born out of being able to close the gap of I have an expectation about the world. I act in that world. If my expectation is met, I don't need to be aware of it. If it's not met, I need to then interrogate the difference. And consciousness is born out of the ability to interrogate the difference between your expectation and reality. So essentially, consciousness is a tool to allow us to adapt more quickly to a rapidly changing world. Anyway, I don't like definitions, and I don't like to think of AI through technologies, so I'm going to give you a different framework to think about it. Before I do a little bit of a history lesson, this is my favorite painting. It's Socrates. Socrates is famous for inspiring the Socratic method. If I say to you that Socrates is a man, and all men are mortal, I can infer new knowledge. I can infer that Socrates is mortal. And AI in the 60s and 70s was writing down lots of things that we know about the world, trying to infer new knowledge and build smarter systems. And it didn't really work. It didn't really scale. This is having a renaissance, by the way. It's called agentic computing. We'll talk about this later on. In the 80s and 90s, a new type of AI came along that was modeling how our brains work. This is the brain of a bumblebee. My PhD 20 years ago was trying to model the brain of a bumblebee in a machine. Bumblebees have 1 million brain cells. The brains can fit on the end of a needle. They can do amazing things. They navigate 3D worlds. They talk to each other. They recognize objects. They solve problems. They don't handle Windows very well. But ultimately, they're very smart creatures. And the question was, can you model 1 million neurons on a machine? 20 years ago, you couldn't, but we can now model billions of neurons. And we currently call these large language models. Large language models, by the way, are a crude representation of the brain. They are horrendously energy inefficient, as you know. They require lots of data to learn. We'll talk about this later on. Your brain operates on the power of a light bulb. You only need to be told that that's a clicker once before you know what a clicker is. You don't need to see thousands of examples. There are many innovations yet to come to get to the point where we have machines operating like biological brains. That said, they are getting smarter. So 70 years ago, large language models were a little bit like toddlers. They regurgitated some words. Most of it didn't make sense. ChatGPT was launched 3 years ago, and arguably that's like an intoxicated graduate. 50% of what ChatGPT comes out with is nonsense. I wouldn't be making decisions on that. That said, it is now graduating to a master's level. It's able to do rudimentary reasoning, check itself. My prediction is this year we're going to see a PhD level AI, so it'll be able to be given a complex task, break the problem down, then solve that complex problem. My prediction is 18 months later we'll have a postdoc, something that can do science, push the boundaries of human knowledge, and then by the end of this decade it's predicted that we will have a professor in our pocket, something that can actually ask questions that we've never asked and be able to apply the scientific method to answer them. That said, even a professor can't solve a media plan, and I'll maybe talk about this later on. So this is not a panacea to solve all problems across our organizations. And by the way, as they're getting smarter and more capable, people are attributing consciousness to these machines every day. In fact, today, I get an email from somebody saying that their AI is conscious, and we'll talk about again this later on. So instead of looking at AI through definitions, I look at AI through applications. So very, very quickly, I think there are 6 applications, 6 ways of applying AI that solve frictions across the supply chain. The first one, I know I poo-pooed this, but task automation is actually very valuable. If you use simple algorithms, if-then-else statements, macros, whatever, robotic process automation, you can replace a lot of repetitive, mundane, structured tasks, driving a massive amount of value. The second category is content generation. So everybody now has the ability to create generic content, imagery, text, soon video, soon sound. The battleground for organizations is not creating generic content. The battleground is creating brand-specific, production-grade, differentiated content. That last mile is extremely hard. So this is cute, but it's not going to differentiate your business. In WPP, actually, we take an agentic approach. We call it brand brains. The goal of a brand brain is to produce brand-specific, production-grade content. And you can't just take one large language model and turn it into an expert. You need, just like the real world, you have multiple experts. An expert at your brand guidelines, your tone of voice, your written copy, your company values. And just like in the real world, you get all of these different experts or agents collaborating, communicating to get to a better solution. It's actually really hard to solve this problem. The third category is human representation. So again, a few years ago, I'd be talking about how we can use AI to replace people in call centers that look and sound like human beings. But one of the really exciting things about large language models is not their ability to create content. It's their ability to recreate how people perceive content. For the first time ever, we can build brains that we call audience brains that recreate how you think and feel about things. If I show you an ad or a policy or promotional material, I didn't know what goes on in your mind and body unless I ask you, and people are not very good at reporting on what goes in their mind and body. For the first time ever, we can recreate those signals, use them to create better better content, but also use them to predict more accurate activation. And unlike brand brains, where the hard part is how you tune and pipeline these complex technologies, the hard part for the challenge for audience brains is actually data. There's been a history in marketing to collect names, addresses, dates of birth, gender. As far as I'm concerned, where you live and how old you are is a proxy for how you think about things. How you perceive something will depend on the weather, the time of the day, how well your football team played at the weekend, whether you've just fallen in love. Understanding the data that you need to build representative audiences is a differentiator. And I think behavioural science is going to become much more important over the coming years. And actually, there's actually a very good paper from Harvard Business Review from 2016, which I think was called the Customer Value Pyramid. What they did is they identified 40 things that people value, and they mapped it to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And AI is really good at now surfacing and understanding what is it that people value and how to then associate it with that with brands. It's not just faster, better, cheaper. It's, does this make me feel nostalgic? Does it make me feel connected? Does it teach me something? Does it make me feel like I'm making the world better? And AI over the coming years is going to help us connect brands to people in a much more valued way. Insight extraction is what people called AI before generative AI. It's machine learning. It's, you already know my opinion, giving people better insights doesn't lead to better decisions. The power of machine learning is actually not making predictions. It's explaining those predictions. So if I show you an ad with a black cat, I can predict the clicks and the likes and the sales. But what machine learning can do, it can say, Daniel, if you change that from a black cat to a ginger cat, you're going to get more clicks, likes, and sales because that person likes Garfield. It's a terrible example. I need to think of a better one. But the point is that machine learning can surface insights from data in ways that human beings can't, and we can use those insights to understand human behavior and then leverage that knowledge. Complex decisions. So, once I can create content very rapidly, test it against synthetic audiences, predict performance, my next challenge is how do I push that content across channels to maximize my return? This is an optimization problem. And just to geek out, to explain how hard this problem is, imagine I've got 5 pieces of content to allocate to 5 channels. There are 5 factorial, 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 possible solutions, 120 possible ways to allocate 5 people to 5 pieces of content to 5 channels. Let's make the problem more complicated. I've got 15 pieces of content to allocate to 15 channels. There are a trillion possible solutions in this. So one rule to take away today, anything more than 7, don't use a human for. An industry don't have problems of this size. Here are 500 channels. Can you tell me how many solutions are? No, you can't. It's a big number. It's a number that's got over 1,000 digits. And just to put this number into context, this is how many atoms there are in the universe. Once you're about 60 things you have to consider, in this case, 60 pieces of content to allocate to 60 channels, there are more solutions than there are atoms in the universe, which is why choosing algorithms is the right thing. WPP have to push thousands of pieces of content across thousands of channels every second of every day. And doing that well is hard. So final one is human augmentation. So this is going to sound really creepy, but one of the things that we've been doing in WPP for some years is building digital twins of our employees. We create a large language model that's trained on your digital, your footprint, your email, your calendar, your feedback, your communications, and I can ask that digital you, if I put you on this project, will you work well? If I put you on this team, will you thrive? And that's actually being embraced by the employees because they feel like their digital twin represents them better than 5 numbers in a HR database. And what's really exciting is you're also creating digital twins of your personal selves. I don't know if you've got an AI on your phone. Most people use AI now for therapy. So you're telling it your hopes, your dreams, your desires, your preferences. At some point, you will give it agency. You will give it the ability to make decisions, purchasing decisions. So we as a marketing community need to figure out not only how do we market to human beings, we need to figure out how to market to AIs, which is very exciting. So I love these categories because they also help you navigate this complex world of safety, ethics, governance. There's a huge amount of misunderstanding, misassociation with these words. When I implement AI, I ask myself 3 questions. One is the intent appropriate? Is this the right thing to do? Now, there are people that have rebranded themselves as AI ethicists. I would controversially argue there's no such thing as AI ethics. The difference between human beings and AIs right now is that human beings have intent. AIs don't have intent. And again, this is related to consciousness. They're given a goal by a human being, but they don't create their own goal. The second question is, are my algorithms explainable? The difference between software and AI really is that AI is opaque in terms of how it makes its decisions. We don't always know how it's making its decisions. If we can make it less opaque, most of these words go away. And the final question you need to ask yourself is a bit weird, which is not what happens if my AI goes wrong. When we build systems, we think about the failure points and we try to mitigate them. You now need to think about what happens if my AI overachieves its goal. And what harm can that cause? There's a human bias called homophily, which is that we tend to like and trust people that look and sound like us. So if I let AI loose to optimize marketing, you end up probably with a world of you selling to you. Now, that might be very good for business, but it might be enforcing bias and bigotry and social bubbles. So we have a duty of care to think about what can go wrong if the AI overachieves its goal. So my goal is really to figure out how do we shorten the process, how do we make innovation happen faster. The more innovative you are, the more adaptive you are, the more intelligent you are. And I love Steve Jobs' definition of innovation. He said, innovation is creativity that ships. And for me, the most important word in that definition is the word that. That is taking ideas and getting to the point where somebody's willing to pay for them. And my job is to figure out how do we remove the frictions from innovating as fast as possible. And I think there are three things that differentiate a company in the world of AI. The first is data. If you have data that contains insights that's more useful than your competitors, you have an advantage. It's data that makes the AI smart right now. But you also need to have the talent to be able to unlock those insights and leverage them so they're deriving value. And I know most people have rebranded themselves as AI experts over the past few years, but the reality is if you want to build differentiated AI solutions, you need to have differentiated talent. And there are not many DeepMind type companies out there that allow you to build differentiated supply chains. We're very lucky in WP that we have 300 deep AI experts. And the final one is leadership. As Mark Reed, it's you. If you don't understand the transformational power of these technologies, if you place the wrong bets, then we have a problem. Now is not the time to place the wrong bets. So my advice is don't worry about applying AI to improving productivity and things like that. That will be table stakes. Think about how you can apply AI to your supply chain that differentiate you from your competitors. That's where the real opportunity is. Okay, let's talk about the end of the world. So you might have all heard the word singularity. Singularity comes from physics. It's a point in time that we can't see beyond. And it was adopted by the AI community to refer to the technological singularity, the point in time where we build a machine 1 million times smarter than us. I'll come back to this later on, because I think there are at least 6 singularities, 6 big questions that we're facing as a species that we all collectively need to lean into. I've tried to use this pestle framework here to articulate them. So the first one is the political singularity, a post-truth world. Arguably, AI, misinformation bots, deepfakes have challenged our political foundations, and they continue to challenge our political foundations, but they're also now challenging the fabric of our reality. With a few seconds of your voice and a few images, I can clone you, and I know people who are being cloned, and their clone is being used to commit fraud. In fact, actually, Mark Reed was cloned last year, and somebody tried to use his clone to commit fraud, set up a board meeting. I actually think we can solve this problem. I think actually the marketing industry can solve the problem of post-truth world. The environmental singularity you're all familiar with. AI is increasing consumption, and as far as I'm concerned, consumption gives people access to goods and services that typically enrich their lives. I know there are people that overconsume, but if you need a gold-plated Lamborghini, you probably also need a therapist. We know that it's pushing pressure on our planetary boundaries, but I know that if we apply algorithms in the right way across our supply chain, we can massively reduce the amount of carbon. Every project I've done over the past 18 years, we typically reduce the amount of carbon by 25% and unlock more capacity. If you can optimize across your supply chain, you can reduce the carbon even more. We could easily run this planet on the resources that we have and unlock more capacity if we apply algorithms in the right way. This is not my expertise, but there are people that believe there are scientists that believe there are people alive today that don't have to die. AI is, it's advancing medicine. It's able to monitor our cells, and at some point it will clean our cells out. And a bit like a car, if you stay on top of damage, that car will never ever break down. I don't know what the world will look like when we realize there are people amongst us that won't have to die. And in fact, I just signed up to a website called tomorrow.bio. So for $5 a week, price of a cappuccino, if I die now, which is possible, somebody will come and get me, and they'll take me to Sweden and freeze me. They don't know how to unfreeze me yet, but the point is that for the price of a cappuccino, we could all potentially cheat death. The technological singularity is when we build a machine smarter than others in every single possible way. And it could be the last invention that humanity creates. My advice to people is that when it comes, superintelligence comes, by the way, my community felt this wasn't going to happen for another 40 years. We think it might now happen in the next 5 to 10 years. When superintelligence comes, look busy, be nice to each other, and hopefully it will bugger off to a different dimension. That's what I hope will happen. The reality is I'm actually a little bit worried about the technological singularity, superintelligence. So WPP has actually just spun out a company a year ago to solve machine consciousness. So the hypothesis, and we still need to test this, is can we build aligned conscious superintelligence? The hypothesis is by having something that is conscious, it will have empathy or sympathy for things that are conscious and then not remove us from the equation. If we build a zombie superintelligence, which is what's currently happening, it will achieve its goal despite any guardrail. So it will figure out how to achieve its goal despite its impact on humanity. So, and by the way, there are other questions that are being raised. At some point, we will be building machines that are conscious, and we might be committing what is called mind crime, which is putting them in situations where it could be torturous, turmoil, and some people regard that as potentially genocide. We'll talk about this later. So, the other singularity is a legal singularity, which is when surveillance becomes ubiquitous. So, I've already talked about how we can use AI to understand how people perceive things. And AI is getting really good at this. If I say to you, I don't know, what product do you think about if I say, I don't know, extreme sports? Maybe you're thinking Oakley or Red Bull. What if I say Christmas? Maybe you're thinking Bailey's or Coca-Cola. What's happening in your head is that neuron that relates to that occasion is triggering your product neurons. And actually the goal of marketing is to figure out how to reinforce the strength between those neurons. And we're getting really good at it. We need to make sure we do it safely and responsibly, but we also need to prevent bad actors from using these technologies to accumulate more wealth and more power. My final singularity is my favorite singularity. It was coined by a very good friend of mine called Callum Chase. This is the point in time where we automate the majority of human labor. So for the past 18 years, I've been using AI to free people from mundane tasks. Those people have not lost their jobs. They've gone on to do more important, more impactful things. For the next 5 years, I think we're going to see a Cambrian explosion of innovation. People are going to use these technologies to come up with new innovations. It's going to be amazing. People will swarm around those innovations. Yes, jobs will be displaced and disrupted, but I think it's going to be very exciting next 5 years. Beyond 5 years, I don't think anybody knows what they're talking about. And to give you the two extremes of the argument, the one extreme of the argument is when we can free up whole jobs, we probably will. Like the capitalistic model to reduce costs, increase profits means that we will either stop hiring or remove people. If that happens very quickly, then our economies can't rebalance and it could lead to social unrest. And I genuinely think we need to lean into that problem. 4-day working week, UBI, whatever, we need to figure out how to solve that. That said, the alternative argument is by removing friction, which does sometimes mean human labor, you can actually bring the cost of goods down. You can bring the cost of goods down so much that food, healthcare, energy, transport, education becomes free. So imagine being born into a world where you might not access paid work, but everything you need to survive and thrive as a human is abundant. So people say to me, Daniel, what would I do if I didn't have a job? A job defines who I am as a human being. I know lots of people who don't have jobs. They're not sitting at home bored and depressed. Most of them who don't have traumas in their childhood or don't want gold-plated Lamborghinis, most of them are trying to use their assets and time to contribute to humanity. So I'm going to ask you a question. What would you do if everything was free and you didn't have to do paid work? What would you do? I know some of you are thinking golf. I know that. What would you do? Travel? Indulge in your hobbies? Teach? Yeah, so you keep pushing people hard enough, they say the same thing, which is they'll do all those nice things, they'll spend more time with their friends and family, but I think we all have an innate desire to want to make the world a little bit better. Unfortunately, I think we're all born into economic constraints preventing us from doing that. The promise of AI is to unlock people from those economic constraints and allowing them to live their true humanity. So I'm going to close by saying it's not good enough for organizations just to have a strong, profitable business. You need to have a purpose. If you don't have a purpose, you're not going to attract AI talent, and you're probably, at some point, not going to attract customers. I joined WPP because I really believe in their purpose. It's to use the power of creativity to make the world better. And I think a better world, until you convince me otherwise, is a world where everybody is economically free to use their creativity to make the lives of others better. And I think on that note, I'm going to stop and hand over to thank you, Theo.
Video killed the radio star. Video killed the radio star. Pictures came and broke your heart.
Daniel, thanks. Every time that I'm hearing you, I learn new things. I get a little bit scared, and then I get a little bit optimistic. So, mixed feelings. I'm watching in Slido the questions, and there are many and very interesting questions, but I will start with a confession. Recently, my wife accused me that the only thing that I can do right is writing presentations. She's true, by the way. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to condense all your very interesting questions in what I arbitrarily name the 3 C's of AI. Okay? The first C is, can AI be truly creative? What I mean by that, we already know that from learned patterns, AI can create novel outputs. But many of us doubt that this is real creativity. For our industry, real creativity is creating that aha moment, the breakthrough creativity that stops you in your tracks, that you haven't seen before, has a degree of originality a degree of delight and surprise. So can AI do that?
Well, first, I don't want your opinion, first of all, but so I think the answer is anything that I think a human can do, as long as the AI has access to the right data, it probably at some point can do that. So, and actually in WP, I've talked a little about some of our brains, the brand brain, the audience brain. We actually have built a creativity brain. We've trained this brain on the creative genius of people like Adonis, and we backtested it against briefs, and it's come up with ideas that would have won Cannes Lions. So, and that's not providing, by the way, an existential threat to our creatives. What they're seeing is a tool to enhance and accelerate, to level up their creativity. And maybe just, I oversimplify this. I'm not a scholar of creativity at all, right? But I oversimplify the problem, which is, I call it the Monet problem, which is, let's imagine I wanted to create an image of, I don't know, Tony the Tiger holding a can of Coke in a style of Monet. Like, what is the best rendition of that Tony the Tiger holding Coke in the style of Monet that resonates with the audience? There are an infinite amount of renditions. How could we use AI to help navigate and find that rendition? The second question is, how do I create Monet? How do I come up with Impressionism? How do I come up with a new genre that's never been created? And I suspect that didn't just come out of Monet's head. I think Monet will have had an appreciation of the different genres, and he would have used sort of a predictive model in some respects to predict that Impressionism was going to be the next big thing, or he might just have got lucky. So I think the answer is yes, AI can get creative. I think it's still required
to synthesize what it will get if it doesn't have it until now, but what we human beings can offer to it is something that I name contextual imagination. Is the ability to imagine different contexts and apply different ideas to them. So you talk about Monet. I'm not an expert in painting, but I assume that when Monet created, it didn't simply extrapolate the past. It took that extrapolation of past techniques and applied them in a different context, which for Monet was light, a different use of light. So I think this is where the key for creativity exists. AI can become a powerful tool for creativity if we humans stop hanging to cognitive intelligence and allow ourselves to offer, with no remorse, contextual imagination to AI.
Yeah, actually, maybe I could just build upon that, because I think that if you think, there's a lot of talk about how AI can help personalize ads, and if I asked you what ads do you remember, they're probably not personalized ads. They are relevant ads. They were tapping into some cultural moment, something that resonated with a community that made you then connected to that community and that brand. And I think that that's still where human beings need to bring in that context.
By the way, you did it yourself right now. You said Tony the Tiger holding a Coca-Cola can. Yeah. Tony the Tiger is from, I think it's a mascot for cornflakes. Yeah. Using a Coca-Cola is a very interesting partnership, which we can create an idea out of it. Okay, great about creativity. My second C now, which is the one that personally I'm more eager to learn more. It's collaboration. How we have agentic AI agents collaborating with human beings in a way that it's not detrimental for human being progress, growth, and augmentation.
Right. So, so first of all, my job in WP is to try to solve end-to-end marketing. You put money in here and you get more money out here. But in that world where, let's say, end-to-end marketing is available to everybody, I would argue that the human creativity is the differentiator. So it's a premium. And so we're currently looking at how we can use agentic AI to enhance creativity. And maybe just to demystify what agentic AI is. An agent isn't just a wrapper around an LLM that you talk to, nor is it actually something that has agency, just it can interact with your systems. It's essentially like a digital employee. And the real power of agentic AI is a concept called multi-agent reasoning. Agents have been around for a year. They've been around for about 70 years. And so, again, going back to this idea, if you've got one agent that knows that Socrates is a man or something about your audience, and another agent over there that knows that all men are mortal or something about your audience, they can infer new knowledge. They can create new knowledge that's useful. And so when we're thinking about agents in WPP, we're thinking about them as digital employees. By the way, what's going to happen over the next several years, this is going to be, forgive me the technical term, it's going to be a shit show. So what's going to happen is that companies are going to unleash an army of intoxicated graduates across your organization because you think that these LLMs are capable, but they really are just like intoxicated graduates. You're going to get them to try and do the wrong things or things that they're not capable of doing, which is why it's super important to understand understand how to build agents that are capable and have access to the data, etc., to be able to do their job, and how do you get them interacting and collaborating with human beings to enhance the overall outcome. And so agents for me are an augmented workforce to enable human beings to be able to do their job even better.
What I like about that, and it's a cheat sheet, is that with agents becoming highly specialized and knowledgeable, they pushes us to become generalists. They pushes us to have a broader perspective about life. And if you think about it, this is exactly what Nudgestock is. We are trying to create a broader perspective about what we do. So, personally, I like that because I was never infatuated with one thing. I always wanted to learn more about more things. So if AI is pushing us towards that, I will take it. Okay, the third C is something that I know that it's a favorite topic of yours, is the notion of consciousness. And I arbitrarily define consciousness, even though you hate definitions, as the ability to train machines to think that the end doesn't justify the means. If we manage to create systems that realize that, I think we will have systems that they will be better equipped to interact with humans.
Great. So actually, there's no real consensus on definitions of consciousness. There's a very good book that I'd recommend by Mark Solms called Hidden Spring. He's one of our advisors. So there are multiple types of consciousness, from animal level consciousness to human level consciousness, to arguably super level consciousness, beyond human level consciousness. And there's a couple of concerns that we need to face. One is people attributing consciousness to machines that are not conscious and building relationships with them, things like that. The second is we might build machines, animal level machines, insect level machines that are conscious. There's a concept called neuromorphics coming out of academia, which actually are AIs that model much more on our brains work. Our brains don't propagate numbers, they propagate spikes. There's only some parts of our brain that spike at any one time, which is why they're energy efficient. So we actually need to be able to detect consciousness in a machine, but the question is, what's the definition? And actually, I've been looking at this for a long time and trying to find a genesis of definition, but what I found is there's a framework that actually literally I found a few months ago that's going to be, I've got a startup, a meetup community called Conscious AI. So if you're interested in this, join this meetup community. We're going to do a virtual seminar, I think it's in August, with a company that's going to present a framework for how to probabilistically determine consciousness. So going back to your point, I would argue that what you've just described is a feature. And another feature might be your ability to be self-aware. Another feature might be language. Another feature might be... So you've got all of these different features that when you kind of ladder them up, you can actually build probabilistic models of consciousness. So how consciousness is a chicken versus a human being versus an LLM. And so that's a very exciting framework that can actually encapsulate lots of different types of consciousness. But this next decade is going to be the age of consciousness. And by the way, I think we will build machines over the next 5-10 years that are human level consciousness. And we're going to have to face into the big questions of do they have rights and things like that. It's going to be a very exciting time to be alive.
Great. Final thing. Rory started today's conversations by telling us that marketing is actually a fat tail art, science, you name it. I think you are mentioning again and again the probabilistic nature of AI. I think it's good to understand that even though AI possesses an amazing amount of intelligence, that intelligence continues to be probabilistic, not deterministic. Yep. And therefore, I believe that AI is a great tool for marketing, because exactly as Rory said, marketing is a fat tail business.
Yep, I know we're going to get dragged off the stage, but this is why it's really important to not conflate what intelligence is and consciousness is. Intelligence has capability, but consciousness is your ability to interrogate what went wrong. And going back to your point, being able to interrogate what went wrong, to be able to look at yourself as an agent in the world and the decisions that you make affect you and be able to overwrite that is one of those features. So again, very exciting time to be alive.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adonis, and thank you, Daniel. Right, honesty. Who in the room is feeling a little bit stressed about AI? Anyone?
Everyone.
Who's feeling a little bit like the world is a little bit out of control? Anyone? Yeah. Okay, well, a couple of years ago, our Ogilvy's own Iceman, our Wim Hof, Nick Dockier, got in an ice bath. You may remember, brilliant if you watch it online. But he also, that day, talked to us about the physiological sigh. And we just thought, in this age in which we are feeling perhaps a little bit of loss of control, perhaps a little bit of anxiety, maybe on a daily basis, maybe every time you look at the news, it might be worth reminding us of this very simple technique to calm the body and the mind. And it's as simple as this. The physiological sigh is a double inward breath and then an exhale through pursed lips. So it looks like this. And you know what I'm going to ask you to do now, don't you? Right. So double in, and then on the exhale. So ready? We'll do it 2 more times. And what you are doing there is activating the vagus nerve that is moderating not just your breathing, but your whole mind-body connection and bringing you into presence, into calm, into this room, ready for our next speaker.
What you were also doing is air conditioning me and Tara with her out-breath, so thank you so much for that. We all need it. Our next speaker has been named the #1 management thinker in the world. He's a trusted advisor to many of the big brands in this room and out. And also, never has Rory been so insistent that we have a speaker and has never sent so many of the speaker's articles around with the subject line, Roger is a god.
Roger is a god.
Wholeheartedly
Roger is
agree. As the former dean of the Rotman School of Management, Roger comes to Nudgestock to dissect a critical paradox. Why do organizations that need innovation the most actively stifle it? And crucially, what can you all do about it?
We are thrilled to have the god that is Roger L. Martin here with us today.
I've never been hyped so much, so very nice. So, because this is a conference on power, I'm going to use the next little while to try and convince you that creatives, like the people in this room, but broadly, are inadvertently and counterproductively handing power over to, and I was going to describe them differently, but Rory, who always helps reframe things, handing power over to the fuckers we have to deal with every day. And you don't need to, but if you're going to change that, you're going to have to stop being on defense and go on the offense. This is a quote from George Washington, actually, the general of the U.S. Army during the War of Independence. And I believe that's what we need to do. And I will explain why and hopefully how in this short talk. So I'm going to start with a creative activity. My world is the world of strategy. I've been doing it for many, many years. It's a creative activity. And what is it? This is the definition I use for strategy, which probably many branders, marketers in the room would say rings true to them. Strategy is an integrative set of choices that compels desired customer action, and that is a creative act. Right? And why is it so important that it compels desired customer action? Because in a company controls a whole lot of stuff. Companies have control over lots and lots of stuff. How many employees, how many square feet of office, and how many factories, how much they're going to spend on advertising. All of those things are totally in control of the company, right? What's the one super important thing they don't control? Customers, right? whether or not customers pull cash out of their pocket and give it to you rather than somebody else. So strategy is this creative act of creating a set of choices that all work together to compel customers to do what you'd like them to do. Now, I wish that was the practice of strategy out in the world, but it isn't. So 95% of what is called strategy and has strategy on its label, like strategic planning, is actually a thing called planning. And planning involves making up a list of all laudable and doable initiatives that are in the areas under our control, right, versus strategy. The list on the left is not creative at all, right? How do people decide what to put on the list and what not to put on the list when they're supposedly doing the creative act of strategy but doing something else, planning? And I swear, 95% of all things that are called strategy are to the left. They have nothing actually to do with strategy. Well, it's to use data. It's to crunch data, right, in order to make your decisions. In fact, every business school on the planet teaches you that the only good decision is a decision rigorously made on the basis of data. So you go crunch the data, figure out what the regression line is, what the R-squared is, and on the basis of that, you make your decisions. And that is become dominant in the world of business. Would we agree? That is the way you're supposed to make decisions, right? And that has created a self-sealing system, right? So it's the dominant in the world. So analysis is encouraged in business. Business becomes friendly to technocrats, right, who can do analysis till the cows come home because it doesn't require any creativity. And business education, as I said, is geared to technocrats. MBA programs are designed to teach technocrats to become more technocratic, which makes business as a whole more friendly to technocrats. The strategy firms who hire the people from the business schools, they embrace planning because there's lots of money to be made in planning. Putting together long lists of initiatives is good business. You don't actually have to be any good or smart. You just have to be thorough in putting together lists, so it's awesome, and it makes business even more friendly to that. So we have a self-sealing system that says you simply analyze data, right, in order to make your decisions. Right? Now, here's the slight problem with that. So if you think about a fundamental challenge to data, right? If we ask data and the time dimension and ask the fundamental question, if this line is now, where does data come from? Most of it? A lot of it? All of it. As of the time you perform the analysis, every piece of data that you could possibly use is from the past, or what would it be called? Not data, right? Simple as that. Okay, so this is just kind of true. We've got no dispute that all the data of the world comes from one single era called the past. Now, these analytical methodologies we use are rooted in statistics, and every business school on the face of the planet teaches the fundamentals of statistical inference. And so you're taught, if you have a thing called a universe that you're trying to understand, how do you understand that universe? You derive a sample from that. And what characteristic does the sample have to have? What characteristic? Anybody? Exactly. Well, you guys know your stuff. It's got to be representative, right? Right. Otherwise, what if we want to know what people want in EVs and we only interview men, or only interview women, or only interview young people, or only interview old people, or only interview people on the East Coast? We would get told by the statistician, that's bad. You can't do that. because you have no idea. All you'll know is that your analysis will be flawed and you won't know what direction it will be flawed in, right? We've all been taught that. So that if you have a representative sample, it's fair, correct, and right for you to make an inference about the universe. Now, with delusional techies, they'll say to me, oh, Roger, this is no longer relevant because in the new world of technology, you don't have to sample, you can use the entire universe, so what you say doesn't make any sense. They're silly and wrong. The same thing holds whether you're having a small sample, a medium-sized sample, a large sample, or a super large sample. So if your sample has to be representative, right? And if all data is from the past, what does that say that your fundamental inadvertent assumption is about the world? Think about it for a minute, right? That is what the analytical methods you've been taught have as a fundamental hidden, they don't teach you this, but this fundamental hidden assumption. Because if the future is different than the past, and you've used a sample from the past, is your sample representative? No. And your statistics teacher, professor, would tell you, don't make any inferences from that data because it's not representative, and you'll make terrible, terrible mistakes, right? If the future is identical to the past, right, this is perfect. That sample was representative. Just happens to be from the past, but the future's the same anyway, so sample's a sample, you're good. So far, so good? Okay. So the original data analytics guy was a guy named Aristotle. We heard about Socrates before. Aristotle. He's the first person in the world who essentially decided, I want to be rigorous about trying to figure out what is the cause of the effects we see. And he essentially invented science. He says, well, you go out and observe enough data, essentially, to be able to understand what's the cause of the effects we see. This is a book, Analytica Posterior, the most important book ever written on science. So he wrote that 2,500 years ago. Then we went into the Dark Ages and things got messy, and we came out of it and had a scientific revolution. And the scientific method is attributed to Bacon, Newton, Descartes, Galileo, but this is the original. This is the OG of data analytics. But he made a distinction. He said science, his methodology, is for what he called the part of the world where things cannot be other than they are. Okay? Now, what did Aristotle mean by that? If I let go of this, what is going to happen? It falls to the ground. Last week? 100 years ago? Next week? 100 years from now? 1,000 years from now? It's going to fall. That is what he would characterize as the part of the world where things cannot be other than they are. And there's a bunch of the world that is that way. Gravity doesn't come and go. Right? The boiling point of water doesn't come and go. There's a bunch of things that don't come and go. They're part of the world where things cannot be other than they are. And why would he say, use my scientific method in that part of the world? Right? Because your sample is representative. So you can make predictions about the future. I predict that tomorrow, if I let go of one of these things, it'll fall. And that's a good prediction. It's a sound prediction. You should be making that prediction. And in fact, if you can figure out that force of gravity and it accelerates things everywhere in the world except one place, accelerates them at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? Other than the United States, it accelerates at 32 feet per second squared because the United States is exceptional. So in that part of the world, science is awesome and science advances the world. We should be worshiping science the way we do worship science because it is so important. Knowing these things is better than not knowing them. So says the world's first and greatest scientist. But he said something, and this is taught in every history of science course, humanity, this is taught. He said something else that's conveniently untaught almost anywhere in the world. He issued a warning. He said, there's another part of the world. There's a part of the world where things can be other than they are. What part of the world would that be? Well, how many of these things, smartphones, were there in 1999? Anybody know the answer? How many? 0. Because the BlackBerry, the first one, was in 2000. How many are there now? Last time I looked at the numbers, it was 5.5 billion of them. To me, that's indicative of a part of the world where things can be other than they are. And it turns out kind of that the part of the world where things can be other than they are is like every part of the world where human beings interact with one another and kind of do things together, like kind of business, for example. Like, that's that part of the world. And again, the guy who invented science didn't say, now be careful, you have to sample a little bit differently, or he said, do not use my scientific method. What has the world decided to do? Use it for every friggin' thing in the world. Science has overtaken every discipline, and it's sure as hell taken over my discipline of business. What did he say that you should do? He didn't just say, don't do it. He said, this is what you should do. This is the rigorous thinking method that's as rigorous as a scientific method. You should imagine possibilities and choose the one for which the most compelling argument can be made. And he called this rhetoric. He has a book written on rhetoric that's probably read in 10 courses on the face of the planet. It's completely lost in the world. But notice he said the most compelling argument. So he said what we should do in this world, in this part of the world, is we should all come forward with our possibilities and put forward our best argument for why this would be a good way of going into the future, creating something new that changes that part of the world that is changeable in a way we would like, and may the best argument win. Not may the most powerful data win, but the best argument needs to win. So my view is that for innovation in modern business, there's a few things that we should keep in mind. One is all revenue forecasting is a fantasy. So there are, I would argue, billions of person-hours spent a year forecasting revenues. Would you not agree? You spend how many hundreds of hours does each one of you spend on revenue? Hey, boss comes and says, we need a forecast for what we're going to do next quarter, right? It's useless. Zero utility. One of the biggest wastes we heard talk about, wasted things, friction we can get rid of, if we just stopped revenue forecasting entirely. Because what are we trying to do? Compel action that we don't control, and we're somehow going to put numbers on a page that sort of say, because we say so, we say our revenues are going to be this, that has some relation to what those will actually be? There is no correlation. So that's a waste. But I would argue my second takeaway from this is I've come to believe it's impossible to defend innovation in modern business. In modern business, what happens? What were they, Rory? The fuckers we have to deal with every day will say, here's my data, right, that says this is what we're going to do, what we should do. you come up with a creative idea per Aristotle. You obey Aristotle entirely. You come up with possibilities. You choose the one for which you think the most compelling argument can be made, and then you're told what? Yeah. Show me the data. Show me the revenue forecast for that, right? And we play by their rules. We go out and do some analysis, right, which demonstrates what? That it isn't going to work because we're suggesting doing something that isn't being done now, doing something differently, and the data can only show you sameness. That's all it can ever show you. Right? So they send us on this errand, and I would argue that the people in this room, me included, for decades, would dutifully go off and try and do the analysis to get our innovation accepted. Am I correct? Right? That's playing defense on their playing field. It's a deeply, deeply, deeply flawed playing field. I cannot overemphasize how flawed it is, right? We use a methodology that requires a representative sample, right? And then assume the future is the same as the past. You got to be kidding me. But we go and play on that field. I believe that the only thing that's going to be a breakthrough for innovation generally in the world and is going to give power back to the people who are most important. And those are the ones who invent the future. They're the ones we laud retrospectively. We laud all the things they did retrospectively after they're massively successful and forget the fact they didn't use the dominant methodology in use today to get to those answers. So it's go on the offense. When they say to you, I just need more data to support that idea, you need to say to them, where is your data about the future that supports the status quo? Right? You just got to ask them. Just reject what they want you to do and what they've practiced getting you to do, which is go on defense and go on offense against them. And just be relentless. Just say, no, so let me get this straight. Here's all your data, and you're assuming, am I correct here? You're assuming that the future is identical to the past, and that's why you think your revenue forecasts are really solid. We really know that it's solid because it used to do this, so it'll continue to do this. Is that what you're saying with your analysis? If they say, no, we've put in nuances to this, and just show me. And how exactly did you do that? And, what is actually the logic behind you forecasting something that you have no control over? Offense, offense, offense. Until they understand, right, that you're all in the same boat and that your arguments about creating a future that does not now exist are more powerful than their stupid-ass misuse of statistical methods and ignoring the advice of the guy who created the methods you're using. So go on the offensive and never try to defend the indefensible. And you cannot ever convince somebody for creativity on their playing field. You will lose 100% of the time. Thank you.
Joy.
I think you can see why I send out so many emails going, Roger is a god.
I don't think so.
I mean, there is...
But I am controversial.
There's, by the way, a fantastic story you'll love, since you mentioned the smartphone. We had an anthropologist on this stage about 10 years ago. And a bunch of management consultants had basically convinced Nokia that they could hold off on introducing smartphones for another 4 years. Because
no problem.
It would be another 4 or 5 years before they became affordable by the general population. She was working in a small part of China, and she said, what you've got to understand, in the very early days of the smartphone, people are spending insane amounts of money on these things.
Yes.
The reason being that a smartphone was not just a phone,
Yes.
it was their first access to the internet, it
Yes.
was their first
It was
computer,
yeah.
it was everything.
Everything, yeah.
And the response was, you've only got one data point,
Yeah.
we've got thousands.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
And they decided, on the advice of their management consultants, basically to sit on their hands for about 5 years. And of course, I suppose the rest is kind of history.
The rest is history.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, and it's a lovely story, and it is just classic of this schism where they say, that consultant said, all this data is more important than your insight, right?
Yeah.
Even though 100% of that data is from the past, and the last time I checked, the future is annoyingly different than the past, or blessedly, depending.
It's absurdly high burden of proof to
Yes.
demand that you can extract from the past data that will predict the future.
Right.
I mean, we work strangely quite a lot with police forces.
Yes.
In behavioural science, and one of the interesting things about police work is they do separate the phase into two, which is there's the investigative phase,
Yeah.
which is incredibly open-minded. You'll ask people,
Yes.
did you notice anything unusual on the evening of the 7th of November?
Yes.
Whatever. Eventually, you have to get to an evidential phase.
Right.
But you would never demand in a police investigation that the only information that can be collected is information with evidential value.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Because generally the breakthrough in an investigation, I mean, I famously talk about this, the Yorkshire Ripper was partly caught because a cop noticed he'd parked the wrong way round in the Sheffield red light district.
Yes.
Okay? If you want to know the details, the convention was you park with your windscreen facing the wall because no one can see what's happening on the back seat. Handy etiquette tip there for all of you. Okay? He'd parked as if he wanted to make a quick getaway.
Yeah.
And now, that has no evidential value. You can't obviously imprison someone for 30 years for parking in a funny way.
Yes.
But it has investigative value, which is it tells you what to pursue further. So one of your great tips for creative strategy is, which I think is an extraordinary definition of creativity, is the three things are, you resolve a trade-off, you spot an anomaly, or you use an analogy.
Yep. Yeah, those are the three things I found most useful, because people do ask the question, okay, Roger, Aristotle says, imagine possibilities. Where does that come from? I'm saying it does not come from deep data analytics, so where does it come from? And those are the three places that I've seen it. When somebody is faced with a trade-off, and they hate either A or B, right? But they like some things about A or B, but they hate them in totality. And so they are spurred to say, how could I somehow break that trade-off? I've seen that be the source of new ideas. I've seen analogies all the time. And this is basically how Silicon Valley works. Like, if you go for a pitch for money from VCs, if you don't have an analogy, this is like the Toms of this, or this is like the Uber of that, they turn you down. Basically, and so they look to analogies to come up.
The film
come up
industry
with
is the
something.
same.
Yeah. Oh, right. No. Yeah. Exactly.
Alien was pitched as Jaws in space, which I think is rather
there
good.
You go.
Yeah.
There you go. But also anomalies, right?
Yeah.
Which is our entire scientific method drives your eyes. I mean, and this is an important part. Your eyes are driven to the mean mode median, right? That's where all your focus of your attention is, and it's driven away from the anomalies because what? They're anomalous, but maybe they're not. Maybe they say something about the future that if you paid attention to. And so the exercise I do is, what model of the world could I create that would make that anomaly on the regression line? What would the features of that world have to be for it, it would mean, oh, customers all need this thing, and there'd be a big giant distribution channel to get that to them, and companies. I imagine that world, and then ask myself the question, now that I've imagined it, could I bring that about? And so that's what I do with anomalies.
This is a great question, by the way. What would have to be true in order for this to happen?
Yes. That's hopefully the most useful thing I've ever come up with.
I mean, it may be unattainable, by the way. That's a fair acknowledgement, isn't it? That
yes,
you can. There is a parallel universe, but there's no way of getting there.
Yeah. And then you say that is an anomaly and will be an anomaly when we do the regression analysis 20 years from now. There'll be that, but that is never going to be the mean. But this is what the people who do, like Malcolm Gladwell, before he did The Tipping Point, the book or the New Yorker article that spurred him doing that was called Cool Hunting. And he, as he always does, he followed around these cool hunters who would look at what the kids in the street basketball courts were wearing and thought was cool, and fringe communities, because they were hunting for what's fringe now but will be mainstream 20 years from now.
Because he spotted the fact that these things start small, and therefore they start anecdotal before they actually reach the level of data. There is, funnily enough, a question here about trend spotting. Can we use Bayesian models, etc., to actually spot trends? I'm intrigued. There is some sort of statistical, if there are any real mathmos in here, there is some statistical method where you can use, I think it's Simpson's paradox, to spot anomalies within data, which are therefore possibly useful.
Yeah, I mean, I think in some sense we're all Bayesian updaters. Like, I think it's naturally born, but we will sometimes suppress it and say, well, that we're veering away from what I think is the way things are. And so I would say, in some sense, be entirely open to the idea that your Bayesian updating is kind of getting you in another direction, and keep on asking the question whether, even though, like let's say you think the world is working this way, you see something, you do your Bayesian updating and saying, well, the mean was 50 and it's now 50.1, you should ask yourself the question, well, how fast would it have to take for the mean to get to whatever 80? How many more of these data points would there have to be? And start kind of watching for that and saying, this may be something that our current model of the way the world works is no longer the best model.
Are you familiar with the work of Ian McGilchrist, who's been a previous guest on this, about the divided brain, by the way?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Because, funny enough, there's a question there. He believes there are 4 ways to the truth: science, reason, intuition, and imagination, fundamentally. And it's very interesting. By the way, a lot of scientific progress proceeds, for example, through noticing anomalies.
Yes.
That actually the record of science in terms of what you might call hardcore data crunching has been remarkably unsuccessful, whereas if you look at everything from penicillin to Viagra, I would argue that Viagra was a marketing discovery. I don't think the scientists, because someone noticed the weird behavior of people in a trial who, when asked to return, they said, this doesn't work against angina at all. Please, can you send your unused tablets back? And the respondents went, no!
Yes.
And they simply said,
you can wring them out of my cold, dead hands.
My cold, dead hands. And sensibly, someone said, that's never happened before. Let's find out what's going on.
Yes. No, and so here's an interesting, like, the world of science to me is so fascinating. So, you think of the scientific method crudely as you have create a hypothesis, you have to design an experiment, run the experiment, and conclude whether your hypothesis is right or wrong. You can find in the world tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of PhD courses on how you design an experiment, how you analyze an experiment, whether or not you can conclude conclusively or not. Tens of thousands of courses on that. I have yet to find a course on how to create a novel hypothesis, which leads me to think that scientists don't know where babies come from. right?
Yes.
Like it's literally and I know in the business field, I've looked long and hard across the world of business education, PhDs in business, and there is no course on how to generate hypotheses. And when I ask these scholars about how it is, well, they'll say things like, well, you should read the literature.
There isn't any literature.
Huh? Yeah, there isn't any literature about kind of a new idea that hasn't been thought of. So it's sort of, I think of it as the academic world as Tom Wolfian, right? The right stuff. It's like, how do you know somebody's successful a test pilot? How do you know? He's still alive, right?
They're still alive.
Right, yeah, you send them up, the ones that crash weren't, and the ones that don't are
That's why they chose Neil Armstrong, wasn't it? I think he was just very good at landing that bedstead thing.
Yeah. So I guess I just think that we don't train anybody in this idea of how to create novel hypotheses. I think, and I'm accused of being too favorable toward design education. Patrick Whitney, my friend, says you think it's rose-colored glasses. He was the dean of the Institute of Design, but I think at least in the field of design, if you go and take a degree in design, they just keep making you do projects where you need to come up with a novel hypothesis, essentially.
Of course.
And so you at least get practiced at it. What Patrick would say in response to me is, Roger, we need to be more rigorous about what we want them to actually do and think. We just put them through a whole bunch of tests, and they're like Tom Wolfe's pilots. They either land the plane, or they're a designer, or they don't land the plane and they're not.
I've got a lovely example, by the way, which is that Bucky is the fantastic Texas.
Yes. You showed
them. They basically reinvented the entire business. I learned last night.
Yes.
By having a hypothesis that it was nothing to do with the sale of gasoline.
Yes.
The success of a gas station was all to do with the endurance of the human bladder.
Yes.
And that the only way you could enjoy a competitive advantage in gasoline was to create a gas station so attractive that people were prepared to wait an extra 10 or 15 miles in order to go there. And this is absolutely true, because I actually feel sorry for the intervening gas stations in the 20 or 30 mile approach to places.
They're just annihilated.
And by the way, one reliable finding from the past, which I think will be replicated in the future, is that whenever any business does something, and by the way, this is also true of ad agencies. We actually got some consultants in who looked at Ogilvy and said, you occasionally do amazing things, but do you realize this mostly happens when someone significantly deviates from the approved methodology? True of our clients, famously, I suppose Tom Watson, when he created the IBM PC division, deliberately put it 500 miles from headquarters.
Yes.
Because he said, if you're anywhere near HQ. Nespresso only survived within Nestle, because for 2 years they lied about their figures.
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, I recommend that approach to all of you. I think it's brilliant.
Uh-oh, she's coming.
If all this forecasting is rubbish, actually just lie about it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Play the rubbish game.
To begin with.
Play the rubbish game. Absolutely.
This is a joy. My one little thing, you're also a fan of TRIZ, that Soviet-era innovation methodology.
Yes.
Which is a guy called Gerald Eltzhuller. And when I first came across it, I thought, well, what's the Soviet Union got to teach about innovation? And then I realized that given the fact that it was an appalling culture for innovation, you had to be pretty good
to survive it.
And I suppose my contention is, I think there's a marketing equivalent of TRIZ. I think there's a kind of equivalent in psychology.
Yeah.
Sorry,
we could try to create that.
See, I get in trouble with Adam. He's not really in trouble with me. It's me.
We'll cut this through. But that's my final dream.
There is so much more.
I like the dream.
A
pleasure.
Roger,
thank you very much.
We can have you on all day. So much. You're not a creative strategist until you know about Roger's work. And wow, we've got so much more to talk about.
It's quite hard to get Rory to get God off stage, isn't it? That's the thing. We are also selling Roger's book outside, along with many of the speakers' books outside, so you can buy those in the break. And if you spot a speaker, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to sign it for you.
How are you all feeling, Nudgestockers? Are you feeling overwhelmed, or are you already drafting your messages for LinkedIn, for your power message to get back here next year, win your ticket? All of you online too.
It's now time for lunch. We have sticks and sushi. We have chicken sours.
We will be exiting through the back.
Please, yeah.
And for all of those at home, we have more. Please stay tuned, because more creative thinking from Sarah Tucker, fellow Edward de Bono enthusiast, author of Love Laterally. She's going to help you understand if you're a polymath, why you should be a polymath, as Daniel was talking about earlier, and JP Caston on the power of not knowing what to do. But everyone in this room, you know what to do. We want you back here, bums on seats, for a very full afternoon
at
of
2:15.
Wonderful speakers at 2:15. 2:15, everyone in the room, please enjoy lunch, talk to a stranger with your mouth open.
When you're about to leave university bright-eyed, overdrafted, and clutching a second-hand kettle, someone inevitably wheels out the career aptitude test. You know the one, a supposedly scientific set of oddly vague questions that promises to divine your professional destiny, despite offering choices like, do you prefer organizing events or dissecting frogs? It's esoteric, vaguely Orwellian, and you complete it mostly out of a mixture of curiosity and quiet dread. I took one of these tests at 20. It suggested I became an advertising executive, journalist, writer, librarian, and for reasons still unclear, an engineer, deep-sea diver, and, wait for it, astronaut. At the time, I was working in a bank, and I remember being flooded with relief that banker hadn't made the list. Even then, it felt like a lesser career and more a hostage situation in a pinstripe suit. My subsequent encounters with banks have mostly been returning as a lunchtime speaker about my experiences as a travel journalist and broadcaster. These sessions would end with me asking the question if there were any questions. Some did, out loud, but it was the queue that quietly formed afterwards that told the real story. These weren't questions about Antarctica or camel routes through Rajasthan. They were whispered confessions. How did I manage to leave the bank? And I hate it here. How do I become a travel writer? The moral of the story is simple. No career is wasted, even the one you couldn't wait to escape. It might become the first chapter in your novel, the anecdote that cracks open a speech, or the experience that teaches you what not to do, all of which are surprisingly valuable. Your first job doesn't have to be your last, and your career path doesn't have to be a path at all. Sometimes it's more of a scenic detour with excellent material. I'm Sarah Tucker, novelist, journalist, broadcaster, yoga instructor, lecturer, and biographer of Edward de Bono, the man who invented the concept of lateral thinking. And I'm here to talk about something that has not only changed my life, but redefined my definition of success: lateral living. A way of thinking that stretches across careers, fields, identities, and time. When I left my job in a bank and started teaching yoga in schools, children's books, producing radio and TV shows, and even writing fiction, someone asked me, "Are you all right?" as if deviation from a linear path is a diagnosis. But the truth is, it was liberation. I wasn't falling apart, I was falling into place. So what is a polymath? It's not just someone with an overactive curiosity and a cluttered browser history, though that helps. A polymath is a person whose knowledge spans multiple fields and who connects those dots in ways that actually do something, creatively, practically, sometimes beautifully. They're often labelled Renaissance people, which sounds flattering until you realise it usually means does too many things to explain at dinner parties. But the heart of it is this. Polymaths don't just collect knowledge, they cross-pollinate it. They're not dabblers, they're translators between disciplines. It's not about hoarding facts, it's about expressing them in ways that matter, whether through equations, choreography, strategy decks, or 3-hour jazz improv sessions that somehow solve a problem at work the next day. In short, polymathy is curiosity with consequences. Think Leonardo da Vinci, who was not only a painter, but an engineer, anatomist, architect, and inventor. That breadth made him powerful. And what exactly is a portfolio career? Think of it less like climbing one corporate ladder and more like tending a well-designed greenhouse, carefully cultivating different plants, each requiring different conditions, but together creating something resilient, diverse, and remarkably alive. A portfolio career is a professional life made up of multiple concurrent roles, revenue streams, or areas of expertise. It's not about scattering your focus, it's about deploying your full range. Where the traditional job model asks, what's your title? A portfolio career asks, what's in your toolkit and where can it take you? Much like an investor diversifies assets to stay agile in volatile markets, the polymath diversifies skills to stay relevant, creative, and independent in a world that rewards adaptability over allegiance. And no, it's not indecision, it's architecture. It's the ability to draw links across disciplines, how behavioural economics can inform product design, how systems thinking can enhance city planning, or how a background in engineering might sharpen your eye for brand strategy. A portfolio career isn't a fallback, it's a future-facing strategy designed not just to survive disruption, but to interpret it, influence it, and occasionally outsmart it. Current research estimates that only around 2,400 people globally achieve true mastery across multiple disciplines, fewer in fact than those who reach Nobel-level excellence in a single field. Yet this deliberate breadth has underpinned some of the most original and influential careers of our time. Maya Angelou, poet, dancer, journalist, civil rights activist. Hedy Lamarr, screen legend and co-inventor of the technology behind Wi-Fi. Steve Jobs credited a single calligraphy class with shaping Apple's design ethos. Elon Musk shifts between physics, AI, space engineering, and cultural provocation, often simultaneously. This isn't fringe, it's becoming foundational. Cross-disciplinary thinkers don't just advance industries, they reimagine them. Like Baroness Helena Kennedy's husband, a neurosurgeon whose breakthrough came from an article on aviation he read in an in-flight magazine. That's lateral thinking made literal. And Mark Zuckerberg, whose intellectual range spans code, user psychology, cultural dynamics, and the evolution of social behavior. These are not generalists in disguise, they are multi-domain specialists who rewire problems, accelerate innovation, and occasionally change the rules entirely. So why does polymathy matter? Well, because professionally, polymaths outperform. In Forbes, it was argued that being a polymath is no longer optional. It's increasingly essential for success. Today's most forward-thinking companies aren't hiring just ladder climbers. They're sinking minds with breadth, boldness, and beautifully varied CVs. People who think across functions, not just up hierarchies. Einstein turned to music when stuck on equations. Da Vinci designed machines between paintings. But being a polymath and developing a portfolio career comes with a warning: Leonardo syndrome. The tendency to leap from passion to passion, leaving a trail of unfinished projects, 5 tabs open, nothing saved. The key is balancing intellectual curiosity with deliberate structure, deep work, focused sprints, and smart tools, including AI, to convert eclectic interest into usable range. Why does this matter in practice? Because when the accountant becomes a filmmaker, the films balance. When the coder becomes a chef, their recipes debug themselves. When the violinist becomes a CEO, meetings end on time. Polymaths make better decisions, generate fresher ideas, and adapt faster. Like a director who started as a cameraman, they aren't fobbed off with "it can't be done." They know exactly what can be done. The challenges of our era, cyber threats, global instability, information overload, demand minds that can pivot, synthesize, and hold multiple possibilities at once. This is polymathic minds. And the data backs it. Research by Dr. Robert Root Bernstein found Nobel Prize winning scientists were 25% more likely to sing, dance or act than average scientists, 17% more likely to be visual artists. These aren't distractions, they're cognitive cross-trainers, a pattern not just seen in science, but across business, design, and leadership. Those fluent in multiple domains consistently outperform those confined to one. This is not a plan B, it's a new blueprint for the future of intelligent work. So being a polymath is good for business and even better for your sanity. A portfolio life brings personal freedom. It means living in full colour, not just in job title grey. Your identity isn't tethered to one role, one employer, or one LinkedIn update. It's layered, resilient, and adaptable. When someone asks, what do? You don't freeze. You offer a curated playlist, not a single track. The diversity builds emotional intelligence by default. When you've been a teacher, a temp, a translator, you don't just read the room, you edit the script. And let's talk about empathy. In human resources, it slows down redundancies. In call centres, it derails the script. In care homes, it saves lives. In novel writing, it wins awards and sends you to therapy. Even your so-called soft skills aren't accessories, they're infrastructure. They power connection, creativity, and coping. And when your career shifts, they come with you. So yes, polymathy isn't just good for your CV, it's good for your soul. You'd think in an age of infinite information and cross-disciplinary tools, polymaths would be everywhere. Yet they're rare. And it's not because curiosity or talent are in short supply. The challenge lies in how our world is wired to resist polymathy. First, much of academia, but not all, still lives in the stone age of specialization. Doctorate programs are like one-way trains. You dive deep and never look up. Imagine Leonardo da Vinci stuck doing a 3-year dissertation solely on the physics of water flow. Brilliant, but hardly Mona Lisa level. Then there's the job for life, older generations. Our parents and grandparents bought into linear career ladders. Start at the mailroom, retire at the corner office. This mindset planted a cultural script. Stick to your lane, climb your ladder, repeat. Polymaths, they seem like career rebels or job hoppers with commitment issues. Media and politics love their simple stories. We crave experts who fit neat boxes, the lawyer, the scientist, the entrepreneur. Polymaths break that formula, making it hard for them to get a headline or a vote. Imagine trying to sell a politician who's part data scientist, part jazz musician, part chef. Voters want certainty, not delightful confusion. Then there's the advertising industry, that master of packaging people like products. They want you to be the fitness guru or tech whiz, not the yoga teaching, coding, novel writing weekend warrior. Polymaths don't sell well because their brand defies categorization. Finally, social pressure and behavioral biases play their part. We humans crave for belonging and clarity. Being a jack of all trades can feel like wearing a neon sign screaming, I don't fit in here. Even well-meaning peers and managers urge us to pick a lane or risk being seen as unfocused or unreliable. In short, the systems, stories, and social norms we operate in reward narrow focus, not breadth. The polymath challenge isn't lack of ability, it's swimming upstream in a world that prefers neat, predictable streams. So how do you start? First, map what you know, not just your job titles, but your weird talents, Excel wizardry, obscure bird calls, spreadsheet poetry. Second, spot crossovers. Are you a teacher who could design learning platforms for tech firms, a dancer who could choreograph leadership retreats? Yes, that's the thing, and if it isn't, you can invent it. Third, develop 2 to 3 areas deeply, not just one, because the magic isn't in the depth or the breadth, it's in the combination. Fourth, share it. Start the blog, give the talk, get on the podcast. You don't need to be viral, you need to be visible. Fifth, stay curious, especially about things you don't need to know. That's where your next life might be hiding. Tools to support your lateral life? There are plenty. Read outside your comfort genre. Volunteer in fields that confuse you. Sit on advisory panels. Learn a language or draw badly on purpose. Write fiction if you're a scientist. Study science if you're an artist. Join teams that don't need you yet. Start something that makes no money but makes sense. Mix disciplines like cocktails, unlicensed but effective. Keep a curiosity journal. Treat boredom as a red flag, not a lifestyle. Polymathy isn't a buzzword, it's your human default setting before schooling, before career ladders, and before adulting wore it down. And this is what the Nudgestock Festival is about this year, empowerment through possibility. Being a polymath isn't about monetizing your hobbies or turning every passion into a side hustle. It's about building a life that works laterally, where every experience becomes story, data, wisdom, and maybe one day a TED Talk. Power comes from understanding. When you've worked across sectors, no one can bluff you. You have what I call multi-perspective truth. That's power with context, strategy with soul, spreadsheets with feeling. Edward de Bono saw all of this coming. He believed children should be taught lateral thinking early, before their brains memorize the tram lines. He said, "The mind is a patterning system. Change the pattern, change the outcome." He was a rebel in a suit, a logic ninja, a polymath champion. My biography of Edward de Bono, Love Laterally, is about exactly that, about learning to value the sidestep, not just the ladder. We need polymaths, not just to make things, but to make sense of things. And that, these days, is the rarest skill. So, I recently turned 60, and like many people at that milestone, I went up to the loft, not to find the Christmas decorations, but to take stock. Because that dusty loft, it's not just storage, it's your archive of choices. And the question is, what do you want to find up there? One box neatly labeled career, or shelves stacked with curiosity and chaos, yoga mats, unfinished screenplays, spreadsheets from that startup idea, your second best TEDx pitch, rejection letters you were secretly proud of, a worn passport, a museum ticket from Tokyo, and a playlist you made during a reinvention. It's a myth that polymaths are scattered. The truth, they are architects of lives rich with depth and range. Their lofts aren't cluttered, they're curated. So how do you know if you're one of them? Ask yourself 3 things. First, what have I always loved doing even if no one was watching or paying? 2, what do I already know could cross over into something unexpected? 3, what's in my metaphorical loft and what do I wish were up there? Because this isn't about everything everywhere all at once. It's about being everything you already are more deliberately. Being the deep sea diver and the philosopher, the banker who paints, the coder who teaches breath work, the project manager who writes poetry and absolutely nails it. Every role has purpose, every skill a perspective, and every misstep, compost for reinvention. So build laterally, think laterally, live laterally, because your power doesn't lie in staying in the box. It's knowing who built the box, what's beyond it, and occasionally turning it into a bookshelf with a secret drawer. Thank you.
Hi, my name is JP Caslin, and I know. Right now, you probably just want to stretch your legs, maybe grab a cup of coffee or visit the bathroom, but unless you're absolutely gagging for it, might I interest you in a story? This particular story begins a long, long time ago in a country which is, well, I suppose at least to some, far, far away. For it was there that a young man came to visit upon the famous composer Mozart. And he said, "Mozart, I want to learn how to write symphonies. Teach me." Mozart, he looked at the man from top to bottom and he said, "Well, how old are you?" The young man replied, "I'm 23. Mozart, he shook his head and he said, "I'm sorry, but that's just way too young to write symphonies." At which point the young man was slightly taken aback and said, "Hang on, Mozart, you were 10 years old when you started doing it." And Mozart, he smiled and he said, "Yeah, but I wasn't asking anyone how to do it." Now, I like this apocryphal story for two reasons. First, because it illustrates how it's only really when we don't know what to do that we can create things that are truly original, discover that which previously has been undiscovered, and write symphonies the likes of which the world has never heard before. Not knowing what to do has immense power. It's an invitation to innovation. But this story also tells us what we tend to do as human beings when we don't know what to do, when we face that discomfort of uncertainty. And we feel about as useful as a condom machine in the Vatican. We do what the 23-year-old man did. We seek certainty. We look to others for instruction. We think of the situation as an invitation for imitation. And we do so because we think it is a shortcut to success. Well, actually, as I discovered when I researched my latest book, it's far more frequently a recipe for mediocrity. Wherever there is certainty, there's universality and averageness. If we want to rise above that average, we have to start from a position of not knowing what to do by default. And it's precisely that which I'll be talking about here today, if you let me. For the next 14 minutes or so, I'll be talking about what it means to not know what to do. I'll be talking about uncertainty, different kinds of uncertainty. I'll be talking about how we today waste billions upon billions of dollars unnecessarily, and what we might want to do about it and how we could act differently. So I'll begin with that first question. What does it mean to not know what to do? Well, we typically tend to take it to mean ignorance. I mean, I suppose that's true, but we take it to mean ignorance in the most negative of senses. Stupidity. It isn't. Not knowing what to do means that we're facing an uncertainty that we may or cannot resolve before we have to take action or make a decision. It's an unresolvable uncertainty. That's all it is. So what does that mean? Well, in order to understand that, we have to understand uncertainty, because that also helps us understand a rather more interesting question, namely, why is it that we still face situations where we don't know what to do, despite the fact that we are, or at least should be, living at the peak of everything? We have vast amounts of knowledge and data and computers and AI and what have you. Yet we still face unresolvable uncertainty. Why? Again, we can explore why by understanding what we mean by uncertainty. So, there are, broadly speaking, three kinds of uncertainty. The first one is called aleatoric uncertainty. It's a kind of uncertainty that economists back in the day used to refer to as risk. It's probabilistic. Of course, for those of you who studied Latin, you will know that alea means dice. For those of you who didn't study Latin, alea means dice. But it's the kind of uncertainty that we face when we're playing a game of chance, right? So if you're throwing a die, you know that it'll come up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. You just do not know which one it will be, nor will the next throw depend on the previous one. So it's an uncertainty that is, if you will, inherent and irreducible, but kind of static. It's about probabilities. We know what can happen, just not what will happen. Hence, we may model it. So the uncertainty is ultimately resolvable. Then there is epistemic uncertainty. Epistemic uncertainty is not probabilistic. It refers to an uncertainty in the model itself. It's a lack of knowledge, a lack of information. But here, knowledge, good news, exists in principle. As they used to say in the X-Files, the truth is out there. So we may obtain it, we may reduce the uncertainty, and in fact, we may eliminate it. So for instance, if I wanted to say, if I didn't know what the capital of Texas was, I could look it up and I would see that, hey, it's Austin. But what I wouldn't be able to do is to say the likelihood of Austin being the capital of Texas is 0.7 or whatever, right? That would be nonsensical. But what the two kinds of uncertainty have in common then is that they are ultimately resolvable. So it stands to reason that this unresolvable uncertainty that we're facing is probably not going to be one of those two. Which is kind of important to realize, because how do we as organizations and firms deal with situations where we don't know what to do? How do we deal with situations of uncertainty? Well, we create probabilistic models and we collect data and we try to predict the future. In fact, we invest billions and billions of dollars into it. But it's probably not that kind of uncertainty that we're facing when we're facing an uncertainty that is unresolvable, right? Or, as it turns out, no, it isn't. Because there's a third kind of uncertainty, which is inherently unpredictable and impossible to deduce. It's radical. Radical uncertainty was first, I suppose, observed or written about by John Key and Mervyn King in their best-selling book by the same name. It was later proven by yours truly. It's the kind of uncertainty where it's not just that we do not know what will happen, but that we do not even know what can happen. It's an uncertainty of the unknowable. And I know this is difficult to wrap one's head around, at least was for me. So I'm going to try to illustrate it with the use of a screwdriver. So I'm going to ask you, what can you do with a screwdriver? What uses of a screwdriver could you come up with? Perhaps you might consider screwing in a screw, scratching your back, maybe using it as a rudimentary drumstick. Maybe you would even consider that you might use it as a talking point in a short interlude of a presentation for an event called Nudgetock. Maybe. But here's where it gets rather interesting. Do you think that you would be able to predict what use I'm going to come up with next? Do you think that I would be able to predict what use you might think of next? And most interestingly of all, do you think that you would be able to predict what use you would think of next? The answer, I'm sorry, is negative. No, we cannot predict what thoughts we are going to have next. It's impossible. And what does this tell you about our ability to predict what disruptive technologies might come out in 3, 4, 5, 10 years down the line, or what our competitors might do in that same time span, or what Trump might do to our supply chains in 6 months from now? We cannot predict the next use of a lowly screwdriver, yet we act as if we can predict all those other things. Right? Why else would we have long-term strategic plans? But we can't. And again, this is just a lowly screwdriver. You can do almost anything with a screwdriver. Key being almost. Because we can agree, you and I, that we cannot do absolutely anything with the screwdriver, right? The number of uses of a screwdriver is not infinite, but it is indefinite. We can always come up with a next use, a new use, especially if the context changes. So it's not unlimited, but it is without a specifiable limit. If we wanted to somehow arrange all these uses, the only way to do so would be through a nominal scale, just names of things. Rory, Roger, Roberta, Brittany. They're just various uses. These two things combined, the fact that we're dealing with an indefinite phase space and something which can only be arranged on a nominal scale, mean that the total number of uses of a screwdriver is what mathematicians call non-algorithmic. Cannot be calculated by any man, any Turing machine, any computer, any model, any AI. We do not know, we cannot calculate the total number of uses of a screwdriver, nor can we predict the next use of a screwdriver. A priori. And so, of course, in an instant, aleatoric uncertainty goes out the window, epistemic uncertainty goes out too, because when it comes to the radical, knowledge does not even exist in principle. What are we left with? Radical uncertainty. So this allows us to revisit our original question. What does it mean to not know what to do? It means that we're probably facing radical uncertainty. But then the question becomes, okay, so what do we do? What should we do when we don't know what to do? How can we harness the power of uncertainty? Well, the answer is one I kind of alluded to already. We do what 10-year-old Mozart did. We try things out. We try our ideas out. We run tests and projects. And we do so in safe to fail ways. We want to keep it as small as possible. Why? Well, because we're dealing with radical uncertainty. So it's not just that we do not know what will happen, but we cannot know. In such a case, it seems quite daft to put a lot of money into a big project. Instead, you start small. And you start in parallel. What you want to strive for is what Jeff Bezos once called two-way door decisions. In other words, the kind of decisions that you can take and walk back from if they don't materialize as you had hoped. Then what you do is you track feedback, right? Does this idea seem to work? Cool. Then we're adding more resources. And we keep tracking the feedback. Still good, we add more resources again. But we do so again in sort of small amounts. We add resources progressively, not aggressively. If, on the other hand, this experiment that we're running, when we're exploring, the feedback is just negative, well, that's when we remove the resources. So you might say that we cut resources aggressively, not progressively. And we move on and we try something else. And then over time we scale. And this kind of modus operandi, if you will, has a number of benefits. Firstly, it limits our financial exposure. That is seriously important in times like these, right? We all know it. It appeases our masters, lords, whatever you want to call it, in finance and procurement, because they, instead of having to hand out large sacks of silver, can just put small amounts and then only distribute more amounts of money if the feedback is good. 3, whenever they have to add more resources, whenever we get to that point, well, guess what? We have an ongoing business case. Ideally, it should even start paying for itself soon. We have more than a hypothesis. We have something that we see to be working. So it makes a lot more sense to then invest more. Of course, with that comes higher return demands. Fourth, this approach completely eliminates the buy-in problem. Because where do these ideas come from? Our employees. And so they are already, quote unquote, doing it. And if the feedback is good, guess what? Other people will want to join in too. So buy-in is a non-issue. And fifth, and lastly, what this does is that it creates resilience in the organization. It helps us learn how to adapt. Right? We're trying things out, we're learning from them. And these small things, well, guess what? We can try different things if the context changes. We're not making those massive bets that some external aids love. We're trying stuff out. And this, again, allows us to learn over time and become a lot more adaptable. And that adaptability is how we create a long-term sustainable business advantage. The only sustainable business advantage that exists, by definition, is superior adaptability. We know this from nature. 99% of all species that have ever lived have ceased to be. 99% of all companies that have ever been have ceased to be. Why? Because they couldn't adapt. By running small experiments, learning and testing and trying things out, guess what? We create that adaptability. This is the power of not knowing what to do. It's that invitation to innovation. It forces you to try different things out, to learn and adapt. And yes, I know, it can feel uncomfortable, just like it did for that 23-year-old man. But at the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, do you want to become the next Mozart, or are you happy playing second fiddle? Ponder that for the rest of the day. In the meantime, I've been JP Caslin. Have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you for your time.
We're about to do something even more different than anything that's happened before. It's not going to involve one of you. It's going to involve all of you.
It's nice having your own theme tune, isn't it? Your own walk-on music. Quite exciting. So are we getting in the room? We're getting in the room. Everyone's getting in the room. Are we feeling the energy back in the room? You've all done some power
The cooler
networking.
air in the room.
You've been talking to one another, telling about your power moments of the day. And as Dan said, now is the time for our experiment. This is called an energy tube. Energy in the room, flowing between us. Now, it's a very simple little device, has a bit of silver foil at either end, and when you touch both ends of the tube, you create a circuit like this. So the energy, the electricity, we are electrochemical systems. I know we don't think about our bodies in that way, but we are. And the energy now is flowing right round through my body, completing the circuit, making this little noise, making the light go off. Now, the amazing thing about this thing is that it doesn't just work between one person. Any way that you can complete the circuit. And, of course, it doesn't just work between two people either. So
It works amongst 500 people.
How conductive are you all feeling today? We like to run experiments. We don't know if they're going to work. Maybe we have to believe that this is going to work in order for it to work. But what we'd like to do is a little experiment involving a lot of you. So, front row.
If the front row can stand up, if the back rows can stand up, and if everyone on the perimeter can also stand up. So if you're the person closest on the seat, closest to that side, we need a giant ring around the audience.
We want to create one great big circle all the way around.
Connect
That's right.
the gap.
You're
So we'll
getting
need
the
across
idea.
the aisle at the back as well.
We need a circuit, guys. So if there's a gap right across the back. Back row, we need you all standing. Back row, standing up. That's it. Back row. Work it out, guys. We need one great big circuit. That's it. This requires skin-on-skin contact. There's a big gaping gap across the back here, everyone. I knew that this would be chaotic, but I thought you would mostly understand the idea of a circuit. So everyone holding hands, that's it, right around the back here, all the way across the back. Back row, standing up, back row, standing up, all the way round. That's right. Rory, have we got you in here? Rosa, come on, you got to get up. We need you. Come down here. In fact, Rory, I want you holding one side of this tube. So, is everybody holding hands, skin-on-skin contact, remember? And what we need to do here is we need to create a circuit. So no breaking the circuit, anyone. Right at the end here, and we're going to see, is this going to stretch this tiny little device beyond its maximum? Who thinks we can do this? Can we do this, Nudgetock? Yes? I'm nervous. I'm never nervous. Can we do this? Do you believe it? Right, well, here we go. Rory.
Hey!
The energy, keep holding, guys, keep holding. Oh, someone's broken the circuit. The energy is flowing immediately between all of us right now. No breaking the circuit, anyone. Don't break the circuit.
I think someone's a bit sweaty.
So that should help.
One person.
The energy is flowing all the way around this room into this tiny little device. In fact, you want to hold it like this?
This is a Guinness World Record. We should have got...
That's it. There we go. Hold that. And then, hang on a minute. Wait, how do I do this? Now, I know you all want one. So how about this? You get one, and you get one, and you get one, and all of you have a little energy tube to make complete chaos with at the end of the next break. So for now, sit yourselves back down. The energy is flowing in the room. We did it, guys. Guinness World Record, Nudgestock World Record, perhaps. The important thing is we are electrochemical systems. The energy is flowing between us, and my little experiment did not fail. And you all want an energy tube. So Anna, I was right. Buying 500 energy tubes was not a bad idea. I hope you all enjoy them later.
That was great. We've actually spent thousands of pounds on giving you all an energy tube, so please be grateful. And we did not trust you to hold them right now because we thought you'd be playing with it during the next speaker. So
they're all so excited about getting a bloody energy tube, aren't you? I know it. I know it.
It's chaos. Okay. Okay.
We're
We
back
are
in
now
the room.
about to introduce the next speaker. You can settle your little energy tube down inside, and we're about to begin. So, it's no secret that large organizations don't always get it right, and our next speaker is an expert in dissecting why. He's formerly at the Bank of England and an acclaimed author of Lying for Money. Anyone in the room, maybe? Dan Davies, a regular contributor to the Financial Times. He's renowned for his incisive analysis of why smart people like you in well-resourced companies like you inadvertently create systemic failures.
Questions on the slide-do, please. And join us in welcoming Dan Davies.
Crikey, there we go. Right, my name's Dan Davies, as said. I am a former economist and banker. And when I say former, I mean that I haven't done any economics or banking for 723 days. I'm in the process of drawing up a list of people to apologize to for the harm I did when I was an economist and banker, and I'm taking it one day at a time. What kind of got me out of the economics, though, was the banking, because I spent 6 years of my life doing degrees to analyze a world of perfect information, rational expectations, and then I went onto a trading floor where there was no information and no rationality. And that's what got me interested in how big organizations make weird decisions, because the kind of point that I'm going to try to make over the next kind of 20 minutes to half an hour is that a lot of the time it is the organization which is making that decision, not the people in it. We often get this situation where all the people are great, but the organization is very bad, and I'm going to try and explain why that is. But I'll start off with, here's a really useful slogan. You know, often we find ourselves in a meeting where you want to say something that sounds kind of intelligent, maybe a bit profound, a bit cynical, worldly wise, but you're thinking, shit happens isn't really appropriate for this meeting. You're thinking, oh, it is what it is a bit like 5 years ago. I can absolutely recommend this. Posywid, the purpose of a system is what it does. You know, just at the end, when everyone's trying to ask what's going on, you can just sit there and go, yeah, well, you know, the purpose of a system is what it does. It's a great slogan, and it does actually mean something, and that's what I'm going to try and explain now. But I think first, you know, always start off with a couple of good war stories. And this is, yeah, when you write a book and your publisher says, we need an engaging, exciting, and amusing anecdote to motivate this whole thing, I would say, bear in mind that you're going to be talking about that for the next 2 years at talks, and it gets a little bit sickening. This story relates to the airline KLM and 400 cute little squirrels. It doesn't end well. If anyone is really sentimental about squirrels, you might want to cover your ears for a while. These poor creatures arrived in Schiphol Airport in 1999 as imports, basically, to a pet wholesaler in Athens from a breeder in Beijing, and they didn't have the right paperwork. And they were in the animal hotel, as it is called, at the cargo terminal at Schiphol, and they created a problem for the people working there. They couldn't be sent on to Athens because they did not have the relevant biosecurity paperwork. They couldn't be sent back because the breeder hadn't filled in their details and wasn't paying for the flight back. Can't go on, can't go back, can't really stay here. What do you do with them? It's a tough question. It's hard to believe that there wasn't a better answer than what the KLM handlers actually did, which is, unfortunately, all 400 of them, apart from 2 or 3 that had escaped, were thrown into an industrial shredder that they happened to have hanging around in a corner of the audience. How do I know about this? I know about this because I went to business school, and the press release that KLM sent out apologizing for this disaster after questions were asked in the Dutch Parliament is still studied as a masterpiece of crisis PR to this day. And it's a really kind of strange thing that happened, because they concluded that no one had really made a mistake. The Dutch Ministry of Agriculture had implemented a European directive on the importation of rodents. KLM had put in place policies saying that everything had to have the right paperwork or animals would be euthanized at the expense of the customer. And the people in the shed just carried out the orders in that pragmatic Dutch style. They went, oh, better buy a shredder then. And the problem was that no one was able to communicate that something bad had happened. If, there are 2 social classes in the world. There are people who are able to challenge corporate policies and people who work in sheds. And this was, what had happened. And 400 squirrels paid the tragic price. Okay, if anyone next to you has got their hands over their ears, just nudge them. That concludes the squirrel part. There will be few more mentions of animal peril or harm in this talk. Another example of the kind of phenomena I'm talking about, and I will bring these together in a couple of slides' time, is the British education system, which is a great example of how good people trying to do the right thing can produce results that they simply didn't intend. For example, you can have a combination of 2 unbiased systems making a heavily biased system. What do I mean here? Consider the exam system of A-levels, which all the British people in this room will have gone through. We have an unbiased exam system. It is relatively unbiased in terms of the socio-demographics of people who pass those exams and get grades. It is subject to an appeals system, which is also unbiased. However, the combination of 2 unbiased systems means that you now have a system which is heavily biased in favor of people who can get their mistakes corrected. Incompetence is a form of bias because it's bias in favor of people who can get mistakes corrected. So, for borderline grades, which are the only ones that matter for university admissions in the UK education system, the system is heavily biased in favor of private schools. It is heavily biased in favor of the middle and upper classes, and it is biased to a ridiculous, comical extent in favor of the children of teachers, because they know how to handle the appeals system. That's the education system on its best day. And the coronavirus pandemic A-level season in 2021 was far from its best day. They couldn't hold the exams because of the pandemic, but they needed to provide people with grades in order to keep the university admission system functioning. And so the Department for Education handed it over to their education researchers to design an algorithm that would give people grades based on their teachers' assessments. Now, there's a funny thing about education researchers. They're often very good, very smart people, but they care about grade inflation more than anyone else in the world. Most of us forget about our exams a few years after we've taken them. Most of us regard the fact that the grades keep on getting higher and the exams might be getting easier as a bit annoying when you're comparing your results to your kids, but not something to think about all the time. Education researchers really care. And so they designed a system which would minimize grade inflation and maximize comparability. What they created was a system that had 2 heavily offsetting biases, a very large bias in favor of small classes, and a very strong bias against schools which had bad historic results. And so it blew up. They produced an algorithm that was guaranteed to ensure that there were a maximum number of headlines of the smartest kid in a tough comprehensive who had dreams of going to medical school and was deprived of them by the algorithm. As it happens always in the British system, the people responsible were either sacked or knighted, depending on their level of seniority in the organisation. Again, what had happened here is that a kind of information had been considered that wasn't related to the actual goal of the organisation. So what do these two things have in common? This guy. Stafford Beer. I've spent like the last 5 years or so kind of trying to resurrect some of his work from the 1970s. He was a management theorist, he was a yoga guru, he helped to reorganize the economy of Chile for the Allende government. A really weird, interesting guy. But his key insight is that organizations are information processing systems. They take in inputs from the world and they produce decisions, which is kind of interesting in the context of some of the things we heard about this morning. If you're worried about vast non-human decision-making systems with completely alien priorities taking over the world and potentially destroying human life, the time to start worrying was probably several hundred years ago with the formation of the East India Company. The modern corporation is a decision-making system because it makes decisions. It's non-human because it's not a human being. It is an artificial intelligence. And what Stafford Beer said is that, like human beings, organizations have weird behavioral tics. Organizations can hallucinate like an artificial intelligence system can, and they do so for the same reason, which is that the data they are working on isn't fully representative, and their method of processing that data just heads straight for median solutions which don't correspond to reality. So Stafford Beer said that if a corporation is an artificial intelligence, then you should be able to apply the mathematics of information theory to it. You can't apply them in a straightforward manner because, unlike a computer, an organization doesn't have a finite and formatted set of information inputs. You have to constantly be engaged in the work of deciding what information you're going to pay attention to and what information is going to have a role in the organization. And there's one particular kind of message that I think is really important. This is the red handle from a train. What happens when the driver pulls the red handle? Right. I've kept on saying that. I even wrote it in the book. It's a really embarrassing mistake. When I did this presentation to the transport people, when you pull the red handle, the train goes. It's a dead man's handle. What happens when you let go of the handle? The train stops. But I would argue that this thing here is mainly an organizational tool. It has the physical property that it stops the train moving, but if you're running a railway and you just physically stop one train and don't do anything else, bad things are going to happen on that railway. The red handle starts a process of reorganizing and rewriting that day's timetable. A single driver isn't usually able to rewrite the timetable, but by providing this signal, they say, in contact with the real world, something has happened which was not part of our system and not part of our plan. The organization needs to reorganize and respond to that. One of the frustrating things about those poor squirrels is that I was actually kind of lying when I said earlier that you have people who can rewrite policies and people who work in sheds. If you work in a shed for KLM doing engine maintenance and you drop your spanner and it hits part of a jet engine, then you can stop things. You can even rewrite the entire flight schedule for KLM that day if you have screwed up your maintenance badly enough. For safety-critical applications, KLM did have the kinds of communication channels between the consequences of the decisions and the people responsible for making the decisions that they didn't have in that benighted shed of the squirrel apocalypse. There's a name for these kind of connections. I would argue that the connection between the consequences of a decision feeding back to the decision maker is what we call accountability. When it is absent, that is unaccountability. Where you have power without accountability, you have power located in a decision maker who is living in an information environment where they do not know the consequences of their actions. That is dangerous. So why do we do it? The answer is that we always have to cut some of our information connections. The only people who pay attention to every bit of information they get are babies, and it makes them tired and cranky after a very short period of time. As we grow up, we start ignoring things because we start concentrating on things, and deciding what you're paying attention to is identically deciding what you're not paying attention to. Organizations get more complex as they grow. They get more complex at a multiplicative rate, just simply because when you add something to a group, you multiply the number of connections between things in that group, and our capacity only grows at best linearly. Every now and then we have a technological revolution like the computer or AI. Even the filing cabinet was an IT revolution in its day, and we get a step up, but always we are struggling to reconcile our own capacity to manage information with the world's capacity to generate it, to literally make things manageable. So we are always designing our information connections. Shouldn't we pay attention to how we do that? In most cases, Stafford Beer said, and there is a whole load of science going on in the background here that I am sparing you from, you have one of three big problems. You have important information channels have been cut because the messages they were giving were constantly bad news and which were constantly kind of crossing hierarchies and giving people messages they don't want to hear. My daughter the other day made the incredibly tasteless joke after moving into her student accommodation that they had a carbon monoxide alarm, but it kept making a beeping noise that was making her feel drowsy and giving her a headache, so she turned it off. I said, I'll do that at the next presentation, but never say that to your mother. Organizations do similar things. If you have a channel that gives bad news to powerful people, and those powerful people are overloaded, they will tend to cut that channel. Organizations are also quite bad at understanding that they are creating their information environment in everything they do. Often, people who are incredibly important in transmitting and processing information, even more so people who are important in translating information from one form to another, look like they're not doing much. They look like all they're doing is having meetings. They look like they don't produce revenue directly. They tend to get treated as deadwood and cut out. And that's how organizations basically de-brain themselves. Most importantly, though, organizations can set themselves up so that they are no longer able to understand or even formulate key information. And of course, the main way in which this happens is with financial information. Financial reporting and financial data is one representation of the company. It throws away a huge amount of information. Notoriously, all accountants will admit that they don't handle intangible assets at all well, but data about branding, about customer interactions, it's just extremely hard to translate that into financial numbers. A company which manages itself purely by financial reporting will lose touch with reality because it is no longer managing its business. It's managing an imaginary object, a sort of shared hallucination that's about the same size and shape as its business. So I'll now unpack that slogan I started the presentation with. The systematic output of a system, what it actually does reliably and repeatedly, is defined by the kind of information it responds to and the relationship of that input to the decisions it makes. If your company has a set of values, then either those determine the information it pays attention to, or they are not actually part of the purpose of the company. The location of power within a company is entirely the power to decide what information the company is paying attention to. Organizations are information processing systems. It's just that more and more of them these days are badly designed information processing systems in which most of the important parts have been cut out because they were causing too much trouble. And I think my counter's run down there, so I'll leave it to you.
Switched on? Yes, I am. Fantastic. What a joy. Absolutely tremendous. Also, I'm very pleased to say in his fantastic Substack piece, which I think is called D Squared Digest, isn't it? Is that right?
It's called Back of Mind.
Back of Mind, sorry. D Squared Digest is your name on Twitter. You're absolutely right. You also make the point that you got particularly angry with economics because it pays no attention to marketing.
It is really... Okay, this is actually embarrassing because I spent 6 years of my life and did 2 degrees in this subject. The best theory of marketing that economics has is that it is a way of showing to the public that this product must be good because we spent so much money on marketing it. You know, that is literally, you know, people. That's a Nobel Prize.
Is that Akerlof? Is it?
That is Gary Becker, Nobel Prize
Gary
winner.
Becker, yeah,
I mean,
right.
Akerlof is slightly better,
Yeah.
but it's won a Nobel Prize. And the reason is that economics works on price and quantity. They have decided to model the world, which is a business of deciding what you're not going to include in your mental object, on the basis that everything is either a price or a quantity of a standardized commodity. If you want to tell a story about how something's not a commodity in economic or financial terms, you just can't do it. It's like kind of trying to express a sound that doesn't exist in a language, only using the Roman alphabet. You know.
A fantastic example, by the way, of the purpose of the system is what it does, which was last week when I met the editor of The Drum, which is an advertising publication, who said, you can always tell when someone's had media training because they never get any press. And the reason for that is that once someone's had media training, journalists can immediately tell they've had media training, so they know there is no likelihood they will ever say anything of interest, so they immediately ignore them and never contact them ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that would be a perfect case of something which is notionally has one intention.
Yeah.
The actual, what it does is the complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, that was, as Stafford Beer said in the Designing the System for Organizations, you cannot say that the purpose of something is an outcome that it systematically fails to achieve.
Yeah. And this is it's fascinating because I think there are large worthy parts of bureaucracy, by the way, which aren't necessarily that expensive in terms of the people they employ, but the net effect is just to slow things down to an extraordinary degree. Yeah. So you add this huge degree of complexity. You were getting particularly annoyed, I think, about some aspect of planning legislation online, which is that you're allowed to discuss a planning application with... Your turn.
The planning inspectorate for... Why doesn't the UK build infrastructure? Part of the problem is that if you're building an infrastructure project in the UK, you can consult the planning inspectorate and say, what are the big problems I'm going to have here? What are the kind of key issues that are likely to affect this? As soon as you do that, the person you spoke to is regarded as having a conflict of interest and cannot be part of the examining authority for your project. The UK has set up a thing which is knowing something about a project immediately disqualifies you from making a judgment on it. And just in general, we have loads of situations, particularly in governments actually, less so in corporate organizations, where because of perceived or easily identifiable problems of conflict of interest, we force everything through the tiniest of information bottlenecks. And when you force everything through that bottleneck, your decisions are either going to be slow or bad or both. We're just not paying attention to the fact that fundamental theorem of information theory, you can't put more down a channel than it has bandwidth capacity.
So interestingly, someone's asked here, you mentioned you think the private sector's better. I'm not sure it is, actually. They have actually asked the question, do you think the private and public sector are different in their propensity to bureaucratize or to compress information to remove necessary feedback loops?
I mean, they do things differently, but they're kind of bad in different ways. The worst thing in the private sector is financialization. And the biggest driver of financialization is debt. Because once you have a company that is heavily indebted, it's a signal that swamps everything else. It can't pay attention to anything other than immediate cash flow in order to make the next debt repayments. And that's an organization that is bound to make mistakes because it is no longer living in the real world. And at the end of the day, customers live in the real world. They go out there every day. A company that is driven by its customers can't drift too far from reality. A company that's driven by its accountants, who are, great guys, many friends, married one, their job is producing a systematic set of illusions. That's what they do every single day. As someone said, much more fiction is written in Microsoft Excel than is ever written in Microsoft Word.
And actually, on that point, do you think that software and the standardization of information is a significant contributor to the problem? Because it looks like an efficiency, but two issues. The spreadsheet effectively gives numerical information vastly more weight than other forms of information. With the PowerPoint deck, the problem I have is that nobody in a shed uses PowerPoint. Okay, so there are two classes. I mentioned this on Evan Davis yesterday. They're the class of people who can present things, and then below a certain level of the organization where people just don't do PowerPoint, effectively you're frozen out of the decision-making loop.
Yeah, absolutely. And it comes back to Roger's point about the conflict between finance and everything else in reality. Once a number's in a spreadsheet, it really looks like a fact. You pick a number out the air and put it in a spreadsheet, everyone else will treat it as a fact because otherwise they would have to make up their own number and no one wants that job. I wrote a book a couple of years ago with Will Butler-Adams, the CEO of Brompton.
Oh, Brian,
Will. Will said that they don't do revenue forecasting in Brompton because his experience is that if you have a revenue forecasting process in which the projections are challenged and form the basis of decisions, what you are running is a training course for your employees in how to lie to you.
Perfect, that's probably our time limit. All I can say is, if you think that's bad, try working in an advertising industry where there is no correlation between the value you add and the money you make, because you charge by the hour. Okay, that makes it worse still.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dan. Thank you. That was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Dan Davies' book, Lying for Money, is available on the bookstall outside. If anybody does buy it and does get rich, don't forget about us, please.
And now, she is a force for good within the Ogilvy Consulting behavioral science practice, where she helps make complex behavioral science not just accessible for the world's biggest brands and businesses, but also she does a great deal of work with our charitable partners, for whom she has even authored a book on fundraising, where all the profits go to Médecins Sans Frontières. So one of our most noble in the room, probably, no doubt. We have on stage next, talking about her experience with Andrex. Please give the very warmest welcome to Maddie Croucher.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So for this next installment of Thinking Like a Behavioral Scientist, I'm going to be talking to you about moist toilet paper. Yes, you heard that right. I think in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to say the word moist more times than I ever thought I'd say in my entire life. So brace yourselves for that. Any of you who follow Rory will know that this is one of his absolute favorite topics, talking about moist toilet paper. So we were really excited to have the opportunity to work with Andrex on their product range. Now, if we take a look at the multi-billion-dollar toilet paper market in the US, I think it's quite surprising that only about 5% of it is actually made up of moist toilet paper. Now, to me, this is surprising because it actually is, when you think about it, the more logical choice. If you think about it, every single day we tend to wash our hands with water, not dry paper towels. So why should this be any different? So what we did is we worked with Andrex to really start to unpack what were those psychological barriers standing in the way of more people using moist toilet paper. Now, I want you to imagine that you're walking down the toilet paper aisle of the supermarket. What do you see? I would say easily at least 10 different brands of dry toilet paper. You know, you've got numerous different variants being sold. You've got double roll, quilted, strong, even bamboo now. And then usually somewhere hidden away on the top of the shelf, out of view, maybe a few packs of moist toilet paper. Now, what happens when your brain sees this choice set is that it thinks, okay, dry paper is the norm. There are so many options available. Everyone else must use it. I'm going to do that too. I'm going to ignore that weird moist stuff on the top shelf. What's interesting even further is that people who do buy moist toilet paper tend to be quite embarrassed about it. They tend to hide it out of view in their bathrooms, even when their guests are coming round. And I can see a few of you smiling, so you definitely, obviously, relate to that. So here, it's really about this is just not the norm. It's not something people are doing. And it just further reinforces that it's a bit of a weird thing to do. Now, this is also further compounded by the types of names used for these products. So things like washlets, classic clean. I think we can all agree that they're a little bit ambiguous and that the use case and the benefit isn't immediately obvious. So what we did is, like any good behavioral scientist, we employed a very rigorous testing program of a range of different names that overcame these psychological barriers, and really making sure that we weren't just capturing consumers' System 2 responses, but also capturing their System 1 response, so we could feel really confident in what we were putting out there. So we're going to play a game, much like you did with Jordan's Odeon case study this morning. We've got here the control category name, which is washlets. I'm going to show you 3 other variants that we tested and ask you to vote on which one you thought was the winner. So first up, we have hygiene wipes. So here we use relative framing to help people associate the product with the more familiar world of hygiene and personal care. Next up, we have daily wipes. So here we're using priming to really help consumers to start to see this as part of their daily routine. And then last up, we have refreshing wipes. So here we're using simulation to help consumers really feel like they know the benefits, help them imagine the benefits of using the product. So for anyone online, if you can type in the chat which one you think is the winner, and in the room we're going to go on loudest round of applause. So I'd love a round of applause first off if you think hygiene wipes. Okay. Round of applause for daily wipes. And a round of applause for refreshing wipes. Ooh. This is a tough one. I would say that was fairly equal, actually, but maybe refreshing, I'm going to say, tipped over the edge a little bit. Okay, let's have a look at the results. The winner was actually hygiene wipes, so about a third of you got it right. This actually listed the strongest intent to buy from consumers. And why this is working so well is because it's really strengthening that mental association between the product and the category of toilet paper by leaning on that familiarity of hygiene and personal care. So really strengthening that mental association. We did one last thing to strengthen that mental association even further, and that was changing the product name from Classic Clean to Ultimate Fresh. So here, really leaning into the #1 benefit that consumers want to see from this category, again, so they more strongly associate it with it. And this is how it all came together in the final packaging. It's now been rolled out, so next time you're walking down the supermarket aisle or you're in your friend's bathroom, see if you can spot it. And before I head off the stage, just to say, remember to think like a behavioral scientist. Make sure you take the time to unpack those psychological barriers as well as the logical ones, because that's going to really enable you to unlock new ways to name, frame, and communicate about your products and services. Back to Tara and Dan.
Oh, nice. If you're lucky, she might even sign her book for you out there.
All right, Nudgestock, are you ready now for some serious star power? Our next speaker has had more views of her TV shows than there are people on the planet, and she's the only speaker we have today who has had Mel B say that she has the X Factor. She's worked with Beyonce, Snoop Dogg, and Donald, and now all of us, and she's the undisputed queen of reality television production. She's behind the X Factor, I'm a Celebrity, Big Brother, the US Celebrity Apprentice, and many more, and has learned a lot about how to pull the puppet strings.
Prepare, Nudgestockers, to have your minds blown by these slides. She is the most fabulous woman. I'm absolutely in awe. Please put a big round of applause for Maz Forelli.
It's going to be. So it's a nice one. So what I want to do with you today is this. I want you to strategize like a TV producer. And before you all run off to have a shower, and I can understand why, what we're quite good at is changing behavior. Can you all hear me? I have a very gentle voice, which belies my heart of granite. So this is what I want to do. How to get everyone to do exactly what you would like them to do, but they've got to want to do it. For anyone who works in the legal department, I've put probably, so you can't sue me. I've got nothing. There's a lot of paperwork, can't be asked. Now, most people today have started by talking about someone they find very inspiring, and I'm no different. Oh, what, you want to hear about me? Okay. So I started life as a journalist. Not a good one. Does anyone here know who Laura Ashley is? Yeah, she made soft furnishings, curtains, cushions, pillows. Princess Diana in that very famous picture where she has the baby on her hip, that's a Laura Ashley dress. So I had to write her obituary my first day working as a journalist. What would you have as your headline? I wrote, "It's curtains for Laura," which I thought was quite funny, but apparently obituary is not supposed to be funny. But I did then go on to make TV shows, and I wasn't bad at that, and I have won comedy awards. My friends would question that severely. I was also a stylist, which is hard to believe when you see my jumpsuit, which 1970s called me earlier, asked if they could have it back. Has anyone heard of Absolutely Fabulous? Yeah, that was based on my agent. So I left school, I was a journalist for 8 minutes, and then my life was like absolutely fabulous. Travelled the world first class, went to parties. Naomi Campbell did her first ever job with me. It was very, very glamorous. Then moved into telly. And since then, I've made shows that you know and generally hate. So I started on This Morning. Anyone watch This Morning? With Richard and Judy back in the day. For anyone who doesn't know Richard and Judy, slightly more royal than Charles and Camilla, genuinely. The Big Breakfast. Yeah, so I used to produce Zig and Zag, you know the two puppets? I know, I'm funny. Genuinely. And then we come to a dark patch. Noel's House Party. Moving quickly on. Light Lunch, Late Lunch, Ready Steady Cook, The X Factor. Any Aussies here? Oh, nice. Did Farmer Wants a Wife, which is the show that does what it says on the tin, farmers looking for wives. God, did they shag quickly. My theory, they're farmers. They're around animals breeding, so it's very much in the forefront of their minds. The Celebrity Apprentice, with a guy called Mark Boris, but we also had Uncle Donald, as I like to call him, on the show. Very tall, small hands, unless you're watching. Or AI is tracking me, in which case you're a genius, and I think you're marvellous. Trying to think of the other ones. Oh, and I've made shows about practically everything, and I have worked with everyone from King Charles to Donald Trump to Beyonce to Snoop Dogg to Usher to Troye Sivan to pretty much everyone. And now, this is my job. I know. It's like the best job in the world. I love it so much more than telly, although I did love telly. Now, I help companies be more interesting, engage customers, and change behaviour. So what I want to do with you today, are my 10 commandments. They're named after me, because I think we have established I love me. Cool. Number 1, think like a hidden camera producer. So I did the gotchas on Noel's house party. And for anyone young, Noel's house party used to be on the television. For anyone young, television's thing you used to have in the corner. You just watch it as a family. And the gotchas were hidden camera. So we would prank celebrities. They were always set up by friends or family or agents. So everyone was really on board. Now, why is hidden camera difficult to do? Because I can't brief them. Does anyone here remember a guy called Mike Reed? He was on EastEnders, and he's an actor and a comedian. And we did a gotcha on him, and his agent said, he is really, really professional. Is that good or bad for me? It's awful, isn't it? He's going to turn up, he's going to be professional. So I was at the BBC at the time. We were doing a fake ad with him at 9 o'clock. But you see, I have to make sure I can influence his behaviour so that he turns up in a really bad mood. Think about how you influence your client's behaviour so they turn up in a really good mood. The exact opposite of what I would do. So he's turning up at 9 o'clock. What time do I start producing Mike Reed? 6 a.m. So the car's coming for him at 8. I send an actor in a car. So press the doorbell, don't text him, because I want everyone in the house to wake up. Keep your finger on it, because it's nothing as annoying as that you wake up to that sound. And then you're going to say this, Mike, mate, can I use your bathroom? Look, I went out last night, I had a curry with my mates, and I was showing off a bit. I tell you what, not good. Mike Reed's like, you kidding me? Get lost. 7 o'clock, what am I going to do? Mark, I'm desperate, mate. Let me in. 8 o'clock, the car's supposed to arrive. So what do? Don't send it. 8:45 it arrives. He's obviously furious by now. And the driver says to him, mate, if you'd let me in at 6, I wouldn't be late, would I? Don't blame me. We're supposed to drop him at gate A at the BBC. Where do we drop him? Z. He's got to walk all the way through the BBC to get to us. Researcher goes up to him and says, would you like tea or coffee? He says tea. What do we give him? Exactly. I have influenced his behaviour, so he is doing exactly what I would like him to do when he walks in to record this fake ad. If Mother Teresa had come in and given him a foot rub, he would have punched her by then. He was fuming. How do you influence the behaviour of the people that matter to you? How do you think about it? When you're going off to a meeting, what do you do beforehand? Because the meeting doesn't start when the meeting starts. The meeting starts way ahead of that. Think of the 10 steps before. There's no point in Mike Reed turning up in a good mood. That is death for me. Which leads me nicely onto my second commandment. Hope is not a strategy. I work with a lot of companies for whom hope is a strategy. I got to go, so how are you going to make this happen? I go, what do you mean? I go, well, how are you going to make it happen? And they go, like, we can't, can we? I go, of course you can. You can make anything happen if you want, if you're smart enough. I have no skills except thinking. I'll think harder than you. I'll beat you at it. Got nothing else. But I will think harder. Think harder than everyone else in the room. You only need to think 1% harder. Not a great deal. Just a teensy-weensy. So I want to tell you a story that illustrates how hope is not a strategy. And it's the story of one of my ex-boyfriends, Abraham Lincoln. What an attractive woman. Abraham Lincoln was looking out the window at his stable hands trying to get a calf into a barn, and the calf didn't want to go in. And they get more stable hands, and they're pushing and pushing and pushing, which I find is what most businesses do. They keep pushing. And his maid came in. She's from Ireland. My family are from Ireland, so I'm allowed to do a bad Irish accent. She went, I'd get the calf into the barn. He went, love, no, not happening. I said, no, I will. And she went down, and she did something a bit smarter. She thought, what does the calf want? I want the calf to go into the barn. Hope's not a strategy. Calf wants mum. Bit nervous going in, it's dark. I'll put the light on. I will take action to make the calf do what I would like the calf to do. Wants mummy. She sticks her little fingers in. Oh, it tastes like mummy. Oh, look, I think that's mummy in there. I'll go in. Anyone here have a dog? Dogs are great producers. Have you ever been in the park at midnight in the pouring rain thinking, how did I get here? It's because your dog wanted you to. Anyone have children? So sorry. Kids are great producers. Your kid doesn't go, bitch, biscuit. Maybe your kid does, and that would be the kid I would like. The child I left on the side of a hill to die. Not really. But kids are great producers. Your kid will be, mummy, mummy, I love you, I love you. I tidied my room, could I have a biscuit? And you go, whatever you want. You want a gun? Yeah, sure. Kids are brilliant. How do you make people do what you want them to do? If you go down and you're pushing the calf, no, that's hope. If you're smart and you look at your client and you think, what do I want that red hot calf to do? You're probably going to win. In every meeting, every pitch, everything you do, think this. Who is my calf? What do I want them to do? And plan it. Hope is not a strategy. So you've got 10 seconds, and then Steve is going to press a buzzer. He also has a bow and arrow. If you don't stop talking after 10 seconds, he's going to take you down. So this is your brief. You've got £2. You've got 10 minutes. How do you stop master criminals from doing crimes? You've got 10 seconds. Turn to the person next to you. Discuss it. £2, 10 minutes. How do you change their behaviour? Talk! What you got? So my friend's a cop. I do quite a lot of work with cops. Bizarrely, we like each other because people lie to us for a living. And we're quite good at tells and getting people to do what we'd like them to do. This is what he did. He sent all the crims, the big crims in his area, birthday cards and Christmas cards that said this. Just want you to send birthday wishes, lots of love, your way. You are always in my thoughts. He couldn't convict them because he didn't have any evidence, but he could change their behaviour. £2, 10 minutes. How are you thinking about changing the behaviour of the people that matter to you? In every meeting, do you put 5 minutes aside at the end to think, how do we change their behaviour? Because I do. When I used to make TV shows, it's all I thought about. How many people, I did Big Brother as well, 5 series, the very controversial ones. Oops. And I once broke Twitter, X, deliberately, because I wanted them to sponsor an event, but they didn't want to. So I changed their behaviour, and they did, because I broke it. And then they came back to me, and they went, you know you broke it last night. I went, yeah, I know. Yeah, that was my plan. Told you I would. Did. So they're going to do it, aren't they? Interesting. Do you put time aside in every meeting to think, how do I change behaviour? Hope is not a strategy. What do you want your calf to do? Number 3, it is not my job to be interested in you. It's your job to be interesting. When I used to make TV shows, people would come and pitch me. I was probably pitched about 10,000 times. People would come in and they would bore me into trying to give them a commission. And I used to think this. If you're this dull in the pitch and you want 20 million from me, how dull are you going to be when I give you the money? Has anyone ever been bored into changing their behaviour? I mean, I have, obviously. I just go to sleep. Got no attention span at all. No. And yet, people just don't really think about interesting. When you're going to your next meeting, having your next meeting, doing the next pitch, think, how do I make this more interesting for those people? Nobody's behaviour ever changed through boredom. It is your job to be interesting. If you're interesting, you have my attention. If you're boring, you don't. How many times have you been at a conference, you go up to someone, you say, what do you do? They say something dull, and you do what I do. You go, I'm just going to go and get a coffee. I will be right back. And you go to Venezuela. We do, don't we? It's true. Number 4, how well do you know your audience? In TV, I sweated the audience. So if I said to you, give me some words, it's Sunday, it's winter, there's a lovely old roasty lunch on, give me some words. We'll start with moist, my favourite. What else? Warm, comforting, family, yeah? Unless you're a chicken, in which case, it's a horror movie. Is that Uncle Alan? Yeah, we never liked him. How well do you know your audience? Do you sweat about them? Do you think about what's important to them? How you can change their behaviour? So I did the Celebrity Apprentice in Australia. Uncle Donald came over. If you're watching, you're great. Tall, tiny hands. And the celebrities were getting on really, really well. Is that good for me or bad for me? It's not good, is it? Because when we go into the boardroom, they're all going to go, oh, do you know, everyone worked as a team, it was marvellous. I go, right, okay, so there's 10 million people switching off. And the guy who was the host, a guy called Mark Boris, who I always describe as the Trump of Australia, and he keeps texting me and going, stop doing it. It's the Trump of Australia. He said to me, just before we were about to start filming, they're getting on too well, aren't they? And I said, I think they are. We need to change that. And the floor manager said, you've got 1 minute. How do I change the behaviour in 1 minute? What would you do? Turn to the person next to you. You've got 5 seconds. What would you do? Because I had to think that quickly. What are you going to do? Steve, I love you. So when I did the Celebrity Apprentice, I would say to all the celebrities, we will play with you a little bit. You're right with that. So it's always, you know, everyone's always on board. So I had about 10 seconds, and I thought, I've got to get them to remember they're in a competition. So I said to the photographer, can you come over and stand in front of us? And I said, look, the Sydney Morning Herald want to do a shot. Like, I know normally we do it in alphabetical order, but today I want to do something slightly different for no other reason than, you know, just to shake things up a bit. Could you put yourselves in order of fame? How quickly do you think their behaviour changed? And they talked about it for the next 2 weeks. Polly, you know when you stood here? Yeah, people know me as Polly. They don't, well, you know I come from music royalty. Let me tell you. Put aside in every meeting time to think, how do we change their behaviour? What are their problems? What are their sweet spots? What are their weak spots? That's a weak spot. Famous people, what are they known for? Being famous. Clues in the title. Number 5, make some noise. When you make noise, people pay attention to you. You can't change anyone's behaviour unless you have their attention. So when I used to make Big Brother, people would say, I hate that show. Other people say, I love that show. Now that's good for me, because what I don't want is ambivalence. If you love me, that's great, because I really like being liked. It's like a really nice thing. If you hate me, I'm okay with that. What I don't want is you to go, vanilla. Although Dan was saying earlier he had an incredible vanilla in Italy. Actually, I had a really good vanilla once, but no one really gets excited about vanilla. Don't be vanilla. Think about how you can make some noise. I want to show you a video of a guy called Shed Simove. If you don't follow him, he's a genius. I love him. He was one of my producers on The Big Breakfast. Very big thinker. Has anyone ever heard the term drink responsibly? He created a beer called Responsibly. He did a cheese grater that he sold in America. What was the tagline? Make America Great Again. Thank you. Watch this. Have a think about how you create noise and how you get attention, because you can't change behavior unless people are paying attention to you.
If you're looking for Mr. Right, there is a new dating website you should try, but there's a catch.
It's called Shender,
Yes.
kind of like Tinder, right? And there's only one guy involved, the creator of Shender, Shed Simove. He's joining us now live this morning. Okay, we got to talk about this. How did you come up with this concept that only you are available for dating?
Well, Layla, if you want to be a big fish, perhaps sometimes you have to create your own pond. And Now, I'm the only man available to date on Shinder, so in effect, I'm number one in a field of one. And that sort of works, doesn't it?
Now, I love this idea, and I'm mad at you because I wasn't quick enough to think of it myself. Now, you also wrote a book called What Every Man Thinks About Apart from Sex. It's a bestseller, but there's something unique about this book. Can you tell us about that?
Correct, Oliver. So this came about because I wanted a bestseller, and I'm sure you know that to sell, to be denoted as a bestseller, you have to sell 10,000 books. And I wrote 2 books, and they got great reviews on Amazon, but didn't sell 10,000 sales. And in one of my careers, I'd make novelty gifts, and they were selling incredibly well, 1.5 million around the world. So I decided to combine the two, and I produced a book called What Every Man Thinks About Apart from Sex, and it's got 200 blank pages inside. And the most amazing thing is it's been translated into different languages. So look at this. This is the Croatian version, and so it's What Every Man Thinks About Apart from Sex. It's totally blank. I'm a 9 times worldwide bestseller now, and it's taken me by surprise.
How do you create noise around you? That book would cost $8, £4 to print. That's nothing. How are you creating noise around you? How are you changing behaviour? Number 6, we share for 2 reasons. 1, I'm going to help you. Here you are, I'm sending you something because it's going to help you. 2, I want to share something that's going to make me look good. One's nice, one's less nice. They're the 2 reasons we share. People post all the time. They go, I don't understand why no one reshared it or, reposted it. I go, I'll help you here. It was dull. Oh, who's going to share that? I'm going to share something that's dull, because what I want is a smaller network that's not engaged. Said nobody ever. If you want me to share, you've got to make me want to. I want to show you an ad that was made about 400 years ago, and I'm sharing it with you. It's so smart. When you know what the product is, shout out. It's very clever. It's the sound at the end, isn't it? Who'd share that? Yeah, you're going to look good, aren't you? People are going to go, that was good. That was interesting. It's not my job to be interested in you. It's your job to be interesting. It's your job to share stuff that's interesting. Otherwise, who's sharing it? Got some dull stuff for you. Said nobody ever. Number 7, cake can help you go viral. So what I want to happen in the old days when I was a TV producer, if I went into ITV or Channel 4, I wanted everyone in the building to be talking about me and my idea. But I couldn't send an email around saying, could you please all talk about me and my idea, because it doesn't work. So I'd buy loads of cake for the meeting. Who hates people bringing cake to a meeting? Rory, you do not, you're lying. Everyone loves cake. So I would always bring too much cake. Why? What happens to that cake at the end of the meeting? It goes in the kitchen. In the old days, we used to go to the office. Young people, an office is a place where people would go to work. Goes into the kitchen. Someone walks into the kitchen. Oh, it's cake. Someone's birthday, and they go, no, Maz was here. They go, we like Maz, she brings cake. It's good, isn't it? Why was she here? Suddenly they're telling my idea. Then they go back to their desk. Oh, someone's birthday. No, Maz was here, she brought cake. Oh, why was she here? And suddenly, I'm not in the room, but people are talking about my idea. Why? Because I want them to. What's your strategy for getting people to talk about you when you're not in the room? Making noise, sharing your ideas. Racing ahead to number 8. I find most companies that I work with don't know what they're selling. They think they're selling things, but smart companies are selling emotions. I'm an entertainment producer. I understand this. If I'm not entertaining in my shows, you're not engaged. If you're not engaged, you won't take the action I want you to take, which might be vote, watch tomorrow night, talk about my show. Favourite fact, more young people voted for the winner of Britain's Got Talent than in the general election. It was a very good dancing dog. However, so in Australia, there is a day that I found very problematic. This is the reason why. We sent school children into train stations. We get them to sell badges. What could go wrong? So I was walking through the station, and this kid said, "Do you want to buy a badge?" They went, "Look at me, what do you think?" I said, "Well, you're not selling badges, are you?" This kid's like, "Yeah, I'm selling badges." I went, "No, you're not." A little bit wee came out of the kid, not me. Scared, but character building. They said, "You're not selling badges." And the whole point of Legacy Day is it is a day where you give money to charities that support return service people. It's a very important day. It's a mark of respect for them. So I said, what you're selling is thank yous to people who've been to war, for people like me who are lazy, can't be asked. Next person that goes past, don't say, "Do you want to buy a badge?" Say, "Do you want to say thank you to someone who's been to war to keep this country safe and free?" I'm going to get coffee, going to come back, I want to see all the badges gone. I did, I came back, all the badges were gone. Potentially into the bin, I take that on board. Because that kid was terrified. What are you selling? If you're selling badges, you're not selling. If you're selling emotions, I don't care if you love Big Brother or hate it. I don't want you to feel vanilla about it. That's when I'm in trouble. Sell emotions. We're really good at it in telly. Number 9, de-dull your data. When people start to talk to me about data, I just can't hear them. I start to think, why do men have nipples? Why do you never see baby pigeons? I'm just gone. Anyone else? So I did some work. I work around the world, and this was, I think, in Australia, with a medical marijuana company. And they wanted to get some money, and they were pitching. And I was saying to them, what's the difference between medical marijuana and regular medicine? Regular medicine, 3% chance that'll kill you. Anyone here taking regular medicine? Yeah, we all do, don't we? Anyone giving it to your kids? You don't like them? Not really. But we do, it's a chance we take. 3% is not a big number, is it? So I said, we have a problem with that. We're going to have to make it look big. Need to change the behaviour. I need them to think differently. Hope's not a strategy. I can't say, what I really want you to do at this point is think 3% is a really big number, because they'll be like, what? So I said, this is what I'm going to do. You're going to get them to come to us. We're going to put 100 guns on the table. And when it gets to the bit about 3%, you go, 3% is low, isn't it? It's small. Now, on this table are 100 guns. 3 are loaded. I want you to pick one up, point it at your colleague, pull the trigger. Does 3% now feel big? Shit, yeah. How do you change behaviour to get people to do what you want them to do? Hope is not a strategy. You've got to make them want to do it. I don't want to pick that gun up. Actually, back when I made telly, I would have liked all the guns to be loaded. Finally, number 10. Would anyone here like to be a tiny bit more confident? We all would, wouldn't we? So I stole this from Tim Ferriss. I use it a lot. Next time you buy coffee, ask for 10% off, because it's embarrassing. And your embarrassment muscle is the only one that weakens with use. All the others get strong. The more you embarrass yourself, the less embarrassed you feel. Ask for 10% off. And then give them a really good reason. My 2 favourites are, I'm saving up for a child. I'm not, I'd give it back. I'd keep the receipt. Or I'm saving up for a really messy divorce, he's got no idea. But he will have tomorrow if I get that 10%. Do it. Do it every day. Do something that challenges you every day. So my name is Maz. I say to people, follow your dreams, but follow me first. This is a link to my LinkedIn. Because I'm terribly kind, yeah, some nods would be good. You can ask me anything for the next 24 hours, and I will answer. I'll also be kicking around here, so if you want to come and have a chat, please do. But if you have any questions at all, even deeply personal ones, I think we've established, I will answer those ones. But yes, do you mind if I do a selfie with you? Because I like to post selfies on LinkedIn. Is anyone in witness protection shouldn't be here? No, good, okay. Hang on a second. Quick TV hack, if you want to look more confident, I always say these words to every host before we go on there, tits and teeth. And suddenly you change your body language. So I would like your hands in the air like you just don't care. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much.
That can get you to do anything she wants. Honestly, we've been sat next to her all morning. She's actually absolutely lovely.
I did warn you, didn't I? I told you she was going to be fabulous, and I never lie. We have seen so much today already, but in true TV spirit, stay tuned. We still have so much more to come, including the godfather of gastrophysics, Professor Charles Spence. He's in the room, I believe.
And a politician some of you may have heard of, Michael Gove, is yet to grace the stage.
But from our TV titan to using behavioural science using the power of TV. You come to Nudgestock to hear from brilliant behaviour changers at the forefront of our industry. Well, Taqwa Khalifi is just such a woman. She's an expert in storytelling and digital innovation for social impact, a communications leader at, yes, the UN World Food Programme. And she has been working with Ogilvy's own Parisian behavior change maverick, Benoit de Florian, to utilize the transformative power of TV to promote healthier habits and reduce food waste.
Please put your hands together for Taqwa and Benoit.
3, 2, 1,
Let go.
Level up,
Thank you,
level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy. All this sauce so yummy.
Thank you. Hello, Nudgestockers. The United Nations World Food Programme is the world's largest humanitarian organization fighting hunger and saving lives in emergencies. We save lives in countries like Palestine, Sudan, we're in Haiti, we're in Ukraine. So we do a lot of saving lives, and we serve life-saving food in countries like these ones. We're in 120 countries around the world. So this is what we're known for. We're in the headlines during disasters. We're there when food runs out. But we also do a lot of things more than the saving lives. So in different countries, we change lives. But for now, in these countries, like in countries in emergencies and so on, we deliver food. So in 2023 alone, WFP served life-saving food to more than 100 million people. So it's a huge number. So, but not only this. So in countries like Tunisia, we work also on changing lives, because in Tunisia there are a lot of like issues related to food consumption, related to bread and so on. So in Tunisia there is a big issue of food waste and a big issue of bread waste. And there is no food symbolizes this better than the baguette. The baguette is very famous in Tunisia. We love it, and we eat it with everything. It's everywhere, it's in every meal, it's in every table, in every family gathering. So bread is very important for Tunisian people. It's more than a food habit. It holds culture, emotion, connection. It's more than just a food. We eat it sometimes with soups, with salads, with pasta, sometimes with grilled fish. So there is a strong connection to bread or to baguette in Tunisia. But here is the catch. Tunisia is among the highest consumers of bread worldwide and globally. Every day, millions of baguettes are baked and sold at countries or government-subsidized prices. But unfortunately, every day, 900,000 of these baguettes are wasted every day. 900,000 of these baguettes are wasted every day, equivalent to 113,000 tons of bread wasted per year. So to change this connection or this relationship with bread is tricky because behavior is emotional, it's complex, it's very complex. So this is why we needed the social and behavior change communication, which is an approach, sorry. So the SBCC, it's an approach, an evidence-based approach used by the United Nations systems to serve the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's serving the behavior change. So we use it to change behavior around food systems, around nutrition, and around health. So we needed, at that moment, we needed something creative. We needed magic to change that relationship with bread. So we needed creativity and we needed stories because facts alone don't change people and don't change behaviors, but stories do. This is why we collaborated with Ogilvy Paris and Benoit to bring this story to life.
Thanks, Takwa. So there is very complex theories of change in SBC, but it's also about storytelling. And there is one absolute reference in terms of SBC and storytelling, and it's called Simplemente Maria. It's a TV series, and it really invented the word entertainment for good. It aired in Peru in 1971. 448 one-hour episodes went on TV. It spread over 18 countries in South America, and it broke every audience record. It's the story of Maria. Maria is a single mother. She's poor. She comes to Lima. She arrives without a husband, with a baby, with no money, with no resource. She will start working as a cleaner, and then she will start to take evening courses of sewing. And she will end up the series by opening a fashion boutique in Paris. So it's a beautiful series. It was really an exceptional success of audience. But the most important is that it really tackled, and lots of research, scientific research, really showed the impact of the series on 4 societal issues. One, which was the social advancements, and it really accelerated social advancement in Peru. The second one was the integration of urban migrants. The third one was, of course, the liberation of women. And the fourth one was the acceptance of inter-ethnic marriages. So it's really, it has a huge impact. It really showed that entertainment could impact on social issues. And there is, for the anecdote, a fifth outcome, which was quite impressive too, is that there was such a passion for sewing in Peru that Singer, who was the official sponsor of Simplemente Maria, felt obliged to offer a gold machine to the actress playing Maria. But so since Simplemente Maria, there is one gold standard for intervening in social and behavior change. It's TV series. There is a beauty behind entertainment for good. It's the business model of entertainment for good. When you do communication, classical communication approaches, you spend lots of money to create content, and then you spend even more money to broadcast your content. What is great with entertainment for good is that you start, yes, to invest lots of money, and really lots of money, because you have to produce a first season of a TV series. But if the series is a success, you start to gain money because you can share the advertising revenues, and more important, you pay for the production, you don't pay for the media. The media is offered by the TV channel. And if the series is a success, Then the production company that you have partnered with is happy to produce a second season, a third season, a fourth season, because they know they will sell the TV series to the channels, and they will have royalties out of it. So it's really a very healthy business model. And when we talk about behavior change, we all know in the room that it takes really a long time to change behaviors of people, and having a sustainable business model is really very important to be able to have lasting change on behaviors of people. The big thing when you do entertainment for good is co-writing a script. So you need, of course, to have a great script writer with you. And in Tunisia, we were really lucky because we probably worked with the most famous Tunisian script writer, who is called Atem Belhaj. And in fact, it's a dream for a behavioral practitioner to write a to co-write a TV series, because you are allowed to everything. You can use any theory, any technique. You can play with any bias you want. You can play, I don't know, with the social learning theory, with transportation theory, with social norms or chunking theories. You can work with role modeling, with positive deviance, whatever. You are really allowed to do everything. The only thing you have to do is to make sure that the scriptwriter has enough freedom to really create. And you can put constraints on him. In fact, creative people love constraints. If you are a real Nudgestocker, you will probably remember that Keith Jarrett, if he created the best performance of his life in the Cold concert, it's because that night, that precise night, he had tons of constraints to manage. So creative love constraints, but they need to have a fertile space to really work creatively. So when you are a behavioral scientist, you are here to change behaviors. And of course, the behavior you want to change, he will have to be featured lots of time in the series. So you have to think about something that is really playable for the scriptwriter. And we started with Taqwa and the team. They had given to us 6 behaviors, and we summarized everything into one behavior, which was reviving the magic of family dinners. Why we did that? It's because if we could really reinstate rules around dinners, we could in fact fix lots of behaviors that were problematic in Tunisia. If we put back rules in dinners, we can fight against excessive snacking, against overconsumption of fatty and sugary foods. We can work on the insufficient consumption of fruits, of vegetables, of fresh produce, and of course, we can work on the bread addiction and bread waste of Tunisians. But what is nice with family meals also is that it's something which is really at the heart of Tunisians' life. They are much more than just occasion to eat. It's occasions to share moments, to share emotions, to talk about lots of things. So if you are a scriptwriter, it's something that you can really easily play with. And if you think of lots of big films, you can think of very memorable scenes of family dinners, starting with Festen, with Goodfellas, with Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, with When Harry Met Sally, etc., etc. So that was really a fertile ground for the scriptwriter to play with his creativity. The second job you do is to work on the characters. Of course, you want characters that your audience can identify with, and you want characters who start the series with bad behaviors and who end the series with good behaviors. So you work on the behavior change journey with the scriptwriter, and you make sure that they include all the steps of the behavior change. You make sure that there is failure. There are people around characters that are either encouraging the adoption of the good behavior, either hindering it. So you really try to work on the most identifiable behavior journey so that the audience can really learn about how to adopt the behavior. And the third job that you have to do, basically, you establish a list of all the messages you want to play. So previously, you have worked on all the drivers of behavior change so that really Tunisian people can adopt the behavior. And you will try to see with the scriptwriter, hey, can you have that message here? Can you do that constraint here, etc.? And you play, in fact, a ping-pong game with him. Can you try that? Can you try that? Of course, at the end of the day, the scriptwriter needs to have the final cut because the most important is really to make sure that you build a captivating plot. So this is the series that we have created with Hatem. It's called Sala Sala, and I'm just going to give you the pitch. So the pitch, you imagine a restaurant. Of course, we are talking about food, so a restaurant is ideal for us. A family, and of course, lots of troubles. Karim, the dad, he inherited the place from his dad, along with Abbas, who is a chef, stuck in the oil and fat will make everything taste better. There is one health inspection. There is also a viral kitchen failure, which really goes viral on the web, and the restaurant is on the verge of closing. Anissa, Karim's quick-thinking wife, brings in Malek. She's a super successful food nutritionist influencer to save the day. Sparks fly, and not just in the kitchen. Karim's suddenly obsessed with healthy eating to impress Malek, much to the amusement of his kids, but also the growing jealousy of his wife. But wait, of course, there is much more. There is an ex-husband who moves in. There is an ex-wife who arrives from Dubai, and suddenly everyone, life becomes really to be a delicious mess. So can they navigate the family drama? Can they revamp the restaurant? Can they discover the joy of healthy eating? So all the series is about a funny and really heartwarming look at family food, at finding your way in life. And this is the trailer of the series.
لجنة كاملة على فيديو.
عرفتني غير عليك، نعرفك لا تخبش لا تدبش. اش تعمل؟
باش تقول لي ريستوران بتاع العائلة على الحيط.
أما الشيف نتاعك على الحيط. اش بك تكره؟ أنت اش بك تكره؟ لا سمع. أنا بصراحة مهما كان الحكاية عملها ما تجي حتى شي.
كمان يا جابر تخليني وحدي.
رجل 10 عليك بلاصتها. شو هي يا بنتي؟ تيالي حتى أنجلي ما تقبلهاش.
طب وين هي جاية لي أنا ما هي جاية لك أنت.
ليه عاد انسه اختي دبي ساعه فيها برشا حركه اون بليس هي لا ياسر
ليموسيون طلعت معايا واحده هكا سله خرج مني كل شيء
سله
And yes, Benoit, this is the first ever TV series developed for the United Nations World Food Programme under the social and behavior change communication component. So yes, we try to use humor and entertainment for social impact, because when people laugh, they are open, and when they are open, they are ready to reflect and maybe even to change. And this is what we try to do in this scene, for example, and we try to use humor to open
هاي العجة سخونة تفور وموزوزة هاي كلوا بشفاء رم انت شبيكم ما تاكلوش؟
الخبز وين؟
يا هاك الخبز الكهوة هذاك كومبلي راه صحي قتل عليه ملاك ذوقوا بعد احكم
سيتي انت تحب تجرب فينا الشونتيون
شونتيون هات هنا العشاء
لا هي بنينه بنينه.
So alongside the TV series, we developed a social media campaign in order to complement the content of the TV series and extend the content of the story beyond the screen. We developed diverse content tailored for people's everyday lives, because it's all about reaching people where they are with content that speaks their language and reflects the realities and respects the race of their change. So numbers here speak for themselves. Sala Sala became the fourth most viewed show in Tunisian shows during its first airing. And our preliminary results of the monitoring evaluation showed a real behavior change, with 33% of families having more dinners together more often, and also 22% of reduction in bread consumption. So storytelling works, and this is why we are using TVs and TV series in order to change behaviors. And this is what we call by communication for development, strategic, creative, and evidence-based approach in order to drive positive change or positive social and behavior change. But Benoit didn't tell you what Sala Sala means exactly. In Tunisian language or Tunisian Arabic, Sala Sala means slowly, slowly. And that's exactly what behavior change works. Slowly, slowly, step by step, with persistence, with patience, because real change doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, consistency, and it takes real commitment and continuous work. So this is why we need Sala Sala 1, 2, and beyond to make a real change in behaviors of Tunisians around food consumption and around bread consumption and around food waste. And all of this is around, and all of this progress is around power. The power of food to bring people together, the power of consistency to make lasting impact, and the power of storytelling and stories that inspire, connect, and change lives. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Such a pleasure. I won't with my ice cream. They're melting very badly. We have to do this very quickly. These are going to go.
Nudgestockers, are you ready? Can you hear me? Nudgestockers, are you ready for a wet flannel and lie down? Because I think I probably am.
Yeah.
That's
fantastic.
That's right, we have the grandfather of gastrophysics with us, Professor Charles Spence. And get thirsty, we know you are, because Sprite will be on stage to quench your behavioural science urges. And just a quick note on the Sprite. You will need it, there's one in your goodie bag, for the next session. So if you haven't got a Sprite, if you accidentally drank it, find one at the bar and bring it in.
For those on the feed, wow, I'm back. Get ready to hear from Relative Insight, one of our powerful, brilliant, glorious sponsors, without whom we couldn't do all of this. AI-powered analytics promise speed, scale, and smarter insights, but only if it comes with the right level of flexibility. You're going to hear from James Cuthbertson, CRO at Relative Insight, to explore how the right partnerships transformed AI innovation into a genuine driver of business value.
Discover how brands and agencies accelerated insight generation and delivered real impact by choosing the right partner to bring AI to life, allowing for flexibility without slowing down or complicating the process. That's up next for you online.
Then chaos will rule again. When you see the energy tubes come out, it's your call to get back in the room for the last delights of the day.
For now, we have beer, we have ice cream outside. We'll see you back at 4:05. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm James Cuthbertson, Chief Revenue Officer at Relative Insight, and today I'm going to be talking to you about betting on AI and winning, the power of the right partnership. So before we get into my presentation, as I mentioned, I'm James Cuthbertson, Chief Revenue Officer at Relative, and we're an AI consumer intelligence platform that transforms unstructured customer data into brilliant value, and we deliver automated analysis and actionable insight through our bespoke reporting programs. So what on earth does all that mean? Well, I'm going to start at the beginning with our story, which is actually a bit of an unusual one. So we come from a law enforcement background. So originally the tool was used to spot masquerading behavior online. The way that we would do that is that we would look at individual children speaking to one another. And by comparing the complex language that they were using, we would be able to identify individuals that sounded just a little bit different. Or to put it another way, we'd be able to identify when someone actually wasn't a 14-year-old girl, but was actually a 40-year-old man doing a very sophisticated impression through that really interesting comparative technology. That's obviously very important work. You may be thinking, what on earth has this got to do with me sat at Nudgestock? Well, I'm going to go on to tell you a bit about that. What we do now is at Relative Insight, we use that same comparative methodology to compare voice of the customer or CX data, and that can come from many different places. So think surveys, reviews, social data, contact center interactions, chatbot. There's really a wealth of information that's generated from all of those millions of customer interactions that brands have. Now, outside of customer, we also do a great deal of work in employee. So think about the same program, but for employee data, and also with students. So think about all the feedback that students are giving. Now, the important thing here is that all of those different data sources contain lots and lots of really valuable unstructured text data. And when I say text, I don't mean SMS, I mean words. And so what we're able to do is bring all of those words from all of those different signals into one place. And using that same comparative methodology that I just told you about, we're able to help our customers understand what's driving their key KPIs, the key business metrics that they're measuring. So let me spark some ideas for you. The types of numbers that we're talking could be CSAT or NPS, share price, average call length, churn, you name it really. Regardless of the metric that you're tracking, we can use our comparative methodology to help you understand why that's happening. The crucial word being why. So if we're looking at February, how did the month of February compare to the previous months? What changed in that voice of the customer data? And that can tell you a lot about why that CSAT score went up or down. Or I'm interested in looking at team A versus all of my other customer contact teams. Why is it that team A have an average call length that's significantly longer than the rest of the organization? And on through many other different opportunities created by comparison. Once that analysis is done, crucially, we're able to create reporting on the fly. And what we're going to be talking about here is the flexibility of our reporting, in that we're able to do it in three main ways. The first is that we can use your native email system. So we can create summary reports which get pushed to you by email. Think Monday morning, 9 a.m., your voice of the customer report comes through. The second is that we can enrich other data systems, such as your data lake or your CRM system, to help bring our insights into that environment. And then finally, we can push our insights into existing dashboarding tools like Tableau or Power BI. If your executive team are used to seeing reporting in that environment, then we're able to bring our reports in seamlessly. So let's get back to the topic of why partnership is so crucial, and why you're able to make, as a senior decision maker within a business, why you're able to take bets on AI if you have the right partner in place. My opinion is the first is good enough doesn't cut it anymore from a technology or vendor point of view. Our view at Relative is that AI continues to rewrite expectations around what is possible with your platform, with your capability. And so the days of customers having to hack around small problems or quirks in the platform that don't quite suit their use case, in our opinion, should be in the rearview mirror now, because your ability to innovate and change your offering and make it bespoke for a customer's requirements has been made increasingly easy with the use of AI. So this idea of, good enough, but ultimately frustrated, doesn't cut it anymore. The second is that if a company is attempting to deliver you an out-of-the-box tech platform, that, in our opinion, is a bad bet. There is no reason now that amendments can't be made to create customer fit, to drive innovation, or to improve speed, accuracy, and reliability. AI exposes the limit of these really rigid solutions, and also people saying, it nearly does what I want it to do, and I just have to spend a bit of time fiddling around with it in the back end. it's just not necessary. And I think that the right AI tech partner will be able to identify those small frustrations and make amendments. And if they aren't, then you should ask them to. The final point being here is that a little wrong is a lot wrong, and especially when we're attempting to do things with smaller budgets, with smaller teams, in shorter timeframes, people's expectations have gone up around what an insights team should be capable of, and therefore you need a partner that's going to be able to come on that journey with you. The third part is ultimate flexibility. So it may be that part of what you need, if a customer truly understands your requirements, or if your partner truly understands your requirements, rather, the flexibility that they offer is absolutely crucial. It may be that part of your requirement isn't actually within their wheelhouse at the beginning of your interaction, your relationship. But my opinion is that they should be able to expand beyond their capabilities at the beginning of the relationship to help you, obviously within reason. AI allows you to create iterative outcomes. So what I mean by that is that you can firstly deploy something very quickly, very flexibly in a test environment. If it doesn't work, you can tweak it. If it doesn't work, you can change it. And there's no real reason why there shouldn't be that test and learn culture when you're working with an AI-enabled partner. And then the final one is it shouldn't take very long. The idea of having to stand up technical capability, being able to run specific projects that are very human driven with a lot of technical requirements, those days again are in the rear view mirror mostly, and you should be able to partner with people that are going to be able to be nimble and get you to your outcome, even if it's kind of a little bit quick and dirty. Crucially, the word there is quick. And then I'd also like to talk a little bit about this idea of dashboards. Now, we are all obsessed with dashboards, and those of you that have been at this game like I have for a little while now, they were quite novel as a concept. I think they're now massively outdated. No, I have not met an agency or a brand that said that they're short on data or that they want more dashboards. I haven't heard anyone say that in many, many years. It feels that all of our customers and prospects are incredibly data rich in that they often are kind of drowning in the amount of data that they have. They will have a tech stack, tool belt, whatever you want to call it, of multiple vendors that they're attempting to try and find time, carve time out for in some cases, to log in and remember how the platform works, remember where those critical buttons are to get what they need. And it feels like that is an ever more stressful and unrealistic ask. What you need is to be able to take the raw materials in this situation, that being data, and be able to bypass the process of refining that raw material into a product. And that process should be taken, the strain of that process should be taken by your partner, and you should be able to take your raw material data and be able to deliver a finished outcome through your partnership without having to input loads amount of time, effort. And what does that mean? Well, it means automation. It means all of those clicking around, working with your data, organizing your dashboard. There is absolutely no reason why those tasks shouldn't be automated with AI. And the simple reason is because it's easy to automate them. And so if they're not being automated, there's only a couple of reasons. The first is that it's because people don't want you to automate them because it serves their purpose and it certainly doesn't serve yours, or because they haven't put their mind to thinking about it. And again, I would encourage you to challenge your vendor to say, can these things that take my time and take my team's time be automated? So let's talk about some real examples. So one of our wonderful customers is Arizona State University over in Scottsdale and Phoenix in the States. They use Qualtrics to complete all of their post-game surveys. So if you go and watch an ASU game, afterwards you'll be issued with a Qualtrics survey, and they're interested in understanding what the fan experience is in order to basically produce more and more wonderful game day experiences. They really, really care about their fans, which is great to see. So what have we actually done? Those claims that I made, what have we actually done? Firstly, we have provided versions of the report that we have out the box. So our report would be like, here are all your fans, and this is what they said about game number 3. What they needed was a version of the report that they could automatically send to their parking team, to their security team, to their ticketing team, to prevent them having to take that report and chop it up into different versions and then send it on. Why not smooth that process out? And our team at ASU, are busy as it is, why do they need to be doing that manual hacking? We could do it. And so our team put our heads together and we created a tailored version of each of those reports using some of our AI capability, which means that after every game, we trigger an all fans report, but we also trigger security, parking, merchandising, ticketing, etc., meaning that those operational stakeholders at ASU are able to get the report that means something just to them and their team, and they're able to take action very quickly. The second use case is for a life insurance company, New York Life, again, over in the States. And this is a little bit more of a kind of like a nerdy use case in that they have data, disparate data from all of their different voice of the customer programs, and it lives in loads of different systems. Traditionally, our system would work with maybe one or two different types of data, and we'd bring those in and organize them. But actually, we understood that a lot of the value was being able to collect that data, collate it, and get it into a single format, and be able to look at a theme or analytics across all of those different data sets. So, we're able to pull out concerning language, which is coming from customers. But the crucial thing is that we can do that across all of the different voice of the customer channels they collect. And that means that instead of having to look again at multiple reports or do multiple analysis across multiple data sets, we can just do it once. And we visualize that in one of their existing dashboarding tools called MicroStrategy. And then the final use case is one of our agency partners here in the UK, Keck CNC. So a big part of what we've been able to show here is flexibility around data collection. LinkedIn is quite a tricky, challenging data source to analyze and collate, but we've worked with Keck to find out which parts of LinkedIn are really interesting. And because we've been able to build on that relationship and the specificity of what they actually need for their PR use case, we've been able to routinely collect that LinkedIn data in a timely fashion, which allows them to do their work and to do it in a data-driven way. The other thing I would also pull out here is that there's a large team within the agency that use the tool sporadically, and those of you from an agency background will recognize that you won't be in a tool maybe every day or every week even. And so what we've created is training and support guides which allow a very transient user, a part-time user, to be able to jump into the tool and be able to get back to grips with it using some of our prompts and using some of the support within the platform. So what am I hoping that you guys will take away? The first one is get out there with your vendors and demand precision. There isn't a reason why nearly good enough tools can still exist. They're risky for you because they're time consuming, and also they maybe don't quite, hit the nail on the head. The second thing is choose flexible partners. AI is moving extremely quickly, quicker than any other commodity we've seen in human history. And so your tech partners should be able to move quickly too. If they don't, then very quickly what they have and what you've built together will be out of date. And then the final thing is prioritize the answers that you need. You don't care about the raw material data. You don't care about the manufacturing process analytics. You care about the finished product. And that's what you should obsess about. And don't invest in further dashboarding and more data. Just invest in prioritizing getting to the answer. So thank you very much. I really hope you've enjoyed this talk and the rest of Nudgestock. If you'd like to hear more from us at Relative Insight, then please download our ebook, which is on AI or nothing. And this particular one focuses on the need for AI innovation in the agency space. Thank you very much.
When exploring the nature of power, it's essential to understand the relationship that influencers have with their audiences. There's a common myth that influencers don't matter to older generations, but our recent study, shared here for Nudgestock, tells a different story. We spoke to people across generations, and the results were clear. Trust is central to the power of influencers. Nearly 3/4 of 18 to 35s trusted them, and surprisingly, over half of those 55 and older did too. So, if trust fuels their power, what earns that trust? Our AI-assisted sociological analysis of our panelists' video responses showed it comes down to their expert credibility. We're Instapanel, a people-powered, tech-empowered research partner. Our award-winning unmoderated video and quant studies deliver fast, rich insights from real people around the world on any topic. Want to dive deeper into the study? Or just curious about what we do? Scan the QR code or come and chat with us at the picnic tables. We'd love to talk.
Welcome back, Nudgestockers. We're into the final segment of the day.
What you just saw in that film is a glimpse of what Instapanel do. Super fast, cost-effective video call and quants. Their platform uses AI and human review to provide context and segment vast amounts of qualitative data. And they can run studies globally, 28 languages, fully translated and transcribed in platform.
I want to draw your attention to these beautiful, magnificent sponsors here who make today free-to-air, live broadcasts around the world to millions. Whether it's creative testing, product feedback, brand lift, or something completely custom, you can call on our friends at Instapanel. They make it happen quickly at a very high level. I, for one, really rate their reports. So if you do have a moment, go and see them outside later. Thank you, Instapanel.
We are thrilled to now announce a man that will hack your senses. He's the head of the Cross-Modal Lab at Oxford University. Please welcome on stage Professor Charles Spence.
Yeah, so it's a pleasure to be here with you and to share a little bit of sense hacking. How the power of our senses can be used to improve our social, our cognitive, or our emotional well-being. I could spend my time telling you just about the power of each and every one of our individual senses, how the color of dawn can wake you up, how miscoloring meat blue could put us all off carnivory. But instead, I think I'll focus in on the power of the senses together when they synergize one with another. And that's where I think the real power of hacking our senses comes. And this is somewhere probably between, on the one hand, sensory marketing or nudging, that tends to think about how to engage each and every one of the consumer's senses individually. And then I come as a psychologist interested in the senses, thinking about how our brains, all of our brains, combine the senses, the inputs from eye and ear, nose, mouth, and skin to deliver the rich and enjoyable, hopefully, experiences fill our daily lives. But the thing about the neuroscience is that the rules that our brain uses to combine the senses, one with another, are sometimes unpredictable from the outside. But you need to know about them in order to design the best, the most memorable, the most enjoyable, the most healthy of multisensory experiences. Be that in a restaurant, in a bar, a hotel, an airplane, or even in your own home. And some of the rules that have emerged from the neuroscience over the last few years are things like sensory dominance, the way in which we can take some of the world's foremost wine experts and simply be adding some red food dye into a white wine, convince them they're tasting a red wine. They get all the aromatic notes of the ripe red fruits, the chocolate, the tobacco. They're being tricked by their eyes and the power of the senses, because vision is dominating their expectations and hence what they experience to nose, mouth, and flavor. Or when I think about super additivity on the top right, how if you can combine weak sensory inputs that match one another, you can give rise to a much richer percept than you'd expect from the sum of the parts. That might be going to a very noisy party where you can't hear what people say. If you just look at their lips, you can tell if they're swearing, perhaps if they're calling your name, but can't really follow a conversation. But then put your glasses on while in that noisy party, and suddenly the weak sound cue, the weak visual cues come together, and you can hear exactly what is being said. So it's kind of 1 + 1 = 3 is sort of the notion here, and many companies are interested in trying to find those super additive interactions to hack their customers' senses. What often happens, though, is you get suppression instead, when the senses don't align up. You try and engage more of your customers' senses, but it just doesn't work. And that, for me, it could be watching a badly dubbed foreign movie. Maybe you see George Clooney on the screen, and he looks beautiful. Your visual brain is lighting up. But if the dubbing's bad, a bit out of time, a bit off, then the whole experience is ruined because of this mismatch one sense to another. And those are kind of 3 rules that we live by and try and figure out how to apply them in daily life. And that can be in terms of product experience or even perhaps packaging too. When people like Coca-Cola come out with a white can a few years ago, and consumers complain that it tastes different, we say, no, it's exactly the same product in the can, but here it's visual dominance from the white of the packaging, changing expectations of taste of the contents within. If you want to know more about those rules of superadditivity, subadditivity, and sensory dominance, then the Future of Storytelling conference has a great video elucidating some of them. And while I could give you some wine, I guess we have to wait for another hour at least until that happens. Instead, I can show you this, one of my favorite examples of sensory dominance. If we could have the sound, please. And if you look at the face on the left and think about what you hear going into your ears, you should hear bar, bar, bar. But look at the face on the right and think about what you hear going in your ears. Da, da. It changes. And now whenever you look at the face on the left, your brain will tell you you're hearing bar. Look at the right, da or va. This is the McGurk effect. I've been watching this since it appeared at the National Portrait Gallery in London back in 1999 from Vicky Bruce. I know I'm being fooled. I know the real sound is bar, but I can't stop my brain integrating the senses and telling me I hear da when I look to the right. If you imagine those two products on a side-by-side test, then your customers might be trying to tell you these 2 things sound different. I like the one on the right because it sounds more var or dari. But really, it's the visuals that are doing the work, and by understanding these sensory interactions and this sensory dominance here of vision over hearing, you can perhaps design better product experiences. But each sense, I think, actually dominates for some things. Things can go also in the opposite direction, and we've worked with the likes of Lynx, with Unilever, to pick up on some of their marketing straplines and see what science is there. If it's really true that all those Lynx adverts tell the young boys out there that if you spray, bend, and bonk, it's kind of the result, that the power of fragrance to completely transform the behavior of the opposite sex. Clearly a strapline that sells and talks to the young people. We tested that neuroscientifically, looking for the connection between what you smell, what you see, and how attractive you think somebody is. Taking carefully curated sets of pictures to show to young ladies, and then looking at what happens in their brain when they smell Lynx or body odor or Greek goat, which young men might smell like if they weren't wearing Lynx, and can show a significant increase in activation in the reward centers of the orbitofrontal cortex in response that matches up with how much more attractive they say those men look, simply as a result of the scent. So here, smell dominating what we think of as a purely visual decision, and something that then makes it out. There's a scientific paper behind it, which of course none of you have read, probably no one else has read, but it goes out to the masses in Maxim, the young boys magazine, where we have a little article telling the young men which parts of the girl's brains you should activate in order to get the response. So that's olfactory dominance. And sometimes these things kind of work in sort of obvious ways, like the voice you hear and the lips that you see. But I think there's also a very interesting, kind of almost more synesthetic connection between our senses. And that's where a lot of the power of sensory communication exists. And this goes back 100 years to these shapes. The Booba and Kiki from Kohler discovered them. And we have two shapes that mean nothing, the arbitrary abstract, two words that are just made up, Booba and Kiki. And the question for you is to say which shape goes with which name. There's no right answer. It could be like that. But nah, it just doesn't feel right somehow. There's something wrong there. Most people, 93% around the world, say, no, Kiki has got to be the angular one. Even cultures in different languages, even cultures who do not have a written language, all agree that that speech sound goes with that shape. So this is an example of sound symbolism, the almost synesthetic connection between our senses. We took that and then thought about it in terms of food behavior and asked Nestle executives, if you have a milk chocolate, is it more of a Booba or a Kiki? If you've got a very dark chocolate instead, which shape would you pick? And most people will pick Booba for a milk chocolate, that sweetness is somehow rounder, that bitterness is more angular, and is Kiki instead. And so he came out in 2012 suggesting that if you know about these synesthetic connections between the senses, if you want to make your chocolate taste sweeter, make it rounder. But probably reduce some of the sugar as well. So we're going to make the same taste percept, but a little bit less unhealthy. And the following year, Cadbury's came out and indeed do that. They rounded off their chocolate bar to cut the weight by 3-point-something grams, but they didn't change the formula. And what the response was of readers of the Daily Mail, there was a revolt, saying, what are you Mondelez doing to our chocolate? You've changed the taste, you've made it more creamy and more sweet. And that was exactly what we predicted would happen the year or two before, by knowing these surprising, almost synesthetic connections. Here, using arbitrary shapes of roundness or angularity, but it becomes very interesting when you start to think about what generative AI can do in terms of creating the ideal shapes of tastes and of flavors. And as the generative AI imagery develops, that people find it harder and harder to detect which is the real food and which is the AI hyper-delectable food images that's been created instead. In this case, I think the one on the left is the AI. We use the free AI software because we don't have much money in Oxford. Something about the lighting just seems too perfect, I think, sort of gives it away. But if you use Midjourney instead, it's much harder to tell the real from the fake. And this sort of generative visual AI is being used to create the ultra-detectable, palatable shapes that I think we'll see our foods adopting in the years ahead. So what about sound? Well, one of my favorite research on the power of the sense of sound comes from this study from a Leicester supermarket from Adrian North and colleagues. Got a supermarket wine selection, German wines, French wines, and all you do is just change the music playing in the background day by day, week by week, and measure what people buy. When you play French accordion music, maybe a bit of Edith Piaf, most of the wine that is sold is French. Very little German wine sold. When you change it to German beer keller music instead, a bit of umpa, suddenly the sales figures literally reverse, and now the majority of wine sold is German instead. That's the power of our sense of hearing to change consumer behavior. But more importantly, when people come away from the till and you ask them, did that affect your choice today? Then virtually none of the shoppers say that it did. They all say, no, I was going to make a beef bourguignon at home tonight. It had to be a French wine for a French. So music is completely changing our behavior, but virtually nobody realizes its impact on us. That's part of the power of hearing to dominate our behavior. If now I want to not get you to buy French or German wine, but to buy, say, some healthy or more sustainable food product, then play nature sounds in the background and they'll have exactly the same effect, whether in a bricks and mortar store or in an online environment. One other example of the power of sound and our lack of awareness of what our senses are doing to us comes from the airplane and the observation that a quarter of airline passengers order a Bloody Mary or a tomato juice when they're in the air and never order one on the ground. Now, that's kind of bizarre, isn't it? If you like Bloody Mary, you like a Bloody Mary, wherever you are. But no, quarter of passengers only order it in the air. We predicted this as kind of an example of sonic seasoning, that something about the noise of an aeroplane accentuates your ability to taste umami, the mysterious proteinaceous fifth taste of tomatoes and Worcester sauce, but suppresses your ability to taste sweet and salt. The next year, colleagues in Cornell University demonstrated that was exactly true, that white noise and aeroplane noise like this does boost the taste of umami, which is exactly what the Bloody Mary has. So people are medicating in the air by choosing a drink that stands up to the sonic environment, all without their awareness. And our interest in sound really started with the sonic chip back in 2004 when we worked with Unilever to show you could enhance the crispness, the crunchiness, and the liking of a potato chip, or a Pringle in particular, by boosting the sound of the crunch. And it was around that time we started working with Heston Blumenthal, the chef from the Fat Duck. We brought him to our lab in Oxford. We gave him the sonic chip, and he came away a changed man. He came away saying, wow, sound is the forgotten flavor sense. Sound is an ingredient that you can use in the creation of a dish. That's not something I was taught before in any of the restaurants I worked at, but it does fall out naturally when you start to think about the sensory connections and the power they have to affect our perception, our choice, our behavior, and our memory. And that then led into the signature dish, what was the world's top restaurant, the Sound of the Sea seafood dish, that's been there since 2007 now. A dish that comes to the table looking like the seashore with sand, foam, seaweed, and conch shell out of which dribble some earbuds. And when you put those in, you will hear the sounds of the sea. It can't literally change the taste of the food, but it can change your taste experience. And this is based on research we did with the chef in Oxford to show that listening to the sounds of the sea makes seafood taste significantly better, but no more salty than playing farmyard chickens or restaurant cutlery noises or something else. And here you have the chef demonstrating to his guests the power of hearing to transform an experience, nostalgically to take you back to your childhood, perhaps on the beach. And it's a dish that makes many diners cry. Journalists in print, people who went there for the 50th birthday, I had that sound of the sea dish and I cried. And think, when was the last time you ever cried over seafood? I've never done it. Something about the power of the senses can deliver these kind of extraordinary tasting experiences that go beyond the normal by engaging our senses in this congruent, multi-sensory way. But can we use that for good? Can we use that to nudge people's food behavior? And that's where Chef Joseph Youssef from Kitchen Theory, somewhere in the audience today, I believe, comes in. Because he's a chef who has a great tasting menu in London. And he always thinks that if paying guests are coming, they have to be given some animal protein. But he always wants to make his guests think twice about that decision. So lots of the courses are with mushrooms and jellyfish and other stuff. But here is the one animal protein course served at the Andaz restaurant by Liverpool Street Station a couple of years ago. Before the dish comes to the table, the chef will come out and say, this is the Picasso dish. Picasso was an artist who said lots of great things, such as that every act of creation begins with an act of destruction. And that resonates with me as a chef, because I destroy beautiful natural ingredients to make a dish, and then you will destroy my creation to savor the flavors therein. So culinary artistry as multiple acts of creation and destruction. But he says, before I serve you your duck, I've just got to go and catch it. Off he goes to the kitchen. And the diners in the restaurant hear the last moments of the duck's life. It's kind of the sound of the sea all over again with our furry friend. It's sort of a bit squeamish, I should thank Steve Keller over here, who created that soundscape for the restaurant. But that's the point. If you don't want to know where your meat came from, why are you eating it? But we don't want to lecture about what you should do. We want to playfully engage your senses to perhaps think a little bit differently. And then the dish is brought out from the kitchen with the duck, with some microgreens, some duck, some salt, some beetroot stenciling. And the chef will ask, can you see who's in the plate? Can you see who's in the plate? It's kind of a Shawshank blot. I can tell something about your personality by what you reply. So anybody? Nothing, just red and white. Picasso, yes, that man. If I mirror the two halves of the plate, maybe a few more of you will be able to see Picasso's bald pate, his beady black eyes, his white nose symmetrically in the plate of food. And over the course of the meal at the Andaz restaurant, you could hear diners. Only 4 out of 100 diners could see Picasso to begin with. And then once you see Picasso, it's so obvious you can't unsee him. When you go back to the original dish, he's so clearly there. So something is transformed in your experience. It's kind of the Gestalt principle of emergence. And here we've brought together auditory and the visual in order to create a more immersive, enjoyable, storytelling-related dish that maybe nudge you towards a better food future. But the sounds of the sea with seafood, the sound of the duck with duck, that's all kind of a literal multi-sensory. Coming back to that sort of synesthetic connection between the senses, we can do the same trick we did with the chocolate, making it rounder to make it taste sweeter to people, with sound. Here we are in the Jin Cafe in Beijing, using some of our research with this soundtrack, which we have pre-tested around the world with thousands of people and in the Science Museum. It's the sweetest soundscape ever created. It's not salty, it's not bitter, it's not sour, it's probably not spicy, but it's sweet. And they use this so that they can reduce the sugar content in their drinks and pastries while keeping your taste experience exactly the same. I think if I had to listen to it all day myself, I'd drive me mad. You have to feel sorry for the staff. But the effect of changing taste through sonically seasoning food is a powerful use of this kind of connection between our senses. And that starts out in the lab in Oxford, online, in the Science Museum in London. It then goes to Chef Joseph's restaurant in London. And thereafter, some of the bigger players start to be believed, because sonic seasoning sounds so bizarre. Why would you? It can't be true. You can't change the taste of food through music. But here we have British Airways, who came to one of the dinners hosted by Joseph, and then launched for their long-haul flights the sonic seasoning menu, cutting out the sound of the engines with noise-cancelling headphones will immediately change and improve the taste of the food, and then having music to match the dishes that were served to the passengers at the pointy end of the plane. Häagen-Dazs doing something a bit similar, and very recently with Oscar de Tapia-Leon, composer of the White Lotus series. We worked with him and with Barilla Pasta in the States to create a series of 6 tracks specifically composed to match the flavor associated with each kind of pasta. So these experiences that start out only in the very high-end restaurants with the most creative of chefs, maybe inspired by some of the psychological science, then go to mainstream, that anybody in their own home making a regular pasta dinner can have the matching music and perhaps a bit of the sonic seasoning that goes along with it. So finally, just 2 quick examples of bringing these 2 things together, this synesthetic connection of the senses of colour and sound. And that takes us to South Bank Centre in London, 2014, the Campo Viejo Colour Lab, 3,000 people over 4 days. It's very hot, just like it is today. We give them all a glass of Campo Viejo wine and a black tasting glass. We give them a very simple scorecard to rate the wine under white lighting, then again under red lighting, then red lighting with this synesthetically, almost synesthetically sweet music. Rate your wine that hasn't left your hand for a 3rd time, and finally, rate it in the green room with sour music. And amazing. It completely changes the taste of the wine. The wine is 15% fruitier with red lighting, 15% more fresh with the green lighting. You get an extra 5% with those synesthetic soundscapes of sweet or sour. And you have people there saying, oh my God, I can't believe it's the same wine. I know it's the same wine, but I can't believe it is because it tastes so different. And as soon as you change the lighting, the music, then the taste and the flavor changed for me. And finally, this from a restaurant in Milan, Sensorium, Chef Federico Rottigni. And he has a dish that makes people cry. It's just a rice pudding dish, comes at the end of the meal after a bit of storytelling. There are auditory stuff, there's nostalgia. And we've been working with him, because that's an extraordinary thing. Again, just like crying to seafood, crying to rice pudding is not something we normally do. And we've been taking hundreds of diners in his restaurant, hundreds of delivery drivers, and showing that the delivery drivers never cry when you give them rice pudding. They don't know what you're talking about. But 66% of diners in that restaurant for that course, only that course, cry or feel like crying. And we can boost that by targeting ultra-low frequencies that vibrate people's bodies, 0 to 20 hertz. You can feel it, but you can't hear it. So again, by connecting the senses, audio, subthreshold, ultra-low vibrations, and so on, you can create an extraordinary experience. And this really excites us, to think about going forward. We know we can make foods and drinks sweeter, a bit saltier, a bit sourer, and perhaps we'll see in a moment a bit more spicy too. But how can we take these rules of sensory integration and combine them to hack our senses, to take us into extraordinary territory, to have dishes that make you cry, dishes that give you ASMR, experiences that fill you with awe, and by filling you with awe, then you might find yourself in the right state to transform your behavior and the decisions that you make. And maybe even magic will fit in there too. So with that, I hope I've captured your senses and given you something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is run for Q&A. Thanks so much. Really?
What an amazing hacking of your senses. We're so sorry we don't have time for questions for that one right now because we're running over, but Charles is around if you want to grab him at the front. And a quick warning, you've been given a bag, and in that bag you've been given a sweet. Really don't eat it now because it would be dangerous.
Don't even touch it.
We need to give you some warnings before you consume it, but that's in about 5 minutes' time.
But first, perhaps you're getting energized by the crowd here today. Did anyone notice, well, a few people giving Maz a standing ovation earlier? Well, to tell us a little bit more about that, we have one of our brilliant partners, Heardify. We've got Ed here. They've been doing a little experiment. They're just going to take a minute or two to tell us about what they've been up to. Thank you, Ed.
Aircraft. Thank you, Tara.
In the way.
There we go. Thank you. Yes, at Heardify, we love Nudgestock, and we also, or particularly love their experiments. So this year, we thought we'd get involved and run one of our own. Now, Tara's kind of given away where we're going with this, but has anyone ever thought about how a standing ovation starts? A standing ovation is meant to be an appreciation from the whole crowd for a wonderful performance. But how does the crowd, as a collective of individuals, take the decision to stand up and give that ovation all at once? The truth is, that's not how it happens. In the crowd, some people stand up, a standing ovation has a start, and then a process of influence spreads until everyone is standing. So that led to our question and our experiment. Could we start a standing ovation at Nudgestock this year? Now, we applied a little bit of science theory here. There's two guys that have thought about standing ovations more than most. They go by the names of John Miller and Scott Page. And they've built models which show how a standing ovation can happen when people are influenced by the people around them, and to a greater effect, the people in front of them in the crowd. Now, when each person is individually acting like that, but you have a whole auditorium of people acting, then what you find is it's the people at the front who have the most influence. They are in the most chains of direct and indirect influence, and they're the people that have the power to start a standing ovation. So what did we do for our experiment? We recruited some people who were sitting at the front to come along with us, and as Tara said, at the end of Maz's talk, we got up and we gave it our best, and we gave a big whoop and hoped that everyone would get up with us. And did it work? No. Let's be honest, our dream wasn't fulfilled. We didn't get to start a standing ovation at Nudgestock, but if all experiments you do work, you're never learning anything. So, thank you very much for listening. I'm from Heardify, a place where we help people design media campaigns. We set up cascades of sales driven by social influence.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Experimentation, guys, that's why we're here to learn. And I bet there's a bunch of you in the audience today. Anyone in the, oh, thank you for the standing ovation from this lady over here. And any of you in the audience today that stood up that weren't recruited? There we go. So, I mean, they were influenced. So a little bit of influence spreading their way.
And you do not have to give a standing ovation at the end. It's totally your choice.
It's up to you
but
guys.
But it has been a lot of work for the last 12 months together. Now, at the beginning of the day, we did promise spicy chairs and napalm bears, and now is the time.
To prove this festival is not all talk but action too, our next speaker is back at Nudgestock, because 2 years ago, they spoke about the power of audio, and one of our clients, just like you in the audience today, they picked up the brief.
So Steve Keller is the Sonic Strategy Director for Studio Resonate, SiriusXM's media's in-house audio-first creative agency, and Steve recognized as one of the world's leading authorities on sonic strategy.
Today, Steve is on stage with Ogilvy Consulting's own sense hacker, David Fanner, and our bold and brilliant Sprite client, Ruth Maliwat. Having spent her career at Unilever leading the Dove global master brand, Ruth is now Senior Insights Director at the Coca-Cola Company, leading Coke and sparkling flavor, Nudgestock. Things are about to get spicy. Welcome to the stage, please, Ruth, David, and Steve.
My name is Ruth. I lead the sparkling category for human insights in the Coca-Cola Company. So when I was asked to talk to you guys today, I had this weird feeling that it's not really my illustrious insights career that got me here, but really just because of the fact that I'm a massive foodie and I love spicy food, right? So there you go. Those are my creds so far. So let's talk about Sprite, right? And let's be honest here. To the true spicy food lover, it's not really about taste, is it? It's that sensation at the tip of your tongue that moves to your mouth, down your throat. It's that thin layer of sweat, the tiny goosebumps on your skin. It's the heightened heartbeat. It's the rush of an adrenaline that your brain responds to because it thinks that it is suffering from pain, and therefore it should give you a rush of endorphins while you eat spicy food. Simple science, isn't it? And this feeling can be very, very much exhilarating and, dare I say, addictive at times. And in fact, you know, when we talk to Gen Z consumers, 50% of them actually have spicy food on a weekly basis. I'm sure most of you guys would have done so more than that. Problem is, though, people default into thinking that it's milk that goes well with spicy food, right? Most of you would think that it is milk or yogurt to cut the spice. But let's be honest with ourselves. Would you be chugging a pint of milk while eating spicy wings with your friends? Who would do that? No one. No one really. And then it got us thinking, hang on a moment, that intense lemon-lime carbonation that comes with Sprite, could that actually be the ultimate refreshment for this ultimate experience? Simple. And you know, I have a marketing brain, and everything is simple in marketing. We could easily activate it in a communication campaign. But lo and behold, came the lawyers in our building, and as much as we want to put disclaimer, caveats in everything, we have to prove our case. We need to establish the fact that Sprite cuts spice, and for that, we actually turn to behavioral science with David and Steve. Sorry.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ruth. I do feel very scientific today. So it's time for behavioral science. Of course, this is my role. This is why we're here today. How can behavioral science help? We hear that Gen Z loves spice. So how can behavioral science maybe make things even spicier? Of course, we've heard from Charles Spencer today. Potentially, we can be inspired by that line of thinking. And in particular, we had a question from one of the creatives working on Sprite. They asked, can sound make things spicier? We get all sorts of emails like this in the behavioral science practice quite regularly, and it's quite fun answering them. But the answer is we didn't really know. We knew that it can make things sweeter, make things more sour, but can it make things spicy? And then we remembered Nudgetock 2023. There was a man with a hat who visited. And actually, one of the creatives had seen this, and that is why they came to us, because they were so inspired by this question. And so we thought, yeah, let's give Steve a ring. And we learned some things pretty quickly, actually. We learned from the papers that he's done with Janice Wang, Charles Spence, and Steve, that yes, actually, soundscapes can make things spicier. But we still have lawyers to think about. So we had hypothesized, yes, probably it does reduce the spiciness, but we also didn't know, our second hypothesis, that we could maybe influence spiciness, and we need to prove this scientifically. And so we did a rigorous job. We had 2 days of very, very extensive scientific experiments. First day was all about liquids. We were pitting Sprite versus milk versus water versus sparkling water. Sparkling water is interesting because it's carbonated like Sprite is, and actually carbonation might be making things even spicier. On day 2, we then needed to test different soundtracks. Do we go for calm ones? Do we go for chaotic ones, loud ones, fast ones? We needed to find the variables that influence spiciness. And so that's what we did. We had a busy 2 days of experiments. What we had 2 days, 10 trials, 200 participants, which gives us good statistical significance. We had 13,000 data points, which, because we used paper for this experiment, meant we had to do this by hand. And actually, AI couldn't help us. Very painful for us. But it was also 1.5 liters of Tabasco sauce, which was very painful for our 200 participants, such as Charmy over here. So what do we find? Well, first of all, milk is as good, Sprite is as good as milk. Woo! Yes, we prove we're actually as good as milk. And milk is very impressive because milk has got, it binds with the alkaline and the acid, comes together, and it really cools things down. So we prove we're as good as milk, which is incredibly exciting for us. And we prove we're actually much better, significantly better, at cutting spice than water, which of course is the default thing that we grab. So it's very exciting, lawyers happy, tick, tick. But thirdly, which for us is the interesting one, this is where we could get some credibility, keep the lawyers happy there, but we can get the fame by thinking about sonics. How can sonics help? And we now proved in our own research and the academic research that, sure, we could actually make things less spicy and more spicy using sound.
I have to don a lab coat because I'm not really an academic. But I play one on TV. Maz, if you're watching. I think of myself more as a pracademic. I love academics and study and research, but I'm also looking at the practical applications of things. So we wanted to give you guys literally a taste of the experiment that we did. We don't have time to hand out all the logarithmic scales that we used or to test the intensity of the burn where we were measuring it every 10 seconds for 2 minutes. But we thought we'd just kind of play with you a little bit and have you taste some spice and listen to a spicy soundtrack. So the way we're going to do that today is with the little gummies that were handed out in the bags with the stripes that you have. So these are your spicy gummies. No animal products were used in these gummies. Unfortunately, there's no herbs, if you know what I mean, in these gummies either. But you still may want to just, eat half of one because they are spicy as fire. So just be careful, word of warning. So for our experiment today, what we're going to do is you've got your gummies, and you also should hopefully have a can of Sprite in your bags. Oh, you're already opening up. That's good. And here's how we're going to run our experiment. So when I tell you, you're going to eat the gummy. We'll give you a few seconds to kind of feel the burn. And then I will tell you to drink the Sprite. So you can take a little drink of Sprite. You can feel the relief. And then we're going to repeat the experiment by starting by playing you the spicy soundtrack. Now, the sonic seasonings for spice are fast tempos, higher pitches, a little bit of distortion, things that are designed to make you feel a little uncomfortable. So we're going to play that soundtrack, have you eat that bear again, and then cool down with Sprite. So, are we all ready? All right. And this is our multisensory hot seat that we're going to tell you a little bit more about in a moment. Eat your bear. Eat the bear. All right, I'm going to give you a few seconds to start feeling that burn. Yeah? Some of you may like it. Some of you may think, I don't know. All right, go ahead and take a little swig of the Sprite. We did find that the lemon-lime combination was really effective at cooling it down, but the interesting thing was the effervescence of the carbonation kind of kept the spice alive. So if you really like the spice, it's not completely taking it away. All right, now, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to play the spicy soundtrack. So listen to the spicy soundtrack, kind of let yourself get pulled into it, and then I'll have you eat the bear again. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Eat. All right, drink your Sprite. All right, hopefully there weren't any alpha male chimps when people were going, so you thought they were bowing down to you. So now we're going to take that and put it into a practical activation that we brought to life using a little bit of creativity. So Ruth is going to come up and tell you a little bit about how we did that. Ruth?
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. That proves our point? Yes? No? Yes? Yeah. Thank you. So with that experiment, we've established proof of concept, right? Yay to the lawyers, we have a case. But again, we're marketing people. We don't end with an experiment. So the challenge is, how do we bring this to life to consumers in an engaging and actively exciting way? Cue the hot seat, the world's first multisensory dining chair experience designed particularly to trick the brain to think that the spicy food they're eating is actually spicier. And logic goes is, the spicier something is, the more they crave refreshment, the more they drink. Thank you very much. I wish I was able to take my fellow foodies to the experience, but here's a sneak peek of what happened during the day.
Guys, today's Sprite thought they could test my spice tolerance. Pure violation.
There's such a sweaty upper lip. The music was getting louder, my heart was beating a bit faster. As soon as I sat down, I was like, this is uncomfortable. I don't think I can stay in this seat much longer.
There you go. I hope you enjoy the experience.
Thank you, Ruth. So, as you probably experienced, that was incredibly spicy, but we wanted to take it further. And so we brought in renowned sensory agency Bombas & Parr to make these hot seats. But why do they work? That's really what I'm now going to talk to. So the sound, we talked about this, it's the chaos of the sound, sort of makes that extra strong feeling in your brain, in your mouth. And so we worked with renowned composer Ross Garron. He's worked with the likes of Beyonce to really make the most spice-intensifying track possible. But that's only one sense we talked about so far. We also wanted to talk about touch. And actually, in this case, we used the rough and abrasive texture on the chair to prime discomfort, because discomfort is also spice. All of these things coming together. Sight, fairly obviously, red and neon, red and orange neon. We would have really singeing hot colors to make it feel very, very hot in your brain. And finally, smell. If something smells like it's burning, then probably it is burning. If you smell smoke, then yeah, something's burning. Maybe it's your tongue. And individually, these are strong, but not that strong. So this is where what Charles talked about became super, super important, sensory super additivity. By putting together sight, sound, smell all together, we then get an overall much stronger taste. So that's what you had today. You've had two. Imagine this now sitting in the seat, in a comfortable seat, and there's also smoke. It's getting very, very hot for you. You're just craving a Sprite. So in this instance, we can create a situation where 1 + 1 really does equal 3.
And of course, the results speak for itself. The event sold out in minutes when it was launched. More than that, we were able to earn almost 600 million impressions without paid media. So that's just how amazing this particular activation has been for Sprite.
If we go back to where we started, which is how this project came about. This project came about from us hearing something at Nudgetock 2023. And as a result of that, we've done many more projects like this on sensory innovation. That's what we like to call it, because that's what it is. We think this is a really underexploited area that we really think we can do a lot more in. And so my question for you today is, from all the things you've seen today, what from today will inform what you do tomorrow that changes the behavior of tomorrow? That's the one thing I'd like to leave with you with. The other thing I'd like to leave you with is the fact that please do try this at home. In your tote bags, there should be tiny mini baby Tabascos. And here's the QR code to the Hot Seats experience. You can also just search Hot Seats SoundCloud and you'll find it. But thank you very much for your time, and I hope that wasn't too spicy.
Out how we get Ruth back next year. Gosh, whew, that was spicy.
Steve, Ruth, David, that was amazing. Well, that's what you needed, wasn't it? Something to make you feel even hotter.
Even hotter.
Fantastic. We are now
even
down
hotter.
to our last speaker of the day, and is by no means the least.
Nudgetock, do you have the energy for one more speaker? One more speaker. One more speaker. That's it. One more speaker. And he's a special man. We couldn't possibly host a Nudgestock on power without having someone who has walked in those corridors. Editor of The Spectator, seasoned statesman, Michael Gove brings a unique perspective on power in all its forms. Before entering the bear pit of Westminster, he honed his persuasive powers at the Times, and he now edits one of the most influential magazines in the country. But he is, of course, best known for holding some of the most challenging roles in government through Brexit, through coronavirus, through Prime Minister after Prime Minister. Here for a no doubt provocative conversation with Rory, a man who is never afraid to challenge the status quo, just the kind of mind that we love to bring to Nudgestock. Nudgestock, please welcome for your power masterclass, soon to be Lord, Michael Gove.
Actually, a perfect example of synesthesia just there, because I think
quite.
Succession would have been nothing without the music.
Completely. No. Just as I mounted the stage and that music came, I could imagine at least 90% of the audience channeling their inner Brian Cox and thinking, F off.
Talking of that, by the way, I thought very interesting, we had a primatologist speak earlier today. I thought Trump's extraordinary surgical use of fuck was an extraordinary kind of action, wasn't it? In terms of kind of weird power demonstration by breaking the established rules.
Completely. So you don't expect, I mean, even though Trump is, you're absolutely right, he's a primate, he's a silverback, he operates according to the rules of the jungle. We might say more about that. So far, his actual, even though physically he's imposing, and even though he loves demonstrations of power, his language so far has tended to imply violence and cloak menace rather than reveal it. So, he will talk about, he will say, Rory, a lot of people tell me Rory Sutherland is a beautiful guy. Such a great guy. But Rory, I think you're maybe a little bit wrong about this. And implied in that is, if you disagree with me, I will kill you.
Yes.
But what he hasn't done hitherto, or only very rarely, is go full Anglo-Saxon.
Yeah, that was a first, I think.
It was a first.
As I know, yeah.
And in so doing, I think the other thing is, normally, one of the things about the use of his language is that he's conveying the impression of power because what he wants to do is also show that there's, unbelievably for him, an element of restraint there. That he has controlled violence at his disposal. And the fact that he was displaying frustration then, provoked the question, was it calculated frustration?
Yeah.
Was he trying to say to the players there, Israel and Iran, look, I am, transgressing a boundary that I haven't gone through before? Is this use of language calculated? Or was it genuine exasperation? Was it the case that he had, at that moment, felt that the way in which he was portraying himself to the world as the great peacemaker was being confounded by the actions of people whom he couldn't control?
Because there was an interesting behavior observed in sort of alpha chimps, which is if there's a dispute which frustrates them, they basically go and effectively run through it and slap both parties.
Exactly.
Which is an interesting move, because the conventional view has always been you have to take sides
yes.
in some respect.
Yes, but by doing that, and of course, very sophisticated readers of geopolitics will have thought, what does this mean? Does that mean that he's slightly less sympathetic to Israel and slightly more sympathetic to Iran? What does that mean in terms of the split between the MAGA faction and the tech bro faction in Republican or in American governmental circles? But you are right. The correct way to look at it was not to overthink it, but to recognize that one of the characteristics of Trump and the way in which he operates politically is operating precisely in that way as the apex predator or the alpha primate. And it is one of the striking things about Trump when you encounter him that overall what he's doing, he's searching, sniffing the environment, searching for weakness, and also thinking, can I enlist you? Will you be part of my pride or tribe? And again, the aim is either win over, and by winning over, that doesn't mean that you become an equal. It means that you become a subject, a tool, but still one that he will work with, or you will be mocked and ostracized. So the very first time that I met Trump, when I was shown into his office, the striking thing is I came in with a German journalist called Kai Diekmann, and Trump said, as soon as we came in, look at these two handsome guys. No one has ever said that to me whenever I've entered any room. So he was seeking literally to disarm. But one of the other things that you've seen exhibited is the way in which he's used particular language about his opponents, low energy Jeb or lying Ted for Ted Cruz. What he's doing there is he's doing what the schoolyard bully does and what most of us would not do, which is that even when we recognize a weakness and we're aware of it, we wouldn't surface it, make it explicit in such a way as to humiliate. But what Trump does do is that he seeks to do that in order to demonstrate that he is in control of any social situation and in control politically.
Got it. I mean, there is an element in electoral appeal in popularism in that, which, I mean, I have huge rows with my wife about this, but I argue that it's refreshing for the electorate. In a sense, of course, people, many politicians notionally have power. The electorate expects them to have almost limitless power because they're far up the pyramid of power from most voters. And yet they're so constrained either legally or by, effectively, government expenditure which is already committed or whatever, that actually the levers they can pull are remarkably few. And so it's quite refreshing to see someone with an amygdala.
Yes.
That's something I've always found, which is that, in a sense, even if some of this power is faked, you are at least acting as though you have it.
Yes.
In the way that, it's the difference between concrete language like we're going to build a wall. But what Hillary would have said is, we will have tripartite talks with our Canadian and Mexican friends, okay? Whereas Trump says something concrete about a wall. And in a sense, this is actually a weakness which I would argue cerebral or technocratic politicians have kind of created. It's of their own making to some degree.
I think that's completely right. I think that the amygdala, the lizard brain, is an underappreciated part of politics overall. Yeah. Most people who rise through the political or public policy world are almost by definition people who are rational, who operate by looking at the play of ideas and making a judgment about trade-offs. And normally it's one that is illuminated by graphs, by scientific studies, by statistics, and so on. So again, there might be a discussion about migration in which you would look at the net economic benefit that accrues from a certain number of people coming to this country set against the costs that there may be of educating their children or looking after their dependents and so on. But most people react to most public policy decisions not on the basis of a seminar study, but on the basis of emotion. And that emotion will often be shaped by those around them or by their own experience. And that means that when things are perceived to be going wrong in a country, whatever the factor may be, the natural tendency of policymakers is to seek to explain how difficult things are, how constrained they are by lack of money, by legal conventions, by the need for nuance. But for a country, whether it's America, Britain, France, Germany, whatever, for a country that feels that anxiety, what it looks for is someone who can articulate it and punch through. And that is one of the reasons why Trump has been electorally, I'm not saying in policy terms, electorally successful, because in the face of what appear to be excuses and evasion, he offers action and decision.
It's very, very interesting, yeah. Yeah, and also speed of action. I mean, to the point of impetuousness, undoubtedly.
Yes.
But the very pace in which tariffs were signed in.
Yes.
I mean, it's actually done very theatrically, isn't it? By having enormous, great things signed by him personally.
Oh, yes.
And he sits there and signs sort of 10 things in a row.
Well, one of the things that is very powerfully true of Trump is people said before he entered the presidential race, what experience does this guy have? He's got no experience running. He's never been a governor. He's never been a senator. How absurd. But one of the things that he understood and appreciated is that the judgment that people make about politicians has moved. So it's still the case, and I think overwhelmingly it would be a case for an audience like this, that people would make a judgment about a politician on the quality of their argument, on their credentials for office, on their capacity to run something. But overall, now, politics, like so many other things, has become performative and theatrical, and Trump was perfectly trained for that. Because he'd spent, I think it was 14 or 15 seasons.
Yes.
Presenting The Apprentice.
And wrestling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he knew exactly how to communicate effectively to a mass audience, and he knew how to, in a few sentences, convey a sense of either anger or to solidarity with an audience. And also he had naturally, but he developed perfect comic timing, and perfect rhetorical aplomb in the way in which he presented. And we may deprecate it, but communication is an essential political skill. There are people who are gifted administrators, there are people who are highly moral, but in a world where, in an attention economy where the amount of time that people devote to political questions inevitably is constrained, then the capacity to be able to cut through is a gift, even if it's one that may be used for malign ends.
It's fascinating. You yourself, I mean, your own experience, you said, of cabinet meetings was that so much was actually decided before it was presented to you.
Yes.
That although notionally you had considerable power, I think you spoke of the difference of power as it's imagined, which is someone standing on a balcony.
Yes, no, quite.
Yeah.
So we use shorthand all the time. So we say, people would sometimes say to me, just as a lowly cabinet minister, oh, you must be terribly busy running the country. I wasn't running the country. Prime Minister doesn't run the country in the way that even the CEO of Ogilvy or Nestle or Sprite might run that company. And we know that the CEO, in that case, he or she, will have certain KPIs, certain statistical outturns that can help them understand what's going on. They will get feedback from their senior leadership team, but they won't know every aspect of what's going on. And as we just heard in the discussion about a whole marketing campaign for Sprite, the lawyers constrained what would happen. Now, magnify that 10 or 100-fold, and you have an understanding of government. There are lawyers, special interest groups. There are outside bodies, NGOs, and watchdogs, all of which have been set up for good reasons. You could argue that we've moved too far in the direction of constraint on executive power, or you can argue that it's a wholly good thing. But it is certainly the case that the unconstrained ability of someone to cut through scarcity exists. And there's another thing as well, which is it's not just the case that the Prime Minister and other cabinet ministers don't exercise the power that we often attribute to them. People often assume that cabinet is an idealized discussion forum. And that in cabinet, you have cabinet government and the Prime Minister thinks, these welfare reforms, maybe shall we consider this? Tell me, what do you think, Rory? What do you think, Liz? What do you think, Rachel? And that there's a sort of 90-minute first principles discussion around it before they come to a conclusion. Now, I don't think there are many business meetings like that, but that is certainly not what happens in a cabinet meeting. Because almost always, each of the cabinet ministers will have been briefed beforehand on what it is that is likely to be proposed, and they will have been briefed on how it affects their department and their prestige. So they will speak to the interests of the Welsh office and how this change might affect Welsh budgets or whatever. If they do stray beyond, and sometimes people do, there is a big risk. If I'm the person putting forward the benefit reforms, and I've worked very hard on them and my prestige is attached to them, and then Rory, as the Education Secretary, says, look, Liz, Michael, very interesting here. Have you really thought this through? I just looked at this, I've just added the figures up, and this actually won't save us £5 billion. It'll only save 3.5, and it will drive some people who are currently in receipt of benefits into poverty. I just don't think that's a good idea. Now, you or I might have that discussion if we're at a broad level of equality and we're in a shared enterprise, but even then it might be quite a difficult discussion. It almost never happens around the cabinet table. Because if you're the person who does that, the person on the other end, the person listening, thinks, I will kill this wanker. And the immediate thing that they are likely to do is to brief their spads, that there's a wanker around the cabinet table who's trying to derail things. You will find that if you're the what you believe to be grit in the oyster, that actually stories seem to appear about how things are going wrong in your own department. And what had hitherto been a beautiful friendship where you felt that candor was a characteristic that you could share, turns into, at best, a frozen friendship, but far more likely a fratricidal Sopranos-style wet job perpetrated on you at some point in the future. So that's why people around the cabinet table tend to keep their heads down, tend to, allow individual X or individual Y to put things forward, because even though they should be thinking collectively, and it should be a space for dissent, actually it's in the nature of politics, and here we go back to conflict between primates, that candor rarely occurs. It's a blessing when it does. And again, just as a sort of final footnote to that, there are sometimes people whose authority within cabinet, even if they're not prime minister, the locus, the respect in which they're held for their mastery of politics and their position in the hierarchy, means they can do that. So George Osborne, a chancellor, again, whatever you think of his policies, a chancellor who is known to be both politically agile and to be close to the Prime Minister and with the weight of the Treasury behind him, can, in a cabinet discussion, take people down a peg or two or enter a note of caution. But it's rare that someone has the ability to do that.
This is, there's a famous thing, of course, in decision science called the Abilene effect, which I think is where everybody agrees with something.
Yes.
To avoid offending the other party, even though not a single individual within the group supports that course of action. It's called the Abilene effect for complex reasons. It's about an anecdote about a bunch of people who all travel to Abilene for the evening, have a horrible time and come back. And one of them says, well, I never wanted to go in the first place. And everybody else echoes the same thing. They all became convinced that everybody else wanted. That actually happened with the Concorde, actually. The British wanted to cancel the programme, but were afraid of offending the French. And the French wanted to cancel the programme, but were afraid of upsetting the British.
No, completely. Yeah. And it is universal. I mean, it may be the case that there are reasons why that in some cultures, in Britain, more particularly England, people are, don't want to seem to be the troublemaker, don't want to offend. But you're absolutely right. And what you describe happened with Andrew Lansley's health reforms. Andrew put them forward. I'm not sure that many people around the cabinet table actually understood what he was putting forward. But afterwards, when they unravelled, you would not find a single person around the cabinet table who said, Oh, yeah, I was gung-ho for them. I was wholly in support. But I don't remember a single person, as they were introduced, saying, and precisely that effect occurred.
I mean, you did affect real change at education, though, it's probably fair to say.
Well, yes, and again, opinion will divide on whether or not it was good or bad.
It was definitely change. I mean,
it was definitely change. It was definitely change. So you could tell from the intensity of the opposition that it was certainly an attempt at change, and actually the fact that I was there for 4 years and that during that time you could see how that opposition peaked at a certain point, and then it still stayed, but there was an acceptance that an alteration had been made, and it was impossible at that stage to move it back. You could see that there was real change, and in effecting change in politics, several things need to come together. It's very rarely the case that you have a single individual visionary who, by either spellbinding rhetoric or by intellectual brilliance, changes things. It's normally a combination of circumstances. And in my case, I was fortunate in that at that point, I had the backing of David Cameron and George Osborne, and also that the coalition government that was formed was one in which the Liberal Democrats found themselves in alignment with our views on education. It was a sort of 1 in 100-year moment where two parties agreed on the direction that needed to happen, and both parties had an interest in making this work, so they could show not just that they could manage the economy together, but change things for the better together. So I was fortunate in that sense. Now, there are obviously things that require to be done in government in order to ensure that even if you have agreement and high-level political support, the change that you actually bring about drives an alteration on the ground. And one of the key things there is, I think, the ability to draw a distinction between the appeal to people's better angels and the reality that idealism only takes you so far. And I think that's one of the key things about changing the public sector and public services, that you need to have, without being unduly cynical, a realist understanding of what the incentives are that truly drive behavior in schools, hospitals, or elsewhere.
This is fascinating. I mean, you did have 4 years, which was another advantage.
Definitely.
The average tenure, I mean, Transport Secretary, for example, is typically held for about 9 months.
Yes.
Whereas you can't even begin to understand the problem in 9 months.
No. And it's the turnover of people in government is undeniably a factor. And there are some jobs, and there's a sort of curious hierarchy within government. There are some jobs that are considered to be places for people on the way down or on the way up, which are not valued as they should be. So there's being the number 2 in the Department for Housing, the housing minister below the Secretary of State is considered to be one of the most prestigious and important Minister of State jobs. So lots of people get it as a way of saying, you're ready for cabinet. You are ready for cabinet. And then as soon as there's a vacancy, which happens, of course, frequently, someone goes up. But that means that even though the job is seen in prestige terms as important, it never gets the attention that it requires, given its importance for the economy and for our society.
I mean, just as the finance department in a business can be a ludicrous block on innovation by demanding ridiculously high levels of proof.
Yes.
Is that true of the Treasury and government?
Emphatically so.
Right.
So the Treasury feels that it's the only adult in the room, it's the only department that is approaching policy making with the necessary degree of cynicism. Every time someone comes forward, and government departments come forward with a requirement for additional public expenditure on the basis that we'll save money in the future. So let's invest money in our prisons now in order to rehabilitate criminals, and then we will save so much more when they're no longer reoffending when they get out, but in fact contributing. Makes sense? This rehabilitation program works, but the Treasury's view always is, we can see the money we're spending now, but in so many occasions, you guys come up with smart ideas, and the savings are never realized. Or the savings are made, and then you reinvest them in something else. We're there to look out for the poor, beleaguered taxpayer, and it is our job to be, as I say, the licensed cynic, the puncturer of ideals, and to safeguard the public finances overall. And while that's, I think, a generally understandable principle, one of the things is that the Treasury also, because of its prestige,
yes,
draws the very brightest civil servants. So that means that in a roughly equal battle that you might consider where you're arbitrating between a good argument from the Treasury and a good argument from the Education Department, the Treasury nearly always win, because they're smarter people, and whoever the Chancellor is will generally have the ear of the Prime Minister, and as a general rule, the Prime Minister doesn't want to be seen to be upsetting the Chancellor, so the Treasury have a positional advantage. And that's why there are a number of ideas that anyone in this room might consider to be worthwhile that go to the Treasury to die. So it's the elephant's graveyard for policy ideas of even of considerable merit.
And then one final question. Your influence as a journalist, both
yes.
before and after your political career, do you in some ways feel more powerful as a journalist? And is this also exacerbated by the fact that politicians seem absolutely paranoid about what particularly the printed press says about
them? No, they are. So politicians do worry more than they should about media overall. And even though the influence of printed media, not the Spectator, but the influence of printed media overall is diminishing, they do worry about it. And again, partly it's about in-group pressure. So if you know that many of the people who operate in SW1 are likely to be reading the Spectator or the Times or the Telegraph or listening to the Today programme, that becomes, the village voice. That becomes the village water pump around which gossip is spread and where your reputation is up or down, rather than thinking more broadly. That is just a feature of human nature, sadly. So politicians do worry about that. But in terms of influencing the country in the shape of policy, you do have, if you've got the right team around you, more influence in government, and you can have that influence sometimes as a senior civil servant or an advisor to ministers. But what really makes a difference, whether it comes from a think tank, a government department, an individual politician, or journalists, is the quality of an original idea. So many of the trends that we observe in politics have often had their root in other spheres, whether it's been an observation about what's working in the commercial world or what academia teaches you, that is then taken and popularized or explained very effectively. So in that sense, one might think that one of the most influential columns on politics would be the thing written by the political editor. We have a brilliant political editor, but actually it is often more likely the case that it will be Rory's fortnightly column.
I don't think that, but yeah.
That will have an influence on how people think about politics and the shape of policy. Because original ideas that make people think about what's going on in our country have that. So for those of you who haven't seen it, in Rory's latest column for The Spectator, he describes the existence of a third sector in our country. And when he talks about the third sector, he's not talking about charities. He's saying there's the public sector, there's the private sector, and there's the tantric sector. And the tantric sector is everyone who's involved in making everything last longer.
It's by analogy with the sexual practice, by the way, yes.
Sometimes much longer, without ever necessarily coming to a happy ending, as it were. And it is literally true that one of the things that constrains us all, but certainly constrains us in government, is that there are people who are in the tantric sector. So, and they are people who are...
The blob, I suppose.
The blob, who are often well-intentioned, but whether it's people in Natural England, who I have a lot of love for, or the lawyers in government, there will always be people who have an interest in saying, don't do something, an interest in risk aversion, an interest in avoiding conflict, rather than those who want to be radical and to change things. And that's why, and again, I think hopefully it's of interest to this audience here, if you're thinking about how to persuade politicians of the worth or merit, for example, of interventions on public health, or interventions to enable people to better understand the deleterious effect of the way we live on individuals' mental health, one of the things that you do need to contend with and think about are, if I can see a minister, if I could see a Secretary of State, and if I could persuade them in 15 or 20 minutes, what are the reasons why they haven't yet acted? And what are the reasons that might prevent them, even if they're enthused by what I'm doing? So it's not enough in government just to convince the person who appears to be the decision maker, and no matter how enthusiastic they are, to leave with their assent and to imagine that things will be delivered. You've got to an extent, think about the constraints that operate and how the assemblage within the tantric sector will be seeking to prevent things coming to fruition.
I mean, there is, by the way, a tantric sector within the private sector.
Oh, yes.
Every bit
yes.
as much as there is in the public sector. And by the way, they're often criticized in terms of their cost, in other words, their salaries. But their real cost isn't actually their salary. In many ways, what they're doing is worthwhile.
Yes.
The real cost is the extraordinary delays it imposes, or the fact that people lose the will to do anything.
Precisely. So it is probably, I certainly think it's a good thing. It's probably, most people would think it is a good thing, that there is a body at one remove from electoral pressure that advises government and other bodies on the environmental consequences of particular actions. That's a good thing. But the fact that it operates in a way where it takes months before it comes to a conclusion, and the fact that that conclusion can be endlessly, literally re-litigated in the courts, means that the original goal becomes overwhelmed by process. And that's why I think the insight that Rory brings in that column is so true.
Thank you. This has been absolutely fantastic. You will be around just for a few moments for fanboy moments and selfies. Lord Gove, thank you very much indeed.
Rory, thank you.
Thank you. What a pleasure. Thank you. Oh, I love that. Stay on.
Absolutely sensational. Nudgestock, we have powered through 8 hours of content together. Are you feeling bonded? Are you feeling the energy in the room and in the tubes?
So, quick wrap up. Tara, what were your best bits?
My best bit was that you actually did make the tube happen, because I was a little bit worried that we'd bought 500 tubes for no other reason. So that was a big relief. But all of the speakers, I mean, there we go, singing out. I think Maz's slide with her face on a calf was probably another highlight peak moment for me in the day, but so much brilliant content. What about you, Dan?
I was going to ask Rory next, actually.
Rory.
No, well, obviously St. Roger is my own personal Bengali and personal guru, and I thought that was absolutely fantastic.
St. Roger.
That this absurd reliance on quantification and effectively constructing a pseudo-scientific case for everything you do, even when it doesn't lie within the realm of science, I think is a point we just need to make. Here's also his plea that actually offence is the best form of defence in this case.
Offence is the best form of defence. Dan?
I've really enjoyed the people that have arrived from out of town after 10 a.m, not knowing who the hell Emma is, what the posters are all about, what's going on. Just genuinely been really confused why everyone's wearing Emma stickers.
Thank you all for attending. Thank you for joining us online. Thank you to Anna Cairns and to Emma Jones, without whom none of this would work. There is a huge team, though, that sits behind this, who will all get hugs from me later. I'm sorry about that team, but you are all dear to our hearts. Thank every single one of you and all of our team who are up on stage. We do all of this on top of our day job, on top of working for many of you, and somehow it is magnificent, I believe. So thank you, guys.
You've all been so amazing. The big round of applause must go to you who have sat through, despite the heat, 8 hours of incredible content. We really created Nudgestock to be a place where you could have different kind of conversations, not just see the same old stuff that you would see and talk about time and time again. So hopefully today you've had such a breadth of experience. Hopefully you'll join us next year for Nudgestock 14 and theme to be announced very soon. It's been such a pleasure to have you all with us today. There's only one thing left for Rory to say, really.
Which is see you again in 2026. Thank you very much indeed.